1985, the number of Americans who said they regularly used cocaine reached 5.8 million people. At the time, that meant 1 in every 35 adults was hooked. And crack cocaine, which was made by cooking powder cocaine with baking soda and water, became especially popular. Not only was crack smokable, it was also cheap, readily available, and produced an intense high. But the fun didn't last for long. From destroying families to turning neighborhoods into war zones, the crack epidemic completely devastated the United States. In response, police across the country racked up arrests in the inner cities. And the DEA ramped up drug seizures. By 1988, the DEA had seized 60,000 kilos of cocaine, in comparison to just 200 kilos seized in 1977. Meanwhile, First Lady Nancy Reagan told children to just say no to drugs, and the DARE program tried to stop potential users before they started. But the ongoing war on drugs failed to stop the crack epidemic in its tracks. So why did crack cocaine seemingly vanish by the late 1990s? In the early 1980s, most of the cocaine that was shipped to America was thought to come through the Bahamas. At the time, there was an excessively abundant supply of cocaine powder on the islands. Because of this, prices severely dropped, leaving distributors with a devalued product. In response, dealers turned their powder cocaine into crack cocaine, which was easy to produce and highly profitable. And as early as 1981, the first reports of crack emerged in cities like Los Angeles. It was later reported that a CIA-backed guerrilla army in Nicaragua had used crack cocaine sales in Los Angeles' black neighborhoods to fund an attempted coup of Nicaragua's socialist government in the 1980s, and the CIA may have known about it. But this would not emerge until the late 1990s. In the meantime, the drug grew in popularity, and conversion laboratories that specialized in crack cocaine popped up in South Florida. The first crack house was uncovered in Miami in 1982. Surprisingly, crack was not seen as a major threat at first. This was because it was mostly being consumed by middle-class users who weren't associated with addicts. But by the end of 1983, crack began to appear in the New York City area, where it would soon become a huge problem. Though most of the early users in the area were middle-class professionals, crack would soon spread to poorer neighborhoods, mostly because of its cheap price. For as little as $5, residents could buy a rock of crack cocaine. So it's no wonder why crack found a big market in lower-income areas. The purity of crack was also a factor in its popularity. While powder cocaine users might hand over $100 for a gram with 55% purity, crack cocaine users could buy their product with 80% purity for the same price. It was tough to describe a typical crack user. But many of them were young, according to a GAO report. This report cited a 1986 study that found most juvenile drug users were younger than 13 when they tried crack for the first time. Most of these users preferred crack cocaine to powder cocaine because it was cheaper, easier to hide, and seemed to have a faster high. But an addictive drug like crack also came with many risks. By 1986, cocaine-related hospital emergencies had risen 110%, from 26,300 to 55,200. Between 1984 and 1987, cocaine incidents increased fourfold. And like many illegal drugs, crack was often associated with crime in several dire reports. In New York City alone, a 1988 study linked crack to 32% of all homicides, and 60% of drug-related homicides. Though the war on drugs started in the early 1970s with President Nixon and expanded in the early 1980s during the Reagan administration, it was during the late 1980s when the spotlight was shone on crack. On September 5, 1989, President George H.W. Bush gave his first Oval Office address. During this address, Bush infamously held up a bag of crack. "This is crack cocaine, seized a few days ago by drug enforcement agents in a park just across the street from the White House," he explained. It's as innocent looking as candy, but it's turning our cities into battle zones. The idea that crack dealers had grown so bold that they were selling near the White House fueled public fears about the crack epidemic. Drugs and violence seemed to be taking over American cities, and crack became the central focus of these fears. Even though the crack baggie in question was later revealed to be part of a setup, Bush successfully pushed for a major investment in the war on drugs, eventually spending $45 billion. This was more money in 4 years than the 4 previous administrations combined. Most of that money went toward law enforcement. And by that point, sentencing guidelines had already taken a tough-on-crime approach to crack. The Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 established mandatory minimum sentences that penalized crack far more harshly than powder cocaine. People caught with 5 grams of crack received a minimum 5-year sentence, while people needed 500 grams of powder cocaine to receive that same sentence. And since crack had become popular in lower-income communities by that point, many people who lived in those areas were punished far more often during drug raids than people who lived in more affluent areas. And black neighborhoods often bore the brunt. The bag of crack held up by President Bush had a controversial history of its own. Dealers weren't selling crack outside the White House. In fact, the drug bust was the first ever crack arrest in Lafayette Park. It was later revealed that early drafts of Bush's speech had mentioned a crack sale near the White House before it even took place. As it turned out, there was a drug bust set up just for the Oval Office speech. The dealer was Keith Jackson, an 18-year-old African-American student without a prior record. He received a mandatory 10-year sentence for that sale and a couple other incidents related to selling crack. The district judge who handed down the sentence urged the teen to ask Bush for a commutation. He used you, in the sense of making a big drug speech. But Bush refused to commute the sentence and Jackson remained behind bars for about 8 years. And this was not an isolated incident. Black crack users often paid a much higher price than whites for the crack epidemic. In 1986, the year Congress passed mandatory minimum sentences for crimes involving crack, the average federal drug sentence for black Americans was 11% higher than for white Americans. Only 4 years later, that number had soared to 49%. And even though a 1994 survey showed that far more white people were using crack, black people were more likely to be punished for crack offenses. From 1991 to 2016, African Americans were sent to federal prison about 7 times more often for crack offenses than whites. Among drug offenders with little or no prior record, black people were sent to federal prison 40 months longer on average than white people. The impact continued long after the crack epidemic faded. In 2006, black Americans reportedly made up 15% of regular drug users in the US and 74% of those sentenced to prison for drugs. Despite the investment in the war on drugs, it did not end the crack epidemic. A 1997 survey found that only 5% of recovered crack users said they stopped because of being arrested or going to jail. Meanwhile, about 19% reported they simply grew tired of the drug life. Brooklyn native Thomas Covington, who was arrested more than 30 times, agreed with that sentiment. "I don't think anything the police did changed my behavior. Sometimes it was a little more challenging to buy. But once that compulsion is there, it doesn't matter what the penalty or the threat is." The National Institute of Justice reached the same conclusion. The arrests and mandatory sentences appeared to have no major deterrent effect. So instead of addressing the social, political, and economic issues that brought crack into certain neighborhoods in the first place, the tough-on-crime policy mostly just increased the prison population. Consider the end of the crack epidemic in New York. In the 1990s, while NYPD officers were racking up nearly 900,000 drug arrests, crack use was already declining. It was also declining in Washington, D.C., where the police presence and drug arrests decreased, and where the city's own mayor was actually caught using crack. So why did the crack epidemic stop? Many experts believe it was the crack users themselves who made the drug seem undesirable, especially since they were so addicted. "You don't find much crack use among the young," said Gene L. Scott, an employee at a drug rehabilitation center in 1999. "These people saw a whole generation go bad on crack." Harlem resident Selena Jones, who grew up with a mother who was addicted to crack, agreed with that sentiment. I remember being 10 years old and having to take control of my own life, said Jones. We were eating cornmeal pancakes without syrup for dinner, crack vials all over the floor.
I get angry just thinking about it makes me mad. Little kids doing drugs, it turns my stomach. That stuff hurts. It stops you from living up to your potential. It holds you back. It hurts the user. It hurts his family. And it hurts his friends. I just want to shake some sense into you kids that are using drugs and thinking about using. So remember, don't or else. Okay?
Hi, everyone.
Hello. How'd you do?
I'm a disc jockey.
Wickedness knows no bounds. By the power of Castle Grayskull.
All systems go, Michael.
In a few moments, you will have an experience which will seem completely real. It will be the result of your subconscious fears transformed to your conscious awareness. It can be extremely harmful and result in severe trauma. You have 5 seconds to terminate this tape. 5, 4,
is alive.
Gentlemen, let's broaden our minds. Lawrence.
We're cutting it up. Cutting it up. Rap.
Like this. Like this.
That shit didn't make any sense at all. The scratching was off. Like, the beat you picked don't even make sense with the scratches. The fuck you was thinking about?
Freeze! or a finely helpful hound. Scooby-Doo, doo, doo.
Vision, dreams of passion, and all the while I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Baby, tell your body to come along with white lines. Can't you see I'm burning, burning? Oh, doctor, doctor. You understand? Yeah!
Video production presents Reality Decoded 80s edition.
Something very important I forgot to tell you. What? Don't cross the street. Why? It would be bad. I'm fussy on good bad things. What do you mean bad? Try to imagine all life as you know it stopping instantaneously and every molecule in your body exploding at the speed of light. That's bad. Okay. All right, important safety tip. Thank you.
You're nothing but unorganized, red-asking piece of amphibian shit!
Rats back. Now then, before we're through tonight, everyone will know what Halloween should be. Scary!
You don't.
Shuffle dance.
Jazz.
love is like a drug that you just can't do without. Makes you so excited, makes you wanna shout. Once you've had a sample, you never want to stop. Follow my example, I'll take you to the top.
Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be of you.
Taste of love, to the rhythm. Taste of love, a taste of love. You need a taste of love.
I love disco.
Mega mix.
Came in from the DJ. Came in from the door. Mix me with your loving, mix me with your love. Hey, go get doctor, doctor came too late.
That's it. Good luck.
Adamley,
Here.
Adamowski, Adamson,
Here.
Adler,
Here.
Anderson, Anderson,
Here.
Bueller, Bueller.
Yeah, well, I saw it on a rerun.
What's a rerun?
Crack is an epidemic in the United States. Cities of all sizes are falling prey to its devastation. The events you are about to see were filmed in Palm Beach County, Florida, over a period of 8 weeks. What is happening in this county is taking place all across America. What's going on here is happening every other place in the U.S. of A. We got some serious problems ahead of us. It's almost like our country's under siege.
Get out of the ground. Here we go. Out of the ground.
20s, 50s.
I don't know how half the kids manage to stay out of this stuff. It's just everywhere.
Each one of those is what? $20 pieces?
Yeah, those are $20 pieces right there.
Probably around, let's say, 100 of them in there, approximately. That's a good roll.
It's just like, getting cookies at a store. You can go anywhere and get it.
Palm Beach County, Florida. Safe haven for retirees. Resort town. A place free of the crime and violence of the big cities. Until the arrival of crack. This crack house is being destroyed by order of the city of West Palm Beach. No sooner is one torn down than another takes its place. Since crack hit, juvenile assaults are up 50%. Juvenile armed robberies are up 600%. 6 in 10 crimes are now crack-related.
Not 2 years ago, all the houses were, the ones that were used as rental property, they were productive, and all these single-family homes were filled, the yards were taken care of. And now what's happened to people that had a chance to move out have moved out and basically abandoned the places. And like I say, there's some people still fighting to keep their homes nice here. But it's, as you can see, it's pretty much a losing battle. In the past year and a half, I've seen whole neighborhoods do what I'll call disappear. I probably get 5 to 10 calls a day about crack houses where they sell crack. Some of the houses they sell let you leave with it. Some of them they let you inside to smoke the stuff. It just spread so rapidly. It's not the 5 or 6 locations anymore. Now it's anywhere in the city. We have residential neighborhoods that were relatively unaffected with the heroin, marijuana, and the powdered cocaine problem. And on any corner of any of those blocks, you can probably buy crack now. There's people on corners that flag it down. They stop in their car on the way to work and buy it like you're driving through a McDonald's, for a sandwich at lunchtime.
Just through it right there on the ground. You see it?
This is a sheriff's department undercover operation to arrest crack buyers.
Out of the car! You're under arrest.
Are you set up a position now? Yeah, I guess. Okay, let's have a count of where the chase cars are and how many we got out here. Okay. 4 contacts, 1 is cover.
This undercover agent is posing as a crack dealer.
Okay, we got a two-tone brown two-door facing westbound 23. Two white male occupants dealing with the passenger. It's a go, it's a go. Take him, move in. Take the passenger, get the passenger, come on. 2-3, move in. Take him, move in, go ahead, get him. Vehicle is westbound. 2-3, where are you? Move in. Take him for the driver, get the driver.
Vinny, I bet you didn't think we were cops, right? That's why you ran. You thought we were going to rip you off.
Corner that way doesn't blow one.
There we go.
That vehicle's heading eastbound 23. It's a white female. It's a go. It's a go. It's a go.
These buyers are coming from all kinds of walks of life. Professionals, lawyers, doctors, firemen. And you say, God, what does this drug do?
For what, sir? I did not purchase any cocaine.
Well, good. Tell that to your defense attorney, okay? Right now, you're under arrest. Hands cooperative. Two people you just bought from me.
Sir, I didn't buy any anything.
Okay, good. Tell that to your defense.
You don't have to tie that so tight.
Well, I understand. You're under arrest. It's not supposed to be fun.
Here's a perfect example of bullshit. You get a white middle-class woman driving a brand new expensive vehicle, totally denying the fact that she was in this neighborhood buying dope. And you've got 15, 20 witnesses watching her do it.
She said, give me a 20, and I gave it to her, and she said, here's 18 bucks.
You handed her one of them rocks?
Yeah.
Which one? You handed the big slab?
Yeah, one of these big slabs.
And she handed you 18 bucks?
She said, here's 18.
You said thank you, and she drove off.
That was it.
Oh, well. Can I ask you a question? Why are you giving discounts? Why are we selling $20 rocks for $18?
I'm easy to get along with. I work with you. Easiest financing in town.
Hold your hands behind your back. These neighborhoods are attracting all types of felonious type people, you know, from the burglar to the pocketbook snatcher at the mall to the armed robber, because they all have got a common link here, and the common denominator is crack cocaine. She's holding right there. They're holding. There's your street sellers. If I come back and see you out here, you're going to go to jail, and you know what for.
Can't be for selling cocaine.
You know what for. The traditional prostitute was always a gal from the lower social economic strata of society. What we're finding out with this crack cocaine is that nobody's exempt from that. We find a lot of girls from well-to-do white middle-class families. We had a girl that we arrested one night. Her father was a very wealthy attorney, but they just got hooked on a dope, and all their motivation is set for getting crack cocaine.
As crack sweeps across America, the hardest hit are the young. In Palm Beach County, many fear we're losing a generation to this drug.
When I realized that there was something radically wrong was right after Thanksgiving. Up until that time, she'd been a normal, everyday, ordinary kid. And with crack, it's so addictive. In 1 month's time, my child became a total stranger. It's so addictive.
You know, how am I going to change? Something's got to change me sooner or later. I'm stuck. I mean, is this what my life is, smoking rocks? I mean, I've only been on it 2 months. Is there any way I can stop, you know? I mean, it's taking over me so fast. I mean, I can imagine, like, I would think so far ahead, you know, like a year. think, what's going to happen?
All of a sudden, she didn't get up and go to classes. She didn't get up and go to work. And I'm talking about a span of time of 1 month.
You can't have a job and smoke this. I quit 2 jobs already. Quit school. Within 2 months. I mean, it's really rough. I mean, it doesn't mess around. It really gets you.
You do all the right things. You bring them up like they should be brought up. And still, that's not enough. That does not protect you from it.
I would sit in front of the mirror and, smoke it and think, what are you doing? And I would just get real scared, and I'd try to put it down and not do it. But then if you have it, you're going to do it. I mean, you can't just let it sit there. I mean, that's when I knew I was out of control.
Day to day, you think, well, perhaps things will be better tomorrow. They don't get better tomorrow. And you come to know this, that you can't help them, and they can't help themselves. They have to have professional help, and you have to find it for them.
After 6 weeks of treatment, Susie is going home.
You made a lot of progress these last couple of weeks. I'm real proud of you. I really am. You went through your ups and downs. You left treatment. You came back. You relapsed. Got back on track. Everything bad is out there for you if you use again. You need to stay clean. You can do it. I really have faith.
I love you. Good luck.
The struggle with crack doesn't end with treatment. A kid's chances of staying off the drug are less than 50%.
You got any words of assurance?
Like what? I'll be good.
The kid comes home, and then the hard part starts.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Take care, baby.
Bye.
Take care.
I'll call for you.
You just hope and pray to God they're going to make the right choice.
Across this county, crack is moving beyond the inner city into quiet residential neighborhoods.
The door is open. The door is open. Please stand guard! Please stand guard!
On the ground, all the way on the ground. Get on the ground, right now. All the way down.
Clear in here.
God damn.
House is secure. Well, they're selling rock out of this place, right?
I have no idea.
They're selling rock out of this place, right? Yeah, we got a pipe. Is this yours?
It's everybody's.
What do you mean it's everybody?
Everybody uses it.
Including you. How many, you pregnant?
Yeah.
How many months pregnant are you?
3.
3 months pregnant. How long have you been smoking rock?
About 8 or 9 months.
Don't you know what it's going to do to your child? Your child's going to be born with a cocaine habit.
I have been trying to stop, okay? I've slowed down a lot. But it's not just something I can just stop and do right then and there, you know? I'm sorry. I'm not like everybody else. I just can't go and stop.
10 nice houses on the street and one house that's creating all the problems, and everyone else just can't put up with it. They only put up with it so long, and then they either they just want to sell and get out, or they want to burn the place down. Of course, we can't let them burn the place down, but that's just how frustrating it gets for them. And it's frustrating for us.
Last year, JJ was a champion surfer. Today, he's fighting a battle against crack.
Within 4 months, I went from smoking it once or twice a week to smoking it every day on the hour, as much as I could get constantly. I didn't care about anything or anyone.
You know, we used to go a couple weekends a month, and no problems at all. Jay was always here at the house by himself, you know, and now it's like you don't even go to the grocery store without taking him, and it's terrible. And maybe, you know, things will get better further along as he goes, but, I mean, I'm babysitting a 16-year-old again.
He actually robbed his own parents, robbed his own household, and he had no control over himself, none.
Look at this. This is a really nice part of town right there on the other side of that. And over here's a nicer part, too. That's Skyline Drive, and this is Sugar Hill. But this road right through here divides them both. It's drugs. Most everyone that lives back here sells it or smokes it. The code to get this stuff here, if they're not standing out here, you just pull up and flash your lights. Just past this house right here. Pull up and flash your lights. They come out, and right there. And they sell this stuff to you, and then they talk to you, and you take off. You know, sometimes even a song will remind me of it, because that's something I listened to when I was doing it or on my way there. And I'll be going to sleep, and I'll feel like real tight in my stomach and like a real, like, kind of nauseous feeling. And then I'll just, you know, grit my teeth and just go to sleep and forget about it, block it out.
You might as well take a gun and put it to these kids' head and say, hey, let's play a good game of Russian roulette, because you don't know when the next hit you take is going to be the last one.
Stuff's terrible, man. There's nothing you can do about it. You try it twice in your history. Gone.
I think our government should associate drug dealers as sort of domestic terrorists and treat them accordingly, because that's all they're doing. They're terrorizing neighborhoods. They're taking control of neighborhoods. They're taking control of people's bodies, people's minds, people's children, and I think we've got to get tough.
To close a crack house, the police need evidence.
Who they selling for?
They sell for a guy named Ace.
Ace?
Uh-huh.
All right, you can buy a $10 piece out there, right?
Yeah.
The police are using an informant to make a buy from a crack house.
Places that we can go afterwards. Normally, what I want you to do is I want to carry this purse like you normally do.
Yeah.
Inside of it this time is a transmitter. So when you're talking to the guy, you know, hold it up close. You don't have to swallow it, but just kind of hold it up in the vicinity of his face. So maybe we can get some good audio on the tape, okay? Okay, it's turned on now. All you gotta do is keep it in there. And if you want to put your money in that side, you can do that and just fold it over like this. Let me give you some money. Harry, you want to take the serial number down on this? But if you can, make the buy out of the place, okay? That's what we want to try and do, is make it right out of the place, not on the sidewalk, okay?
All right.
Let's see if you can get lucky today.
Okay, thank you, Miss Queen.
Right there, sorry, right there.
I did it in the yard. With Miss Queen. With Miss Queen. Here it is.
That's a nice piece.
It's big.
$10. All right, good
Does she
deal.
have more on her now? Yeah. Outside in the yard? She got him in a bra.
Now, I'm sure I look in the room and everybody's been to Queenie Stretch's house before. We're going to arrest her for sale of cocaine. Maybe we'll go up to Division, go to 11th Street, come down 11th Street, west on 11th Street to Douglas, come along straight up, and we need just to stop the same place we always stop, right here on next to the rear of the place. But we'll play that one by ear as we go in, but we're going to be careful, because if they're in there smoking rock, you know how those people are, okay?
What's the door look like? What's the door look like? All right? Give me here. I got We know that, Queenie.
You're under arrest.
For what?
Sale of cocaine. Don't worry about it. Bring me a hand. Oh, look at this.
What you got?
Some money in his shoe.
There you go.
This is the 6th time the police have arrested Miss Queen.
people we are dealing with all the time are the same people over and over and over again. 90% of the people that we arrest have been arrested numerous occasions before. I think there's no deterrent involved in the system. It's so economically feasible for these people to go out and sell rock cocaine and make hundreds and thousands of dollars a week from this.
But it is frustrating to have guys miss supper with... their kids at night or miss their kid in a play because he's out here arresting these assholes just to find out that the guy goes to jail for 30 days. You know, when you look back and say, hell, I would have rather been at the ballet watching my daughter dance than, catch hell for mom and miss the show for a guy going to jail for 30 days.
These undercover officers, equipped with a hidden camera, are attempting to buy crack in Riviera Beach.
Need 2 dimes. A couple dimes?
Don't come out here no Pee Wee Hermans either. Bullshit. Don't want to Don't come out here no Pee Wee Hermans. Y'all can whoop them white boys. I know better. What you got? Now you can take my money.
Oh, man. Ain't nobody gonna take this hot right here. One of those man from the brain is dope. You gotta fix the money first.
Money, right. Money, yeah.
Money before you get
shit is there. Let me see the package.
Let me see what you got, man.
That don't no bullshit.
Let me see the money.
You see the motherfucking money?
Right here.
You got the money?
Oh! Give it up. Give it up. Don't give that money, ho. Give out that money, ho. Give out that money, bitch. Give out the money. If you pocket the money, all I got. Get out, bitch. Get out. That's all I got, man.
We got robbed.
By nightfall, the cops are outnumbered in neighborhoods throughout the city, and the streets belong to the dealers.
This drug, it's a killer. It makes you want and want and want and want. You can never get enough of it. It always makes you want. And you think you had enough, but your body says, I want more, and I want more. And your mind says, I gotta get more, and you're gonna get more. Regardless of how you have to do it, you get it. Whether you have to rob, steal, kill, whatever, you're gonna get it. In a way, I wish crack can go away, and in a way, I wish it doesn't. I wish it can go away because of the killing it's doing, and then again, I wish it can stay because of the money it's making. I've made quite a bit of money in the drug game, and it's done a lot for me. It's put a car, it's got me a car, it's got me an apartment, and it's just got me things I needed. See, in the drug game, $10 can bring you 20. 20 can bring you 40, because you can buy it and cut it up and sell it again. It's just that simple. If you want to go out and work for somebody and make $3.75, $4 an hour, and when you could be out in the street making $100, $200, $300 a day, hey, you think about it, that would convince you to go into the drug game.
Okay, go. Go. Go, down. There you go. Hold back. All right. Yeah. Look at that. Yay. Already got a field test positive on it.
Quite frankly, we can make 100 arrests here in a week, and there'll be 100 other people dealing the next couple of days. So you have to constantly do an action, constantly put them in jail, and constantly try to slow it down. As far as stopping it, I wish I had the answer to that. I don't think we're going to stop it. It's funny because I've worked narcotics myself since 1970. I've been a policeman for going on 19 years. And my son is currently in the Palm Beach County Jail, and he does crack. And it's sad and it hurts me because I can put people in jail, and I can do my job, and I couldn't even help my own son.
All right, gentlemen, it's that time. That time. Rise and shine, Barry. Dang. Welcome back, my man.
With crack, everybody's kid is at risk. Treatment centers can't meet the demand, and the age of kids looking for help keeps dropping.
These kids have no idea what they're doing. They don't have that base knowledge to understand what crack cocaine will do to them physically and psychologically, and that they're always going to be addicted to crack cocaine for the rest of their lives. That feeling will never go away. That's something that the memory will never erase, and that child's going to need every bit of help that they can get.
I took a hit, and that was it. I knew it. I called in to where it was my first day at this new job, and I called in. I said, I won't be working with you. I was just like, I'm not going to be able to work for you. And I couldn't.
Like, we do it, like, all night, and then we pawn stuff for it. We got my mom's gold and stuff like that, and pawn stuff for it, and that's bad. That's real bad. And the person we did it with, he pawned, like, his stereo and everything in his car and his class ring, and all our gold we pawned. Our friends took us and locked us in their house, wouldn't let me out. They said I wasn't going out anymore because we'd go do more, and we were fighting it every step of the way the whole night through. It was the last night I did it. And if it wasn't for them, I'd probably still be doing it. I know I'd still be doing it. People talk about it, and then you think about it, and then you want it because they talk about how good it is,
yeah.
And then you want it.
So it's going to be hard. School's going to be hard.
Yeah, I don't want to go back to school because it's scary, because there's a lot of drugs
at
in school. A lot of drugs at school.
I was in a crack house, and I was there for about 5 or 6 hours, and then some girl came in. And she had just sold the VCR. She came in with about 220 pieces. And she started smoking. And she went into a seizure. And she died right there. And she dropped everything. And everyone ran, and they left their rocks there. And I stayed in there. I was scared. I didn't know what to do, so I grabbed her watch and all her rocks, and I left.
The drugs and the armed robberies and the murders and the rapes and the prostitution and all that, and that's the element that he's involved with, and that certainly isn't where he's been brought up.
The pull of the drug is so strong, I guess, that these kids think they're invincible, and they're just, before they know it, they're gone.
I eventually started selling. People would come up to me, and I was working for, like, big-time people.
I'd say at least 20 of his friends have been affected by it. That's a lot of children. Now, if that's going to happen, in 3 months you're going to have that many kids go down the tubes. What's happening everywhere with it? It's scary. And I'm sorry, but a 15-year-old child or 11-year-old, there's kids that are 11 years old on this. How can that child deal with a mental craving?
You stay up at night thinking about the things you've done and things that could have happened. You're always thinking about it. Sometimes start shaking.
Before this, I would say that Barry wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything he put his mind to. He's quick. He's intelligent. He's very clever. And it's just a matter of getting over this. Hopefully he can.
The last 3 years of my marriage, my husband was on crack or whatever they call it, and it destroyed us because, you know, my kids, they would see him doing it. I was at work, and they would call me saying Daddy was in the bathroom smoking cocaine, and they would see him cut it up and put it on a can and could tell me every procedure it was to do it with, you know. And finally, like my son, he just lost all respect for him. And then the kids, they were afraid to sleep at night. I got to the point where I was afraid to sleep. He would pawn everything I had. He would steal my money. I was really basically taking care of the whole family. Avery was selling crack for somebody. He would take my money to buy the rock, to split it, to make more money. I told him, I said, hey, you don't bring that stuff in my house because I'm going to call the police on you myself. I can't hardly cope with it because I don't understand why he gets into it. I mean, with family, go be church family, you know, we're a close family. hey, I'm a living witness. I know what it can do as far as the family is concerned, to tear you apart.
The town of Loxahatchee is in a rural part of Palm Beach County. Yet, like in many other towns in rural America, crack has found its victim.
You can't stop it, you know. If you tell yourself you're just going to do this hit and that's it, you can't. It's just, you just can't. I don't know. It's like your body's actually telling you need it to live.
How do you tie down a 16-year-old? It's impossible, even when you're out in the country and you're 20 miles away from the closest dealer. If they have a way to get the drugs, to use the drugs, they're going to do it. And I've known him to walk from here to try to get into town, to get to the drugs.
You'd feel like you actually would do anything for it. I mean, you would look at somebody and you would say to yourself, okay, would I kill this guy for another hit? And you'd say, yeah.
I think the worst time of all this is just not knowing of where your son is at any time of the day, not knowing what he's doing or what he's up to, what could he be up to, what kind of danger he's into.
I remember I stole my mom's Visa card, and I kept withdrawing and withdrawing and withdrawing until my mom's checking account was balanced. It's kind of scary when I think about how I would feel if my son did that to me. If I had a wish, I'd wish to go back to where I was about 9 and just start all over.
It's just unbelievable how he has turned from a darling little boy into this monster that has been created in the last 3 years. It's unbelievable what this drug has done to him, and to us. It's just totally wiped us out.
After being in and out of treatment, Stephen has been arrested for stealing his parents' van to go and buy crack.
This is on Stephen Powell, Judge.
Are you Mr. and Mrs. Powell?
Yes, sir.
And you're Stephen, right?
Yes, sir.
Let's see, according to this, the police spotted your car at Tees Lounge with a prostitute getting into it, so they checked out the license number, came back stolen. So they arrested you. Then they claim while your father was at the hospital for treatment, you took the car. They have you charged here with illegally using your father's car. Mr. and Mrs. Powell, do you have any special concerns or anything that you want to mention?
He can't do anything as long as he's got this drug problem. His brain is just not with him. It's, you know, it's overpowered him. He's powerless to control his actions towards the drug. And this last time he was in treatment cost us $11,000. He was home a week and a half, and he's right back on the streets again.
Okay, well, look, you'll have to stay at the detention center until next court hearing.
That's it, Stephen.
That's about it, I guess.
Oh, don't you start crying. I'll lose it if you start. First an elevator part.
After spending 10 days in jail, Stephen is back in court.
Could I ask the judge something?
Yes, sure.
We had wanted to ask the judge, with his permission, if we could take Stephen home at this time. He's already seen Ann Scorch over at the data center. She has agreed to take him in one day this week. If he completes his program and behaves himself, we would like to drop the charges.
I don't mind releasing you, but you got to understand the situation. If you leave home or get in any further trouble, then it will just be that much tougher for you. As far as I'm concerned, this is a test to see how you do over the next few days.
I understand.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
He's going to do it. I can see it in his eyeballs, right?
Yeah. Sure. It takes a lot of strength. It takes a lot of strength, and we really need to have that at this time. Well, I went to bed about 10. And I kissed Stephen goodnight, and I says, what time are you going to go to bed? And he says, I'll go to bed about 11 or when the tape is over. I says, okay, fine. So I went to bed, and all of a sudden, about 11 o'clock, I just jumped up and yelled, Stephen, and ran out into the living room, and the TV was on, and ran to his bedroom. His bed hadn't been slept in, and Lenny came running out of the bedroom, and he says, what's the matter? What's the matter? And I says, the truck is gone. He says, oh, Jesus. So he says, check your keys. So that's the first thing I do is look for my purse, and the keys were gone.
He must have taken them keys before I even went to bed because I'd have heard him.
We've been out ever since. What is it now, about 2?
He broke probation. As far as I know, they'd try him as an adult now. And we don't want that. And all I want to do is try to find him on our own.
Wait a minute, is that it, honey?
That bumper bent?
That's it. That's it. That's our truck. That's our truck.
That's it.
That's our truck.
Move over. You can spot a cop. That's Stephen in the middle?
That's our truck, and they're ducking. And that's them son of a bitches. Where's my son? God, where's he at? Don't lose them bastards. Whatever you do, don't lose them. Don't lose them. Don't lose them. You son of a bitch. Jason, hurry up. Bastards. God, I wish I had a gun. Poor baby.
On wheels?
Keep after him.
Don't pull him over.
Don't lose him. There he goes.
I think there's the left there.
Where? See, bitches. You think Stephen's in there?
Where the hell's Stephen?
There he is. There he is.
What the hell's the matter with you? What happened to you? You gone nuts?
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Mom. I'll kill every son of a bitch in there. Christ.
Thanks, bitch. Why are you doing this to me? What is the matter with you? You know that
You're nuts.
Go.
What the hell are they doing driving this fucking thing?
The next day, the police raid the crack house where Stephen was found.
These people who are the dealers have found something which is great for them. They can take a kilo of cocaine and make so much cocaine ruck out of it that it makes so much more profit than when they used to sell grams. And they can give it, and it's easy to get rid of, and they can sell it out on the street corner where they didn't used to sell it out on the street corner. The demand is so great that it just spreads like wildfire.
Come on, man. Come on, man. This side. Hey! Come on, man. This side.
The people we see selling crack on the streets are increasing. It's on the rise and continues to rise. I don't see in the near future how it's going to slow down.
On March 20th, 1989, Stephen was readmitted to a drug treatment center. 10 days later, he ran and was back out on the street. 4 weeks later, he was arrested for a felony possession of crack.
Many of you may be thinking, well, drugs don't concern me, but it does concern you. It concerns us all because of the way it tears at our lives and because it's aimed at destroying the brightness and life of the sons and daughters of the United States. For 5 years, I've been traveling across the country, learning and listening, and one of the most hopeful signs I've seen is the building of an essential new awareness of how terrible and threatening drug abuse is to our society. This was one of the main purposes when I started, so of course it makes me happy that that's been accomplished. But each time I meet with someone new or receive another letter from a troubled person on drugs, I yearn to find a way to help share the message that cries out from them. As a parent, I'm especially concerned about what drugs are doing to young mothers and their newborn children. Listen to this news account from a hospital in Florida of a child born to a mother with a cocaine habit. Nearby, a baby named Paul lies motionless in an incubator, feeding tubes riddling his tiny body. He needs a respirator to breathe and a daily spinal tap to relieve fluid buildup on his brain. Only 1 month old, he's already suffered 2 strokes. Now you can see why drug abuse concerns every one of us, all the American family. Drugs steal away so much. They take and take until finally, every time a drug goes into a child, something else is forced out, like love and hope and trust and confidence. Drugs take away the dream from every child's heart and replace it with a nightmare. And it's time we in America stand up and replace those dreams. Each of us has to put our principles and consciences on the line, whether in social settings or in the workplace, to set forth solid standards and stick to them. There's no moral middle ground. Indifference is not an option. We want you to help us create an outspoken intolerance for drug use. For the sake of our children, I implore each of you to be unyielding and inflexible in your opposition to drugs. Our young people are helping us lead the way. Not long ago in Oakland, California, I was asked by a group of children what to do if they were offered drugs. And I answered, just say no. Soon after that, those children in Oakland formed a Just Say No club. And now there are over 10,000 such clubs all over the country. Well, Their participation and their courage in saying no needs our encouragement. We can help by using every opportunity to force the issue of not using drugs to the point of making others uncomfortable, even if it meaning making ourselves unpopular. Our job is never easy because drug criminals are ingenious. They work every day to plot a new and better way to steal our children's lives, just as they've done by developing this new drug, crack. For every door that we close, they open a new door to death. They prosper on our unwillingness to act. So we must be smarter and stronger and tougher than they are. It's up to us to change attitudes and just simply dry up their markets. And finally, to young people watching or listening, I have a very personal message for you. There's a big, wonderful world out there for you. It belongs to you. It's exciting and stimulating and rewarding. Don't cheat yourselves out of this promise. Our country needs you, but it needs you to be clear-eyed and clear-minded. I recently read one teenager's story. She's now determined to stay clean, but was once strung out on several drugs. What she remembered most clearly about her recovery was that during the time she was on drugs, everything appeared to her in shades of black and gray. And after her treatment, she was able to see colors again. So to my young friends out there, life can be great, but not when you can't see it. So open your eyes to life, to see it in the vivid colors that God gave us as a precious gift to His children, to enjoy life to the fullest and to make it count. Say yes to your life, and when it comes to drugs and alcohol, just say no.
New York is a city under siege, and law enforcement appears powerless to stop it.
For us that lived it, it was out of control. There were record numbers of murders, into the thousands.
We just forget just how unsafe things were.
People knew that something needed to change.
We must reaffirm the rule of law.
And that gave rise to the era of mass incarceration.
If this is America, the home of the brave, don't you think it's about time some of us start acting brave?
10-10 shots fired, City Hall building.
We need police right now.
All 5 boroughs are dying. This is Crack City.
A real-life soap opera has kept New Yorkers glued to their TV sets.
An emotional day in court for a man who's been trying for nearly 3 decades to clear his name after serving time for a crime he never committed.
Caller number 5, indictment 10150 of 91, John Bunn.
So I was in court that day. It was really incredibly emotional. The judge was crying. John Bunn was crying. His whole family was crying. I, had to choke back tears just watching this emotional moment.
I'm an innocent man, Your Honor, and I have always been an innocent man, Your Honor. And I thank you so much for what you have done to me in saving my life and my family life.
And the judge grabs John Bunn's hands and, she says to him,
"You were 14 at the time. It shouldn't have happened. And I know that you will go on with life and do something productive. And I pray that you will."
So it was an incredible moment.
It's a great day, and finally freedom is here for John. He is officially exonerated.
He's exonerated. Free and clear.
Absolutely gone. It is nullified.
John's story started when he was just 14 years old. He was at home eating cereal with his mom when the police come and knock on the door.
A manhunt is on for a pair of robbers who gunned down 2 off-duty correction officers in Crown Heights, Brooklyn today.
He was accused in the shooting of 2 correction officers.
Police say the 2 gunmen forced the officers from their car, shot them, and then stole the car. While one of the officers received only minor injuries, the other was shot several times in the chest and is in critical condition.
And one of those correction officers died. His trial only lasted for 1 day. Jury selection, opening statements, closing arguments, verdict in 1 day.
when I was 14 years old. I always thought that being I was innocent, that the system was going to fix this by itself, and it didn't.
As incredible as his story is, unfortunately it's the system we have, and John Bunn is not the only one.
201 New Yorkers have been imprisoned in the last 25 years for crimes they didn't commit.
2 men who spent decades in prison exonerated today.
Shame on those individuals that did this to me.
The Brooklyn DA's office told me it's vacated 22 convictions since 2014.
The Brooklyn man was officially cleared of wrongdoing.
Right now, the DA's office is looking into at least 100 other cases.
My name has finally been cleared and justice has been done.
Gentlemen, what is wrong with the system? How can this be? 21 people just in the past few years from the Brooklyn DA's office have been set free because they were wrongfully convicted. How could this happen in this day and age?
We have to look back at New York City in the 1990s. It was a time when crime rates were soaring, and there was a lot of pressure on detectives and on prosecutors to get these convictions.
I think it's important to look at what society was doing. And one of the things that started happening in the mid to late 1980s was the rise of the crack epidemic.
485 Alabama Avenue. At 7:05 p.m., police arrived to find this unimaginable filth.
These are the caps to the crack files, the plastic files.
Despite frequent visits by police, this building in East Harlem remains a major crack center for the metropolitan area.
The menace of crack cocaine 85 smashed this city in the face.
What we're seeing here is just a flood of drugs coming into this city, which is far beyond our capacity to deal with.
The drugs were a big problem.
The narcotic scourge continues to grow.
Especially crack. It was so accessible.
The supply is high, officials say, street prices are down, and use is up.
The high was so intense that people became violent on it.
Crack, even more than any other drug, causes violent and erratic behavior.
Here were dope fiends who were like 24/7 robots, constantly looking for a fix.
Crazed addicts on a cocaine high are choking hospital emergency rooms. The lack of beds forcing some mental patients to sit for days.
Now, you had these crack monsters and crack dealers. So that's what caused the crime to escalate.
Deborah Johnson says that ever since the crack dealers moved in 6 months ago, life on Dean Street has been hell.
Me, my mother, my whole family, we couldn't really sleep at night. I'd have to sleep with one eye open, one eye closed, always listening every little noise. You have to check and see what's going on.
I covered the crack epidemic, and most of it was decimating the inner city, the housing projects.
Drugs. That's all the neighborhood is, drugs, full of drugs.
Yeah, I grew up in Lafayette Garden Housing Projects in Brooklyn, New York. You can just imagine, man, every day there was violence.
There's always shootouts here, always.
We had shootouts daily. People were shot constantly.
Whether it was you seeing somebody shot or, drugs being sold on the corner.
Gangs would get their turf. Who was going to sell crack on this corner or that corner?
On your block, are there a lot of dealers?
Well, I don't allow that on my block.
Meet the king of 117th Street, the king of crack. What do you do?
Well, you do what you got to do. Like I said, you're making a living. If you got to hurt somebody, you hurt somebody.
Between 1985 and 1990, I covered a crack-related murder every day.
In urban areas, drug-related violence is out of control.
My mother once asked me, will you ever cover anything other than murders? And it seemed like maybe I wouldn't.
It seems as the drug trade flourishes, so will its byproduct of violence and death.
I would like to know, what could we do about the drugs? Killing our young folks, one by one.
At that time, there was such a feeling of desperation.
You can't get crack out the building. You can't, the cops can't, nobody can.
Cops didn't know what to do.
Can Kenny and other crack kings be stopped?
No way. Because if you put me out, somebody else coming. And it go on and on and on. Crack is here to stay, like they say.
One of the most enlightening and exciting experiences I've had in a long time was the day I spent with two of New York City's finest. And while we were patrolling their area, we talked about what it's like for a New York cop to have to confront the criminal justice system. What frustrations do you feel as police officers, and what can you do as police officers with the criminal justice system? Anything?
Nothing.
Why you said flat, nothing like that?
It's the old story, I'm just a cop.
So they're dealing in a criminal justice system in which they're arresting some of the worst of the worst. In 72 hours, they're back in the street.
After they're arrested, they really don't go anywhere. They just get back out and nothing really happens.
That must be disheartening.
Very much.
Back then, when you locked somebody up, you would be in central booking for 2 days. Crime was out of control.
Officers on patrol admitted to us today they sometimes feel like they're fighting a losing battle.
I'm really down right now. I find it difficult going out here and thinking clearly.
South Jamaica, Queens was a very troubled area.
It's rough to grow up in this neighborhood. You learn how to survive in this neighborhood.
How's it to be a cop in this neighborhood?
Rough, tough, scary, They scared every day.
One of the cases that stands out for me is in 1988, there was a young rookie cop that was guarding the home of a witness.
The fancy cars are still fixtures outside the 40s projects, the South Jamaica building where a cop's murder was planned.
4 guys were paid $8,000 by a jailed drug enforcer to go take a cop, any cop.
He was to become a message on February 26, 1988.
So they went up upon this patrol car, and one of them distracted him, waving from the passenger side of the car by the window. And while the officer was distracted, he was shot 5 times at close range in his head.
Officer Edward Burns was killed because he wore a blue uniform, because the uniform stands in the way of total lawlessness.
It was brutal. He was 22 years old. His birthday had just been 5 days before. He was 6 months on the job.
Police believe Byrne was executed in cold blood on orders from a major drug dealer who was behind bars.
I believe the message that they were trying to get across is that you are locking up drug dealers and that we're going to take out a symbol of the people that are making the arrest.
And when that happened, that's when the city said, we have to do something.
It's a terrible day for officers all over New York, and it just doesn't seem to stop.
To these men in blue, the shooting of Officer Edward Byrne is a case of good guy versus bad guy.
Once you kill a cop, if you think you're going to get away with it, you're out of your mind.
There was really profound anger at this time.
Sure, it makes me angry. I'm sure it makes a lot of people angry.
People knew that something needed to change.
Only a massive national commitment of resources has any hope of stabilizing the situation.
President Bush at the time had retired this cop, Edward Byrne's badge in the White House, and declared war on drug gangs.
Americans have a right to safety in and around their homes. And we won't have safe neighborhoods unless we're tough on drug criminals. Much tougher than we are now.
That was a great impact on the city because it leveled the playing field.
200 narcotic cops stormed through 160th Street in Upper Manhattan tonight.
They were really taking an aggressive approach to arrest people.
Dozens of uniformed and undercover officers flooded the area.
There was this war against crime, war against drugs.
The raid was designed to leave a message.
We're going to get these much, and hopefully very soon.
Now cops could be cops. Everybody understood the rules. 0 tolerance.
Make it clear to people that if you're going to sell drugs, you're going to spend a lot of time in jail.
The mayor was on them to cut out some of this crime, and they created a task force. It was called TNT.
The Tactical Narcotics Squad, known as TNT, is given high marks for what it achieves in the war on drugs.
And what happened at that point was that cops were sweeping people in communities. They would come in vans and just take everybody to jail that was in the neighborhood.
Listen, we locked up bad guys that killed bad people.
Police could have continued to arrest people here throughout the evening, but after a while, they simply ran out of handcuffs.
The mayor would say, well, go out, lock them up again, lock them up again.
According to the Legal Aid Society, the horror show begins here. Arrested suspects, presumed innocent, spend up to 5 days in police holding pens without a judge reviewing the charges.
Forget about the presumption of innocence, there's a presumption of guilt. The judge looks up and says, there's another guilty person in front of me. Let's get it done. We all know the person's guilty or they wouldn't have been here.
Sometimes that means tougher penalties. But more often, it just means punishment that is swift and certain.
It was just much easier to just get these cases in and out of court.
Make them do 10 years hard time. Stick them in one of these jails where they have to walk with their back to the wall for fear of what's going to happen to them.
Bad guys doing bad things got convicted, but some really good guys just minding their business got convicted.
Mr. Brandt, to say that I'm sorry for what you have endured would be an understatement and grossly inadequate, but I say it to you anyway.
Well, the David Ranta case opened up the floodgates.
A judge vacated 58-year-old David Ranta's conviction when a key witness recanted her story.
People didn't know what to make of it, except it was very clear that David Ranta was innocent.
Sir, you are free to go.
A sigh of relief and emotions running high when the shackles and handcuffs came off.
David Ranta's case really opened up a lot of people's eyes that perhaps something was going on in New York City. Perhaps there are some people who are sitting in prison who don't deserve to be there.
This is overwhelming.
Do you have any one thing you want to do?
Yeah. Get the hell out of here, maybe. Thank you. Let's go.
It was still another bloody night in the streets of New York City.
At some point, people in New York City decided that crime was their biggest concern.
Before the city's night of violence was over, 7 people were murdered.
These crimes were horrible crimes.
An unprecedented series of violent crimes that have gripped so many New Yorkers with fear.
A token booth is blown up, or this rabbi is killed.
57-year-old Rabbi Haskell Wurzberger was gunned down near his home in what police say is a robbery attempt.
When a religious leader from any community is killed, obviously it strikes a very deep chord.
Among the Hasidic community, there is anger following the shooting of one of their best-loved leaders.
And so there was a lot of pressure on the prosecutors for a conviction.
He's now a free man after spending more than 2 decades in prison for the murder of a Williamsburg rabbi.
The David Ranta case unraveled it all.
The case against Ranta had holes from the beginning.
He was forced into a confession, given a script pretty much to sign, saying that he killed this rabbi, and he wasn't even there.
But the lead detective stands behind his work and the arrest.
I didn't do anything wrong. I stand by my investigation, and I don't know what else to tell you.
Fortunately, 2 weeks later, it was in the newspaper that David Ranta's conviction was overturned, and that Detective Louis Scarcella, the same detective that framed me, had framed Ranta.
Now, Derek, you were one of those who was really convicted based on the investigation by a detective out in Brooklyn, former Detective Louis Scarcella.
Detective Louis Scarcella was a bad apple.
Controversial NYPD Detective Louis Scarcella, whose career has come under scrutiny for shoddy police work in homicide cases, handled the Hamilton case.
He immediately said to me that he had 5 witnesses who identified me as a murderer.
So once the district attorney looked into that case, it raised a red flag, and he said, hey, I need to open up more of these Detective Louis Scarcella cases.
Well, 9 people have been exonerated so far based on his illegal activities and arresting the wrong person. They're investigating 100 of his cases.
In John Bunn's case, Scarcella played a role in fingering him as a suspect.
And he said, congratulations, it's your lucky day you got picked. And my life changed forever after that day.
To me, he was driven by closing cases. He was driven by being a star in the New York City Police Department at anyone's expense.
Scarcella was able to arrest people based on no evidence. He was able to make false confessions. He admitted on the stand that he had no supervisor, that he can go to crime scenes and do whatever he wanted to do.
And nobody got suspicious of any of that stuff because what he was doing was what people wanted him to do.
I've seen him. Great detective. Look at his record. It's impressive. On a whole, if you have a great detective or a squad working on a case, we all can't be wrong.
As much as we talk about Detective Scarcella and people are quick to point a finger at him, we also have to talk about all of the prosecutors.
Brooklyn District Attorney Charles Hines didn't seem fazed by the heat, but that's what he's getting from the New York City Police Department.
Oh, D.A. Hines. D.A. Hines was the Brooklyn District Attorney forever.
Police brass say they warned Hines' office about possible police corruption while he was a special state prosecutor, but claim Hines never pushed for a probe.
What role did Charles Hines possibly play in it? I think Ken Thompson, before he passed away, was really involved in trying to answer that question.
The Brooklyn DA's office is in crisis. We can't have innocent men going to prison for murders that they didn't commit. And that's what's been happening in that office under Joe Hines.
We knew that Charles Hines had to go, no matter who went in. So we joined forces with Ken Thompson.
This is the 11th conviction that your office has overturned since you've become the district attorney for Brooklyn.
Mario, we have about 100 more of these cases to look at.
He was serious in investigating all of the trials in which Scarcella had participated.
I'm someone who feels very strongly that we must support the police, but we must also hold the police accountable.
Guys like Detective Scarcella and all the retired detectives, their view is, hey, you declared a war on crime. We fought the war on crime. We won the war on crime.
Listen, don't get me wrong. That old thing of, I'm gonna join the police and save the world, that's a load of crap. Just do one, if you help a little, at least if we all helped a little, it's a lot.
Nearly 300 people were murdered in the boroughs in 2017. So the question is, how did the safest big city in the country become even safer just last year?
And now it's gotten so great in New York City, it is indeed the safest big city in America.
A generation ago, an average of 6 New Yorkers were killed every day here in New York City. The crime rate has been steadily plummeting since the 1990s.
Crime has now fallen so far in New York, it just doesn't appear as a major issue.
The last time we had this few murders was 1951. In 1951, the Dodgers were playing at Ebbets Field.
And so things have changed, and that's great. But this battle is perennial, and the world is not always turning toward the morning.
You still have a justice system. We still have checks and balances. We still should do everything right. So we don't just throw people behind bars because we're outraged because the number of murders are up.
This was a crime. And in a larger sense, this was an atrocity.
It's so easy to send people from communities that are underrepresented and are disempowered to prison, to do wrong by them in any variety of ways.
Who's in Rikers Island? It's 92% people of color in New York City. Who's in New York State prisons? It's the same thing.
I mean, if we treat everybody the way we want to be treated, then we wouldn't be sending, our sons and daughters out to prison for minor offenses. We should start by treating everybody the way you want to be treated. Human beings should be treated like human beings.
It's a systemic problem. It's the culture of that time that created a way where innocent people can be locked up and convicted for something they didn't do.
It took 27 years, and it took the Exoneration Initiative, and it took a lot of praying, it took a lot of God, and it took a lot of my mother having my back. And I don't know how I made it this far, but I feel like I'm here for a purpose, and I'm gonna keep pushing for a purpose. Amen.
My name is Mike Tyson. I am a professional fighter. It takes guts to step inside of a ring, but it also takes a lot of courage to fight the fights that takes place in a day-to-day living. One of those fights has to do with drugs. Don't let them win a decision over you. Knock drugs out of your life by just saying no. More and more people are saying no every day. They are the real champs.
From the Drug Enforcement Administration FBI Sports Drug Awareness Program in this station.
I am Mike Tyson, a professional fighter. You can keep drugs out of your life and knock them out of society by saying no. Say no to drugs. My name is Mike Tyson. I am a professional fighter. Boxing is a lonely sport. The sparring, the training, and especially the road work gives me plenty of time to think. One of the things I think about most is how bad drugs are and how much they hurt people. Well, we can get rid of drugs if each of us, one by one, decide to say no. It's a small word with a big meaning. Say it. Say no to drugs.
From the Drug Enforcement Administration FBI Sports Drug Awareness Program.
Drugs so powerful it will empty the money from your pockets, make you sell the watch off your wrist, the clothes off your back.
Or kill your mother. Yep, that's what we're saying.
On the streets of New York, it's called crack, and the deals go down quickly. You've just witnessed a buy. This form of cocaine comes concentrated. It is smoked rather than sniffed. It produces an intense high within 5 to 10 seconds that lasts only 5 to 10 minutes and leaves the user craving for more.
And this is the most addicting thing that probably ever existed in the world, you know? It will make you a slave.
Leroy Johnson has been addicted to crack for more than a year. He says he works these streets at night, sometimes selling marijuana to finance his crack habit. In the beginning, it seems cheap, about 2 or 3 rocks for $10 or $20. But addiction costs dearly. Leroy has spent more than $40,000 on crack.
I believe in God. I have goals. I want to be successful. But this is a problem, you know. This is a very addicting thing.
People will violate every principle, every value, everything they hold dear to them when they get hooked on this.
It happened to 16-year-old Amy Payne. She turned against her mother and father after being addicted to crack for just a few months.
We didn't even know what crack was.
And drugs became more important to her than anything else, including family.
But today, after 6 months of treatment, Amy is recovering and looking at herself in a new light and a new dress for the prom. Thousands of others, though, still need help.
Are you using crack?
The National Cocaine Hotline is burning up with calls from people hooked on crack, about 600 per day.
This is not one socioeconomic group using this drug. This isn't rich folks or poor folks. It's rich folks and poor folks. And it's blacks, whites, Hispanics. It's across the board.
Crack is such a menace in New York, the city has declared war on it. So far, hundreds of people have been arrested. But finding crack is still easy. It took federal drug enforcement agents no more than 10 minutes in broad daylight.
How many do you want? And I can tell you how much.
All right, 10 hits.
You want 10?
I have never in my 21 years seen a situation like this where a drug has mushroomed so quickly and gotten such a grip on large segments of the population.
A grip that major cities like New York have tried with little success to break. And authorities say if smaller cities don't have a crack crisis now, they will soon. Harold Dow, CBS News, New York.
A problem. Treatment centers for crack addicts are getting crowded, and in some cases, there is a wait just to get in. CNN's Al Sunshine has a report.
These youngsters are the lucky ones. Their parents are paying the Harborview Hospital in Miami as much as $15,000 a month for therapy, counseling, and a drug-free environment.
I was into freebase really heavy. I was smoking countless rocks every day.
On the street, they call it rock, a more concentrated, highly addictive form of cocaine, more commonly known as crack. Because it's cheaper to buy, it has become so plentiful, police can hardly cope. And at some drug treatment centers, abusers find waiting lists as long as 90 days.
Talking to treatment professionals across the country, they're all in pretty much the same boat. The interesting thing is that it used to be that you'd have to go to the major cities to find cocaine. With the introduction of crack, even the tiniest cities are seeing crack addicts.
Young addicts say their craving for crack consumed them. This young man had to steal as much as $600 a day to feed his habit. While waiting to get into a drug program, he continued his career as a home burglar to finance his habit.
It took at least 2 weeks because I went back out and did more. I knew that I needed help, but I didn't know who to go to.
You know, I told my parents that I was on drugs and that I was stealing from them and robbing houses and stuff like that.
The crack epidemic is spreading faster than campaigns to hold it in check. Drug abuse experts say there are not nearly enough drug treatment centers nationwide to meet the demand. Al Sunshine, CNN, Miami.
I made more than $100,000 a year, sometimes close to $200,000.
But he snorted the money away and almost died.
I lost weight. I became suicidal.
How many times do you think someone has to use it to be hooked?
It can be their first time, second time. With me, it was my second time.
Michael worked on this street at a house protected from the police by 12-year-old lookouts. He described a cocktail lounge atmosphere where crack was served instead of alcohol. $10 for a hit that produces a 10-minute high in just 10 seconds. The house extends credit, but a person better not be late with his payments.
He can expect to be beaten up or to have his legs broken.
Crack is in 25 states coast to coast and in every major city. The initial low cost has opened the cocaine market up to the poor and hooked them on a drug more expensive and devastating than heroin.
The drug epidemic is as dangerous, if not even more so, than any of the terrorists that this nation faced, the Gaddafis and the Khomeinis.
Cocaine deaths are up 17% despite the current $1.4 billion war on drugs. Experts say the answer might not be more money, but more education.
Look how far this country's moved on seatbelts. Look how far it's moved on smoking. Look how far it's moved on all sorts of things where we've educated. And yet in the last 4 years, we have cut our drug education program.
Even Michael says education is the key to overcoming the seductive nature of this drug. George Strait, ABC News, Washington.
In just one night, Linda Frederick reports.
Can I get two, man? Just $2, man.
Police took over a known crack house in East Fort Worth and kept conducting business.
Oh, my God! Oh, right there.
No, please.
Bring him on here.
Please, no. Before they closed up shop, undercover narcotics officers had sold dozens of bags of crack. The demand was so great that business had to be suspended for a while so police could package and mark some more. All of this crack came from the police department's own property room.
We're selling it, we're going to have to return it just as we got it.
But it was hard to keep track of at first. Police planned to arrest the suspects as they left the crack house, but that gave the buyer too much time to ditch the evidence.
We were having trouble containing the integrity of the evidence itself.
So the game plan changed, and all suspects were taken into custody right there at the house. Even then, investigators often had to search for the crack that was dropped the instant that officers moved in. This is a new approach to the job of fighting drugs, and police expect some criticism. But they also expect their methods to send a clear message.
The police are out, they're enforcing it. They're not just getting the big people anymore, they're getting anybody that uses it.
Linda Frederick for NBC News.
And while the president and Democrats were feuding over money and approach, the drug war did continue in the streets, and Americans on the front lines had their own battle-hardened reaction to the new strategy. NBC's George Lewis.
Barely 15 minutes after the president's speech, this was the scene less than a mile from the Oval Office. Two innocent people gunned down in an apparently random shooting in a neighborhood ravaged by drugs.
The mothers were sitting there talking, and next thing you know, out of the dark, gunshots just started going off.
Among the wounded, a 6-year-old girl. In another Washington neighborhood called Fairlawn, people listened to the president on the radio.
And our message to the drug cartels is this.
And talked to the police on their two-way radios, a neighborhood watch group, ordinary citizens, tired of drug dealers who decided to do something.
My 20 is right over your shoulder.
Last night, there were no drug-related incidents in Fairlawn. Millions of people watched the president's speech on television, including 150 former drug users and pushers at a rehabilitation center in Fort Worth, Texas. Counselor Miles Bosaw doesn't think tougher penalties and more prisons are necessarily the answer.
A lot of times people get involved dealing drugs to support their own habit. It's almost like a disease, and they get involved in this disease and they need treatment for it.
In Boston, a tougher reaction from this man on the street.
About time somebody did something. Yeah, about time he put his foot down.
And in the slums of Harlem, this reaction from a drug dealer who contends the president's program won't put him out of business.
with some of his word was, you know, kind of hard and strong. But remember, I'm still an old man. I'm trying to find enough money to build me a home.
In Miami today, U.S. Customs agents were looking for drugs in a shipment of asphalt from Venezuela. And a customs official was talking about the need to keep bureaucratic infighting out of the war on drugs.
And I'd like to see the sense of urgency that not only do the resources come, but then the ability to cut through the bureaucracy, make the bureaucracy work for you, work for us, so we can get the resources on board, out on the street and out, where they're needed.
Among the editorial reaction, this from the Tribune in Oakland, California, a city whose drug problems have drawn nationwide attention.
More people from Oakland will end up in jail. More people will end up despairing, but I don't think the root causes will really be addressed by this program.
Almost everyone agrees that drugs are a major problem. While the president talks about getting tough on pushers and users, there is widespread disagreement about whether his approach will make much of a difference. George Lewis, NBC News, Los Angeles.
Last night on this program, we reported on a volunteer group in Kansas City called Black Men Together that's fighting drugs in its own way.
Better run, go push, you better run. You better run, go push, you better run.
Members of that group harass drug dealers. They direct community pressure against them. Today, that group and its work were praised by federal drug czar William Bennett. He said the impact they have had on their community is greater than any federal or state program could have had. However, at the same time, Bennett also said he is concerned that if the group gets any federal money, its members might just turn into bureaucrats. The U.S. Senate today decided cocaine, that's 2.2 pounds, but, they say, the price of crack cocaine on the street has not yet gone up. On tonight's Drug Watch, our series of special reports this week, Breaking the Habit, the scientific search for something to help addicts break free of their need for cocaine. NBC Science correspondent Robert Bazell has more.
In Detroit, Susan Barbier was sentenced to life imprisonment last week for setting up her 13-year-old daughter to be raped by this man. Ms. Barbier said she did it to get money to pay for crack cocaine. On the streets of New York City, dealers openly sell crack to customers who wait in line. Such scenes clearly show that law enforcement and treatment are doing little to slow the crack epidemic. Officials increasingly are hoping that medical research will offer some help.
If we can develop a pharmacologic approach to help us in our treatment efforts, it probably is the most important thing at this point that we could do.
So far, the search for a drug that would dampen an addict's craving is going slowly. At the National Institute on Drug Abuse in Baltimore, scientists are studying cocaine's effects on the brain using addicts hooked up to a multi-million-dollar machine called a PET scan. The researchers have found that cocaine affects the outer cortex of the brain. Here, the red areas show normal brain activity. When a person is taking cocaine, there is less red, less activity in the cortex. The scientists are looking for the specific parts of the brain called receptors where the cocaine goes.
The possibility, and again, it's just a possibility, of developing a blocker for cocaine could be realized by somehow designing a drug that would prevent cocaine from binding to its receptor site.
These rats are pressing a bar to obtain cocaine, and they will continue taking cocaine, ignoring food until they die of starvation. Studies have found a drug that can stop this behavior in animals, but no one knows whether it will work in people. The scientists hope that eventually they will find a drug for cocaine that is similar to methadone, which cuts down the craving for heroin. But methadone has been no panacea. Many addicts use cocaine while they are on methadone, and most return to heroin use. Also, many people who treat cocaine addicts in group sessions such as this one doubt there will be a methadone-type substitute for cocaine, because they say the craving for cocaine is mostly psychological.
It really reeks of ridiculousness to imagine that you can find something physical to solve a psychological problem. That's not even possible.
One approach that is showing some promise is to relieve the depression that cocaine users often feel when they stop taking the drug. Tests have shown that an antidepressant called dazipramine can be useful.
In the one study that's finished, dazipramine produced initial abstinence, started to get people off of cocaine at the rate of 60%.
But initial abstinence, getting people to stop using the drug for a few days, is not a cure for addiction. Most researchers believe there will be no medical cure for cocaine addiction for a long time. Robert Bazell, NBC News, New York.
Oakland police launched a new attack today in the war on drugs. As we told you yesterday, the city is now confiscating the cars of drug buyers. And today, officials began posting signs to let those buyers know what they're up against. The mayor was on hand, and he got an earful from an angry man who said the signs were a waste of money.
We go to the next block. That ain't stopping nothing. You know that ain't, you're educated, you know that ain't stopping nothing.
But police disagree.
If people are driving down the street and they've forgotten our message because they didn't see it on TV or they didn't read it in the paper, we want them to see this sign. And remember, this is not the place to come and buy drugs.
Over the weekend, police confiscated 43 cars owned by alleged drug buyers.
Crack versus powdered cocaine, which carries a harsher sentence. A federal judge in San Francisco has upheld a law which is 100 times tougher on crack dealers than on those who sell powder cocaine. The judge ruled against a LA man's claim the federal law was biased against minorities. In Southern California, drug agents have busted a billion-dollar coke ring. The haul includes more than 6 tons of cocaine and 1 ton of marijuana. The street value is $1.7 billion. The drug smuggling ring operated in California and Oklahoma.
The attorney for a man charged with kidnapping and raping a 6-year-old East Bay girl.
All of them repeat offenders. But Ben Williams found an experimental new program teaching them how to stay straight and hopefully out of jail.
Are you at that point yet, that step 1 point, where you recognize that you don't have control over your drug?
It's called Project Deuce, street talk for second offenders. But many of the men in this program have as many as 8 or 9 offenses, some with nearly that many jail terms behind them, all due to the use of drugs or alcohol.
I spent $50 in a bag. I smoked the whole thing. It went $50 one day. You know, and that's just on weed, you know. Who knows, that night, maybe $300-400 that night on coke.
The project borrows techniques from Alcoholics Anonymous, Narcotics Anonymous, and other well-known programs and puts it all together in a package aimed at helping the addict offender kick his habit while he is dry and in jail for something he did while he was high.
I learned things that I didn't know about myself and about other people, you know, and about drugs, you know. And then, you know, you can catch AIDS from dirty needles. You know, I didn't even know that.
The program is run by Mike Rogers and Barbara Major.
Is he going to build and move toward recovery, or is he going to continue on a downward spiral? I think that's the most important issue.
Project Deuce is the only program of its kind in a California jail. There are 40 inmates enrolled, and they work all day, 5 days a week on their problem. Many of the inmates say it's the first time they've been forced to admit to themselves that they had a serious drug or alcohol problem.
Really, I came into the program to be educated.
Officials say the program to fight drug and alcohol abuse is important here in jail because drugs and alcohol are the reason many men go to jail over and over again. Spokesmen say they are already encouraged enough to hope the program becomes a model for the rest of the state. From Contra Costa County, I'm Ben Williams, Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
The program also has night sessions. That lets counselors work with the inmate's family so that they can help the inmate when he's on the outside.
Cocaine concentrate. CBS News reporter Victoria Carderi has the latest dramatic evidence tonight that crack use is spreading wider, far from the cities and closer to the children.
Police rounded up more than 100 alleged crack dealers early this morning in 3 New Jersey towns. Authorities say those arrested are typical street pushers, the kind who are now selling crack in the suburbs and in small towns across the country.
These drug dealers that we dealt with today will be replaced on the streets with new individuals in a matter of hours, days, or weeks.
Police made most of the arrests in Passaic, New Jersey. They say this was the base of operation, the local elementary school playground.
During the summer, police videotaped numerous drug transactions and made undercover buys on the playground. They say much of it took place in broad daylight in front of young children.
Passaic used to be a lovely town. I used to like it a lot.
I think the neighborhood is getting worse. I think it's hard on the parents to have to send their kids to this school.
We're struggling for an answer. We want to be rid of this.
And so does law enforcement, which is tracking the near uncontrollable spread of crack from the cities to outlying areas, like this tiny South Georgia town. Police here recently arrested 19 people and confiscated $25,000 worth of crack.
We have seen drugs start before and spread across the country. Nothing with the speed that we have seen with crack.
Police say today's investigation was designed to find out how much and how fast crack is infiltrating the state. For people in this neighborhood, the answer is too fast. They fear the dealers will be back in the schoolyard before class is out tomorrow. Victoria Corderi, CBS News, Passaic, New Jersey.
The man who prosecutors say supplied cocaine that killed basketball star Len Bias is in jail tonight. Brian Tribble surrendered to police today in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Tribble was indicted Friday on charges of distributing and possessing cocaine. He has been identified as the man who placed a 911 emergency call after Bias collapsed. Tribble was put in jail today when he couldn't post a $250,000 bond. He's expected to ask for a lower bail at a bond hearing tomorrow.
Police raided a cocaine processing laboratory in southwest Michigan today. They confiscated about 200 pounds of cocaine worth an estimated $50 million. Police say it may be the biggest drug bust ever in the Midwest. CNN's Robert Vito has the story in Paw Paw, Michigan.
Federal narcotics agents call it the biggest cocaine laboratory bust in U.S. history.
Authorities discovered 220 pounds of cocaine with an estimated street value of $30 million.
Arrested without incident during an early morning raid on a 5-acre farm were 8 men who posed as migrant workers, 2 Colombian nationals, 2 Costa Ricans, 1 Puerto Rican, and 2 locals. Officials say the 8 worked out of this barn, processing the cocaine into crack and freebase, 2 deadly, highly addictive forms of the drug. Though officials would not reveal how, the lab was discovered in a remote area of southwestern Michigan, halfway between Chicago and Detroit, the likely destinations of the drug.
I feel this type of operation, this type of seizure will cause a considerable lull in the traffic.
Once, cocaine labs such as this one were found almost exclusively in the Caribbean. But since the beginning of 1985, federal, state, and local authorities have busted 46 of them nationally.
There's a tremendous amount of enforcement pressure throughout the Caribbean, and this is a result of it. They're going around those blockades, and they're setting up business elsewhere. This is a good example of how far they'll travel from the Caribbean basin.
Agents say drug kingpins are feeling the squeeze and are moving their operations to remote sections of the U.S., hoping to escape detection. Fortunately, federal narcotics agents say it is a plan that, for now at least, doesn't seem to be working. Robert Vito, CNN, near Paw Paw, Michigan.
This car belongs to an operating room nurse. This one to a disabled New Jersey police officer. But this weekend, federal and local police seized these vehicles and others after their occupants allegedly purchased cocaine and other drugs. The war against drugs, especially the crack form of cocaine, is heating up.
Not only is there a possibility that they will be arrested and prosecuted, there is also a very serious possibility that they will lose their vehicles.
The message that I want to leave today is if you come to New York to buy crack, bring car fare and be prepared to take the bus back.
In New York, the drug problem is epidemic. City officials say cocaine arrests are up 60% over last year. Watching a buy is easy.
He just had another sale right there.
There are so many people awaiting trial and so many who have been convicted on drug charges that New York's mayor has proposed building 2 so-called prison camps. Camps that could house up to 10,000 people. New York's drug clinics are overflowing. Just 3 months ago, treatment centers reported that they were filled and struggling to avoid turning people away. Today, crack addicts have to deal with a 6-month waiting list.
This is the first time in our existence for 20 years that we have a waiting list, and where we had to say, sorry, our beds are filled at this point.
That leaves 3 options for crack addicts.
They're going to wind up either in jail, they're going to wind up on the street, or they're going to wind up dead.
Victims in a war that will claim many more victims, drug experts say, before the government's new crusade launched today really gets off the ground. Harold Dow, CBS News, New York.
In Miami, bricks and mortar are the newest weapons in the war on drugs. The city is sealing off old buildings said to be used by dealers to sell dope. CNN's Al Sunshine reports from Miami.
By a circuit court order, this old apartment building was declared a public menace and ordered sealed shut. Police say it had been taken over by drug dealers. Owner Anthony Iannelli was told he'd be in contempt of court if he didn't block out all the doors and windows of his old building to keep out the pushers. Iannelli says he lost control of his apartment house after being threatened by drug dealers at gunpoint.
That's my office. You can see the bullet holes in there. I mean, how much can I do? I'm over there on the ground with a shotgun and 2 people in there, and there's a man died right over here, shot in the neck.
County officials say by sealing up the building, it will drive the dealers out of the neighborhood.
It will make a difference. This is a war, and we are all involved in it.
But residents here say all the concrete and bricks still won't stop the neighborhood dealers from plying their deadly trade.
All they're going to do is open up another one. Because them bricks can be knocked down, you know.
City officials say sealing up this old apartment house marks the beginning of a major push to close down many of the derelict buildings used by drug dealers. It may still be a while, however, before anybody knows for sure if this program is going to make a difference to cut the street-level use of drugs in this city. Al Sunshine, CNN, Miami.
The newest and one of the deadliest drugs sweeping the country today is crack, a potent, inexpensive, highly addictive form of cocaine. Much of the nation's crack problem is concentrated in New York. Local officials call it an epidemic. Richard Valeriani has more.
Of impounding the cars of crack buyers. It began over the weekend and 30 cars were seized, 27 of them from out of state.
The message that I want to leave today is if you come to New York to buy crack, bring car fare and be prepared to take the bus back.
In northern Manhattan, crack-related killings are blamed for a 63% rise in the murder rate this year. Washington Heights is one of the area's and the nation's busiest crack neighborhoods. Pam North is a block association leader there.
People are armed, people are dangerous, and people are acting irrationally, and that's something that you always have to be aware of 24 hours a day.
Police here are bracing for more crack-related violence as some users start to mix it with the hallucinogenic PCP, or angel dust, making a so-called dusty roller. A former user tells of committing a holdup under the influence of a dusty roller.
But if he moves, you kill him. That's what mainly was going through all of our mind.
You get crazy because it's all speeding. You're speeding like 100 miles an hour. You're going so fast, and that's how your mind starts working. And when the mind is going that fast, it's just normally for it to become violent.
The dusty ruler will follow the same route around this country that crack has already done, with one change. It's potentially more dangerous.
The first use of dusty roller is also being reported in Philadelphia, Detroit, Washington, D.C., Houston, San Francisco, and Los Angeles, where it's also known as whack or space blasting.
Police in Southern California are looking for a man tonight who left nearly $2 million in cash at the Los Angeles International Airport. They say the man checked 3 suitcases filled with money at the Pan Am counter after switching his ticket to Switzerland. A suspicious clerk x-rayed the bags, thinking they might contain a bomb. The locks were blown off, and inside, police found the cash, which they believe is drug-related. Federal agents at the Miami airport made an even bigger haul. They discovered more than $44 million worth of cocaine. It was aboard an Avianca jetliner from Bogota, Colombia. Agents found the drug when a probe stuck into 4 flower boxes came out white, indicating the cocaine. The airline has been fined more than $4.5 million by the federal government.
Avianca Airlines is facing a $5 million fine tonight. That's because customs agents in Miami found 294 pounds of cocaine on a flight from Bogota, Colombia today. The agents routinely stick a probe into containers like these flower boxes, and this time they hit white powder. The cocaine in these packages is valued at $44 million. Avianca is the national airline of Colombia. It was fined as part of the United States' new Get Tough policy to stop drug smuggling. $2 million in cash was abandoned today at Los Angeles International Airport. Tonight, federal agents want to talk with a man who ran off into the crowds when a suspicious ticket agent wanted to x-ray his luggage. After agents blew open the locks on that luggage, they found piles of cash, almost $2 million in all. The man was trying to fly to Switzerland. He is described as nervous with a Turkish accent. Agents think the cash was linked somehow to a drug deal.
Good evening, everybody. Dave and Wendy are on special assignment. Kate Kelly and I are sitting in, and here's what's happening tonight. More than 7 tons of cocaine
That's a conservative estimate on how much was smuggled into New York by a major drug smuggling ring. We're talking about more than 200 pounds a month for 6 years. Now, federal drug agents say the ring has been smashed along with its Bay Area connection. Eyewitness News received a tip on this story last week, and we had a crew in New York today when the drug agents made dozens of arrests at Kennedy Airport. The suspects worked for several airlines, including Eastern and Delta, but primarily for Pan Am. Wendy Decoded has the full story from New York.
Federal drug agents moved into Kennedy International Airport today and arrested the airline employees on the job. About 36 people in all. Agents say it may be the highest level drug conspiracy ever involving airline personnel. They are calling it the Pan Am conspiracy because it involved mostly Pan Am employees. Most of the suspects are passenger service representatives, white-collar, management-level employees who were given a lot of discretionary power. The charge is conspiracy to import cocaine.
They didn't break the system, they were the system, and I think that's what's unique. They didn't have to overcome something because they were the something.
The Drug Enforcement Administration has spent a year tracing this inside job. They say in the last 6 years, these airline employees were part of a ring that smuggled in more than $1.5 billion worth of cocaine from Brazil. Agents say from New York, the cocaine was flushed out across the country. San Francisco was one of the key cities being supplied. Large amounts, about 25 pounds a month, estimated at $2 million, were diverted to the Bay Area. Today, the man accused of receiving those drugs was arrested in Los Altos and arraigned in court in San Francisco. DEA agents say Richard Hopkins was a key player, a close contact of the ringleader. Agents say the employees of Pan Am developed a sophisticated operation to get the drugs into the country in suitcases and to get those suitcases past customs.
Airlines offer a quick way of getting in. So if somebody can corrupt a significant piece of the airline industry, then in fact they have a ready-made system.
The DEA says this operation is probably not an isolated case. Agents say they suspect similar scams are probably working inside other airlines as well. In New York, I'm Wendy Takuda, Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Nightcast.
Federal agents say they are continuing to hunt for suspects now in Brazil and in Europe. The people arrested so far face an average of 25 years in prison if they are convicted, plus fines of $250,000.
The Department of Justice says it's a record bust for the state, perhaps the nation. Los Angeles Bureau Chief Miranda Dunn reports on the bust that police say proves that an unbelievable amount of cocaine is still pouring into California.
It was inside this suburban house that Los Angeles police found almost 1 ton of cocaine. They say this represents the biggest haul of the drug ever in the state of California.
It exceeds by some 150 pounds the previous largest seizure in California, which was made by this department in April of last year.
Acting on a tip from federal agents, Los Angeles police started following Jorge Restrepo. Yesterday, they say they followed him as he left a hotel room he keeps near the Los Angeles International Airport. They say he then stopped at a department store to buy a suitcase and drove here to this house. They say he pulled his car inside the garage, shut the garage door, stayed in for a brief period of time, pulled out and drove away. They later arrested him and another man and confiscated the suitcase. According to police, it was now full of cocaine. They say they found the rest inside the house, bringing the total seized to more than 1,900 pounds, worth more than $300 million on the street.
This country is sick, and the material that we have here is a clear indication of that growing sickness.
Police say it could have been headed almost anywhere for distribution. That's the angle they're investigating now. In Los Angeles, I'm Miranda Dunn, Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
A total of 3 men were arrested. 2 of them are Colombian nationals. The other is a Cuban national.
Ahead on Channel 7 News tonight, the biggest cocaine bust in California history.
And a man is arrested for allegedly burning human bodies in a pet crematorium.
Police have arrested a man calling it the largest single drug bust in California history. Police say an informant's tip led to the arrest of 1 Cuban and 2 Colombian nationals. The estimated street value of the cocaine, $325 million.
We've all heard the stories that Miami's become the drug capital of this country. This month alone, more than 5 tons of cocaine has been confiscated there, more than $70 million worth. But that kind of big money can lead to big problems, corruption problems, and the Miami Police Department has had more than its share of them. In Miami, here's ABC's Mark Potter.
In the last 2 years, more than 30 Miami police officers or former officers have been arrested. Investigators say it may be the worst police scandal in Florida history.
It is not a very easy task for a chief to stand before the entire community and say, we have corruption in our department.
Half the arrested officers are accused of taking part in a violent conspiracy to rob drug dealers and traffic in cocaine and marijuana while in uniform. Some are accused of stealing $2 million worth of cocaine from this crime scene they were supposed to be guarding. Others are charged with murdering smugglers or of planning to kill these federal witnesses who are testifying against the police. And there are the unsolved thefts of about 20 bales of marijuana from this police evidence locker and $150,000 from a Vice Squad safe.
Yeah, our credibility was hurt a lot, and we're trying to win it back.
Most Miami police officers are honest and hardworking. For them, the corruption scandal is a source of pain.
We feel betrayed. We feel I feel such an amount of anger that I just can't explain it to you.
Investigators agree the scandal began developing shortly after the 1980 Miami riot and the Mariel Cuban boat lift, which brought a crime wave to Miami. To handle these problems, the department, which was severely understaffed, was forced to hire more than 700 new officers, doubling the ranks in only 2 years.
The police department was ordered to hire all those recruits from within the 34 square mile city limits, and officials say there was a shortage of top quality applicants. There were also insufficient background checks, inadequate training, and an acute shortage of supervisors.
During this time that we're hiring so many, we had new officers in effect training even newer officers.
As a result, authorities say, many of the young officers became corrupt, especially when exposed to the easy money of the illegal drug trade.
A few people that we hired, they sort of got away from us.
Some were bad before they got here. Some turned bad after they arrived.
The department has now changed its hiring and training practices, but the scandal will continue. Several former officers, including this one-time Officer of the Month, have confessed to their crimes and are testifying against others. Investigators believe at least 30 corrupt officers are still in uniform, and more arrests are expected. Mark Potter, ABC News, Miami.
Drugs now appear to have penetrated every level of society, but some groups appear more vulnerable than others. Many drug experts say the epidemic of crack cocaine is hurting women far more than men. Mike O'Connor with that story.
The special problems of women on crack are appearing on the streets where crack is now said to rule. Experts say there are no known studies that prove what many now see as a clear trend, that women are becoming more quickly and more deeply addicted than men. Men, it is said, usually will not allow crack to control their lives totally. Most will keep some kind of a job, keep their lives organized at least a bit. But women are often said to give in completely. Women trying to get out of the crack world often compare their relationship to the drug with a love affair. Lisa says she gave up her husband and a career for drugs.
They were a sure thing. I could work it. I was a prostitute. That was a sure thing. I could be sure that I had my buddy, my drug, 24 hours, 7 days a week.
You exchanged lovers.
I did.
Bill Crawford has helped people recover from drug addiction for more than 20 years. He supervises a program to help men and women recover from crack. He says the addiction usually takes a firmer grasp on women.
They're out there doing it longer than the men. The women don't run out of resources as fast. You know, they can go through their bank account, they can go through their property and everything. Then they turn to their body.
When they turn to their body, they trade in their pride too, giving them more reason to stay hidden away in the crack world. Lucy says it's hard to face now what she willingly did for the drug.
Which was having sex, in exchange for money or in exchange for drugs. And I would do this under influence, and it's like sometimes the changes that I allow myself to be taken through. It was real humiliating, but wanting the drug so much I allow myself to go through this. I wake up and I have the same clothes on for a week or so and be dirty and, not a lady, really something filthy. And that kept me down a long time.
Addicts who are mothers often forget to care for their children. Often the county takes the children away. Rita.
I felt like I did a lot of neglect, so that's guilt. I lost my daughter in the process, that's guilt. And it's a lot of things that I might not never get okay with in my life.
Experts say every day there are more Bay Area women on crack. The success rate for programs like this is not encouraging, because the deeper the women become entangled in the crack web, the harder it is to find their way out. In Oakland, Mike O'Connor, News Center 4.
$1 billion a year to make sure those houses don't reopen. Tomas Rahman has the details.
Crack cocaine users and dealers get into vacant buildings like this one and use them as crack houses. Police say these places are a blight and a danger to the community and have to go. James Stanley says the crack house on his corner made him angrier than a junkyard dog.
I paid a man to kneel it up for sale. I did, out of my pocket, the back and the front.
Sergeant Robert Crawford formed the Beat Health Unit. He and a couple of officers have been closing these places down, but without funds. A neighbor complained about this place, and the Beat Health Unit stepped in.
I think it really helps the neighborhood because, I mean, nobody wants to be somebody shooting and going on around where you live at and not to kill you or your kids or somebody around the place or around your house or something like that. So it's just a nice thing for it to be, somebody to do something about it.
This is what police say the crackdown is all about. This is an envelope used for crack cocaine, and here on the table, what you can see are matches, what's left of what looks like a crack party. Police say these matches are used to keep a crack base pipe going. We also found the top to a needle. Police say the needle was probably used here for heroin.
We've been successful in about 90 closures of properties that are crack cocaine related. This was a crack hotel behind me.
Crawford and his crew closed it down February 23rd. They may have to clear it out again. But tonight, Oakland City Manager Henry Gardner will present a proposal to the City Council to give Crawford the ammo to fight the crack houses. The plan is $1 million from redevelopment funds, money usually used to build.
We think with this kind of an approach, a unit dedicated solely to this issue, we will be able to keep enough heat on the drug dealers and drug users that we'll be able to keep these crack houses closed permanently.
In Oakland, Tomas Rahman, Channel 5 Eyewitness News.
And we close our program tonight with another story about drugs, the innocent victims. Len Bias was the All-America basketball player who died after a night of cocaine use. Edward Byrne was a New York City policeman shot to death as he guarded a witness in a drug case. And in their deaths, their parents became innocent victims. How did it change their lives? When they buried Ed Byrne, his father, a former policeman, touched the hearts of millions when he sounded a warning about the meaning of his son's death.
The drug peddlers are now telling us that they've declared war on society, and you and I are society.
When they buried Len Bias, his mother was comforted by Jesse Jackson as she left the funeral.
God is on our side.
Matthew Byrne and Lonis Bias, each in their own way a victim of the drug plague in this country. But these are not people who succumb to self-pity.
I know that I am on a mission from God to help rescue the youth and the families of this nation.
They decided to deal with their grief by fighting back, by sharing with others what they learned. Matthew Byrne has gone back to the streets of the neighborhood in which his son was murdered. Police reinforcements in the area have slowed the drug trade, but these remain mean streets. And Byrne says drug dealers aren't the only villains.
You can't really discuss this in a vacuum. They talked on the supply side, but there would be no need for a supply side if there were no demand side. And the people that are using it, in my judgment, are just as bad as the people who sell it. Because if they weren't around, you wouldn't have a market for these narcotics.
When Byrne makes a rare public appearance, he has a powerful message.
I could see his blue eyes. Those words have been attributed to one of the persons who has been accused of Eddie's execution. I ask that you see his blue eyes, and as a consequence, walk away from those who would have you get hooked on drugs so that they can profit.
For her part, Mrs. Bias, a born-again Christian, concentrates on the role of the family. A high school in Greenville, South Carolina.
You must not allow yourself to be enslaved to the negative things that people will have you to do to hurt or harm yourself. When your so-called friends run out on you, who will be there, your mama or your daddy, to help you? It's nothing wrong with having friends, but don't turn your family off. Family is what it's all about, and your family will always be there for you, young people.
This has become Lannis Bias's life, spreading the gospel about the role of the family in the war on drugs. When she returns to her modest home in a Maryland suburb of Washington, she often retreats to a family room where her son's basketball trophies remain in place.
Is there ever a day that goes by that you don't think about the death of your son?
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's what I say. I can remember him standing there in the door and how his massive body just filled the doorway. Len Bias was born to die the death that he did, to save so many other young people. One man's life to save millions.
Matthew Byrne has never met Lannis Bias, but when we went back to the neighborhood where his son was executed, he sounded the same warning.
Where you been? Come on, it's a party. Come on, come on. Yeah. Just say no. Gotta do be yourself. You got everything inside of you. Have faith in yourself. Your dreams will come true. Just say no. No. Just say no. 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 Just say no. No. Just say no.
Steve Young reports on a new kind of cocaine called crack. It's going nationwide, especially among the young, a drug so pure and so strong it might just as well be called crack of doom.
Crack, the most addictive form of cocaine, is now sweeping New York.
They may hawk it by using the word crack. They may hawk it by giving signals of some kind. The snapping of the fingers like this, indicating that I got it, or the snapping of an imaginary whip.
Compared with powdered cocaine used for sniffing, crack is 4 times as strong, purified by a process called freebasing. It's sold in solid chunks, 2 or 3 rocks in a vial for as little as $20 ready to smoke.
You end up staying up 3-4 days just chasing cracks.
Because it's like, bam, you get hit. You know, within 5 seconds, I would say, after you take it in your lungs, not even, you got that high.
A survey released today of 200 callers to the National Cocaine Hotline shows the use of crack increasing quickly.
We found that over 28% of them say that they've already been using crack. Most had gotten rapidly addicted, they said, within 2 to 3 months after starting to use crack.
Half of them were under 25, and not just from the nation's biggest cities, New York, Los Angeles, Miami, Chicago. Callers from smaller places, Iowa City, Mobile, also reported using crack. Freebased cocaine can be made by the user with ether, but as comedian Richard Pryor learned when he was injured, that is dangerous. Now it's available ready-made.
I'm sure that there are people who would not otherwise freebase, who somehow learned about this intense high, who are experimenting with it, and that's what makes it really dangerous.
And ultimately expensive.
I went there one evening with like $700 in my pocket, and within an hour and a half I had based it all away.
Some crack is coming from the Caribbean. The rest is made in the United States. Officials are determined to crack down on crack per dose, the cheapest, most potent, most addictive form of cocaine ever seen in this country. Steve Young, CBS News, New York.
A first look for the West tonight of crimes with not-so-happy endings are criminals who need money to buy drugs or who are on drugs. In the alphabet of illegal drugs, few have become so popular, so potent, so addictive, so fast as what's known on the street as crack. Since CBS News reporter Harry Smith first investigated this, The crack problem has become a crack crisis, and it's spreading nationwide, as Harold Dow reports tonight.
This is it. The drug so powerful it will empty the money from your pockets, make you sell the watch off your wrist, the clothes off your back.
Or kill your mother. Yep, that's what we're seeing.
On the streets of New York, it's called crack, and the deals go down quickly. You've just witnessed a buy. This form of cocaine comes concentrated. It is smoked rather than sniffed. It produces an intense high within 5 to 10 seconds that lasts only 5 to 10 minutes and leaves the user craving for more.
And this is the most addicting thing that probably ever existed in the world, you know? It will make you a slave.
Leroy Johnson has been addicted to crack for more than a year. He says he works these streets at night, sometimes selling marijuana to finance his crack habit. In the beginning, it seems cheap, about 2 or 3 rocks for $10 or $20. But addiction costs dearly. Leroy has spent more than $40,000 on crack.
I believe in God. I have goals. I want to be successful. But this is a problem, you know. This is a very addicting thing.
People will violate every principle, every value, everything they hold dear to them when they get hooked on this.
It happened to 16-year-old Amy Payne. She turned against her mother and father after being addicted to crack for just a few months.
We didn't even know what crack was.
And drugs became more important to her than anything else, including family.
But today, after 6 months of treatment, Amy is recovering and looking at herself in a new light and a new dress for the prom. Thousands of others, though, still need help.
Are you using crack?
The National Cocaine Hotline is burning up with calls from people hooked on crack, about 600 per day.
This is not one socioeconomic group using this drug. This isn't rich folks or poor folks. It's rich folks and poor folks. And it's blacks, whites, Hispanics. It's across the board.
Crack is such a menace in New York, the city has declared war on it. So far, hundreds of people have been arrested. But finding crack is still easy. It took federal drug enforcement agents no more than 10 minutes in broad daylight.
How many do you want? And I can tell you how much.
All right, 10 hits.
You want 10?
I have never in my 21 years seen a situation like this where a drug has mushroomed so quickly and gotten such a grip on large segments of the population.
A grip that major cities like New York have tried with little success to break. And authorities say if smaller cities don't have a crack crisis now, they will soon. Harold Dow, CBS News, New York.
The high-publicity election year war on drugs is focused on crack, the super addictive and deadly cocaine concentrate. CBS News reporter Victoria Carderi has the latest dramatic evidence tonight that crack use is spreading wider, far from the cities and closer to the children.
Police rounded up more than 100 alleged crack dealers early this morning in 3 New Jersey towns. Authorities say those arrested are typical street pushers, the kind who are now selling crack in the suburbs and in small towns across the country.
These drug dealers that we dealt with today will be replaced on the streets with new individuals in a matter of hours, days, or weeks.
Police made most of the arrests in Passaic, New Jersey. They say this was the base of operation, the local elementary school playground.
During the summer, police videotaped numerous drug transactions and made undercover buys on the playground. They say much of it took place in broad daylight in front of young children.
Passaic used to be a lovely town. I used to like it a lot.
I think the neighborhood is getting worse. I think it's hard on the parents to have to send their kids to this school.
We're struggling for an answer. We want to be rid of this.
And so does law enforcement, which is tracking the near uncontrollable spread of crack from the cities to outlying areas, like this tiny South Georgia town. Police here recently arrested 19 people and confiscated $25,000 worth of crack.
We have seen drugs start before and spread across the country. Nothing with the speed that we have seen with crack.
Police say today's investigation was designed to find out how much and how fast crack is infiltrating the state. For people in this neighborhood, the answer is too fast. They fear the dealers will be back in the schoolyard before class is out tomorrow. Victoria Corderi, CBS News, Passaic.
There is growing evidence that the nation's crack cocaine epidemic is taking a new and dangerous turn. Some of those violent street gangs from Los Angeles are now trafficking in drugs in cities far from their own turf. We have a report tonight from Bob McNamara.
The cuffs, the cops, the guns, the plan an all too familiar one. It's another night, another crack raid. But this is not New York, Los Angeles, or Detroit. This is Oklahoma City. Today, crack cocaine use here is an epidemic, up 200% in the last year.
Every time we think the situation is as bad as it can be, we're wrong. It can get a hell of a lot worse, and that's what's happening. I don't think we have a lot of time.
As many as 10 times a week now, and again this morning, Oklahoma City police raid crack houses. Even during the searches, buyers appearing at the door.
Come on in. Come on in. It seems like you take off one of these people, and there's two to take their place.
You're talking probably 200 plus crack houses, plus in the neighborhood of 3,000 dealers.
But Oklahoma City's not alone with the crack nightmare. The FBI now saying that Los Angeles gangs have franchised crack operations in more than 25 cities. Towns as unlikely as Omaha, Kansas City, Denver, even York, Pennsylvania, bedrock Middle America. It's a matter of economics.
The rock of crack cocaine is $25 in Oklahoma City. In LA, you can probably buy the same rock for $5 or $10.
And yet, no matter how much is seized, no matter how many are prosecuted, the demand is very high and the supply seems to be endless.
Not just stealing guns, TVs, and jewelry to feed their habits, Oklahoma junkies swap meat and food stamps too.
I'd say 11 hours a day, 11, 12 hours a day, and then I'd get burnt out on it and go to bed and wake up and do some more.
Unfortunately, we are not winning the war on drugs.
I can say we will win that war.
In a Bible Belt city where oil riches flow to the state capitol steps, the crack epidemic has brought a gusher of grief. Police not worried about a drug explosion this summer, they're too busy trying to make it through the night. Bob McNamara, CBS News, Oklahoma City.
After days of courtroom squabbling involving the judge,
yesterday, police raiders demonstrated what it can be like on the front lines of the drug war. The raid was on a former nightclub now being operated as a so-called crack house. Police say before the raid, undercover cops made buys of a smokable form of cocaine known as crack. Some news in brief.
For 2 hours last night, many Americans experienced 48 hours on Crack Street. That was the name of a CBS News special report about a new epidemic in this nation. The focus of the broadcast was drug abuse in the New York City area, but the problem extends far beyond the flashing neon at 47th Street and Broadway. Just look at this sampling of last night's news coverage from CBS affiliate stations around the country.
Well, here in Western New York, the biggest threat posed by illegal drugs comes in our own schools as growing numbers of teenagers look for a quick fix for their problems and get hooked instead.
Where are they getting them from? Good friends, brothers, sisters, sometimes even parents. And where are they getting the money from? Stealing.
If you've got the cash, I've got the product. That was my way of doing business. I didn't have any prejudices about who I dealt with.
Well, it would be comforting to say, well, that's the way they have it in New York. We don't have to worry about that here. But unfortunately, that is not true. Reporter Hilda Bryant has been reporting on the growing crack or rock cocaine problem in Seattle for more than 2 months.
This is just one of dozens of rock houses that have invaded Seattle neighborhoods. And rock house neighbors are angry.
I have 6 children. I can't even let them come out and play in their own front yard. There's so many drug addicts up and down the street.
Crack is a powerful derivative of cocaine, and Columbus police told Joy Revish it is growing in popularity within drug circles around town.
We're finding most of it right now at the present time in the inner city, but we are also starting to find it up into the jet set areas, up in the 161 flashy nightclub areas.
What is the drug problem here in the valley? Ben Trevino answers with
this live report. Ben?
Yes, Frank, crack is here in the valley. In fact, it's been here for quite some time, even though no crack houses have been found in this area. You have to remember that crack is simply a refined form of cocaine, and valley counselors say that valley people are out there making their own crack.
We tend to be 2 or 3 years behind, so for our best predictions, we'll look to the east and west coasts to see what's happening there, because what's happening there will be happening here.
What CBS News called Crack Street clearly stretches into cities and towns across the nation. For more on that, we go to Faith. Faith?
Charlie, our next two guests are on the front lines of their community's battles against drugs. Thomas Coogan is the police chief of Denver, population 492,000. He joins us this morning from Denver Police Headquarters. And James Powell is chief of police in Fort Pierce, Florida, population 34,000. He is at his city's police headquarters. Good morning to both of you, gentlemen. Chief Powell, was Crack Street representative of the main street in Fort Pierce?
I would say so. I say the program was very indicative of what we are seeing not only here locally, but across the state of Florida in general.
How bad of a problem is it?
Well, it's of an epidemic proportion. A recent survey by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, where all sheriffs and chiefs from 67 counties across the state of Florida reported that 75% of those had a cocaine crack problem. Of those, 66% reporting indicated that it was either severe or serious. So it certainly is of an epidemic proportion and is affecting not only law enforcement but the lives of all of those who live within our communities.
What about Denver, Chief Coogan? Did Crack Street accurately portray the problem in Denver?
No, we haven't got that much of a crack problem, although it's beginning. We recently had a bust out of our airport of a pound of crack, and we've had several street buys and certain warrants that we went on. We have a severe cocaine problem, however, and we're trying to address that as best we can.
Why is Denver different? Is it that Denver is more affluent and can afford cocaine rather than crack?
Well, I think that it's a drug of choice out in this part of the country. Denver has I think it's number 5 in the United States as far as the airport is concerned. We get a lot of people coming in and out. It just happens to be the drug of choice.
Do you expect crack to arrive on the scene there in Denver?
Unfortunately, yes, and I think we're going to do everything we possibly can to head it off, but it's one of those realities that is going to catch up with all cities if we don't do something about it.
Chief Powell, crack has already arrived in Fort Pierce. Is it more of a threat to the community than other drugs have been?
It certainly has been. Crack is a heavily concentrated drug. It is very addictive. It has increased our violence and robberies and making arrests from crack houses in the area. The violence has been more prevalent.
In terms of law enforcement, is it more difficult to battle it?
Well, it certainly is, and especially in our area. We have a large infiltration of refugees, Haitian refugees in our area. They are getting more involved in the drug trade. For instance, last year we arrested 40 Haitians for being involved in the drugs.
Are you backed up by enough laws and strong enough laws to battle this?
That's true. Basically, our borders are unchecked. The immigration laws are not being enforced effectively, and a lot of the cocaine we feel is coming in from those refugees who are coming into this country across the border.
Thank you very much, Chief Coogan in Denver and Chief Powell in Fort Pierce.
It seemed like it was tailor-made for President Bush's anti-drug speech to the nation earlier this month. Mr. Bush holding up a bag of crack he said was taken during a drug deal right near the White House. Turns out now it was tailor-made, literally. Law correspondent Rita Braver reports how it all went according to the White House script.
Remember when the President of the United States launched his new drug offensive, showing the world what could be bought right on his street?
This is crack cocaine, seized a few days ago by drug enforcement agents in a park just across the street from the White House.
Well, what Mr. Bush didn't say was that the legend of the Lafayette Park crack was born only after the White House called the Justice Department to ask if there was any such stage prop available. The Justice Department called the Drug Enforcement Administration, which had a case going in the neighborhood. And as first reported by the Washington Post, The DEA obligingly agreed to move the buy a little closer to the White House. The only hang-up was that apparently the teenage drug dealer didn't know exactly where the White House was. He finally found it, and the president got a 3-ounce cache to flash.
Well, it makes you wonder whether the creative energies of the president and his people aren't more aimed at show business than at the kind of tough policies that we really need.
In Kennebunkport, the president was not apologetic.
I said I'd like to have something from that vicinity to show that it can happen anywhere. Absolutely. And that's what they gave me, and they just told me where they caught this guy.
You don't think that the DEA was being used by the White House here?
Absolutely not. I think that we helped the president send a message to the American public.
Meanwhile, the DEA said it had not apprehended the suspect yet because it still hoped to buy more drugs from him. But with the story out now, officials say they'll move to indict and arrest him if he's still around. Rita Braver, CBS News, Washington.
And that's part of our world.
Undercover Florida police officers arrested more than 2,000 street-level users and dealers in a crackdown on crack across the state this weekend. 3,500 crack rocks were seized. Along with it, thousands of dollars in cash and firearms in a sweep from the Panhandle to the Keys. Doug Tennell has more.
Excuse me, my man, you just bought cocaine from an undercover police officer. That's why...
Police all across the state of Florida had been preparing the busts for over 4 months. An unprecedented statewide offensive against crack called Operation Rockpile.
Now! Get out! Get on the ground! Put him down!
The targets, cracks, pushers, and users. The message, Florida just isn't going to take it anymore.
I don't mind displacing some of these people to some other areas. They can go to the Gulf of Mexico, they can go to the Atlantic or the Caribbean, or they can go to Georgia and keep on going. Florida doesn't want these crack dealers. We don't want our children to be hurt by these folks anymore.
But some community leaders here say that all the high-profile police drama of the last 48 hours hardly puts a dent in a crack dealer's business.
The dealers and the buyers will wait until the cops pack up their bags and move someplace else, and it'll be business as usual.
But what almost everyone here agrees is that drug abuse is the #1 problem in the Miami area. A poll released today shows that opinion cuts right across cultural and ethnic lines, and that most Miami residents support stiffer penalties for drug offenders. Even before police could release the final arrest figures for Operation Rockpile, some of the dealers arrested in this neighborhood were back on the streets.
How many of the guys you arrested last night are going to be back on the streets next week? Depending on plea bargains and, bond and released on their own recognizance and first-time offenders, you're looking at about probably 75% of them.
In the impoverished neighborhoods of South Florida today, crack is still cheap and easy. It is undeniably clear the police are doing something. It is not clear that it will really work. Doug Tennell, CBS News, in Broward County, Florida.
In Los Angeles, police arrested more...
This is just one of several cocaine raids which occur in the Los Angeles area every day. Long Beach police say this woman is a long-time dealer, and this is not the first time they made a trip to this house. After a brief search, officers find small aluminum foil packets of highly concentrated cocaine. It's called rock cocaine, and each of these chips sells for about $50.
That's not
You ain't get that out of my purse. Don't do that. Don't do me like that. You ain't get it out of my purse. I ain't had no dope all day. I don't know who's this.
Rock cocaine is the latest drug fad in the poor sections of Los Angeles County. Police say most neighborhoods now have a rock house, places where this high-powered drug is available at rock-bottom prices. We took a hidden camera to a street corner in south central Los Angeles. The men walking up to the cars are drug dealers, and our camera followed a group of undercover narcotics officers as they made their buys.
I tell him I wanted half a gram of cane, which is a street slang for cocaine, $25 worth. He says he's got it, and he opens up his pants, pulls down his zipper pants, and has a small hole in the inseam of the zipper. And he produces a small clear plastic baggie that contains cocaine. He then asked me how much do I want. I told him just $25 worth. And right there he's showing me the contraband. I told him it looks good to me, just cut me up a piece. He produces a blade, and then he asks me if I am the police. I state that I am not, and he cuts me up a little piece of cocaine, and I hand him $25 worth. I didn't thank him, get his description, and leave.
Officers returned to this corner later and arrested the dealers. A few minutes after that, they found what they were after, the neighborhood rock house, where the street dealers were getting their supplies. In more affluent neighborhoods, those looking for cocaine don't have to resort to street corners. This is the Villa Bar in the middle-class section of the San Fernando Valley. After undercover agents made several buys, L.A. County Sheriff's deputies arrived and arrested the bar owner on charges of selling cocaine. Still on his desk were the 2 lines of cocaine detectives said he had charged the undercover agent as a commission for making the sale. As officers searched the bar patrons, one of the customers had a small vial of cocaine powder in his pocket. He was also taken into custody. Cocaine has become the in drug for rich and poor alike in Los Angeles County.
It seems like everybody, every other house, somebody's sitting on a pound of cocaine out there. It just seems that every seizure we make seems to get larger and larger, and the amount of people we arrest seems to be doubling, quadrupling, and yet still we don't see any change in the street price, which seems to indicate to me that we're not having a real big impact on the problem.
The cocaine trail begins in the Andes. Smuggling in Southern California is on the rise. One major reason is that Colombian drug dealers have moved into the Los Angeles area and are operating their own distribution rings.
We can't say there's really a Colombian community such as Chinatown.
In the distribution centers like Glendale, the cocaine quickly finds its way to street dealers and users in other parts of the county. Typical street dealer kind of an operation.
You called it exactly right. It's a street dealer. It's not the pound and kilo operator. It's the fellow that sells it in gram quantities and half-gram quantities.
Run it. Please! Right side, somebody. You move! Down on the ground! Get out! Hands up! Get hands away where I can see him! You on him?
Come here, love, please.
Okay. Relax. Come on out, Don. Wait, push him out.
Simply stated, without buyers, there can be no sellers. Don't come to Inglewood to buy your dope. That's the bottom line. Don't come to Inglewood to buy your dope. You want to buy dope, go someplace else. Because if you buy dope in Inglewood, chances are you're buying it from a policeman, and if you do, you're going to jail.
Here he goes. I want to get a dime. The one dime? Yeah. What's up?
Are you the police? Yeah, do I look like the police? I don't mind. I don't want that. Can I have the pen back?
Okay, yeah, we are the police. If you want to speak up, I mean, you not. You don't work that way, Holmes. You don't take it, then get a refund.
You did? Better remember these things. They called me to work, I could.
I think the important item here is you're looking at about almost 9 million doses. 9 million doses of cocaine is what 2,000 pounds relates to. That's, Bob, I think almost a dose for every man, woman, and child that lives in the county of Los Angeles. It's certainly about 3 doses for every man, woman, and child that lives in the county of Orange.
Sharing with local and state agencies and law enforcement.
Yeah.
No, not much.
You 3. Got it? No?
I know I could. Yeah, we're going to have a picture.
big dinner bell? I'll just ring.
Thank you very much.
Anything of this size indicates that we're dealing with a major organization.
Down on your knees right now. Hey, get down. Get down. Get down. Get out. Get out. Put it up. Hey, quit moving around. Hands behind your back. Hands behind your back. Okay, you just dropped the money on the ground right here. There you go, over there. It's over there somewhere. Hey, right here. Is that it? Nope. Got one here.
What'd you say you saw one?
What do you think you did? I ain't doing. We had you last week, man. You back again. Don't you get enough of this stuff? Yeah.
Go ahead.
We had you last week. You back here again. People never learn.
You got last night over there?
Right, hey Gary, right where you're at, I found a big rock, and it's got probably some more he done. Yeah, we got some of it, Chris. It's coming up.
You know what I mean?
I can't believe I just stepped all over. Oh, man.
No, did you hear what you said?
Yeah, probably stepped on it. You gotta keep going away from the crime scene, man. Just yeah. I can't believe you didn't try.
Yeah.
Excuse me, can you come here for a minute, please?
Yeah, come here for a minute. This going on
We
right
just want you to
here.
hand us something.
Where is it, right?
Right there.
Got it.
Right like that. See that rock right there? Just hand that to me, would you please?
Right here.
Careful, with all the other.
Right here.
Right here.
Where the light is right here. See it?
Right the light. Look at the light.
I'm looking. This ain't no rock.
What is that? Come here.
This is cement.
Thanks.
Yeah.
We got nothing.
You know those rocks. We got one.
It was just one rock.
Yeah, there's one anyway.
We're out here.
Yeah, it was right there.
You said it was just one? Oh, that's a nice size rock.
Oh, sure.
We don't call it crack.
That's
That's a
not
good
crack,
size
that's
rock.
rock.
That's probably $40.
Hey, where are we taking these guys?
Go in jail for cocaine on the street. I ain't sold no cocaine, man. I ain't had no cocaine.
It's my briefcase over?
Yeah.
Hold on. Lean over the car.
Pills in here.
I mean, I'm guessing in that, is that correct?
That's
You
all.
want a hand off since you did so well here, maybe, you want somebody else to be
No.
We had one in the...
Back up. You guys, spread your legs. Spread them small.
Hey, Roger, I don't want to go that way. Together, okay? Over here somewhere off of, I guess,
How old are you?
out here on the west side.
How old?
When you start from
Are you Shoreline then? Finish?
All right, so well.
Who you with? He says he doesn't. Who you with? Who you with?
He used to be a Shoreline.
Who you with now?
He's a former Shoreline.
Shoreline?
Ex-Shoreline. Retired.
Watered it up. You have a case pending now, don't you?
Sheriff's office, search warrant!
We see and hear a lot about the so-called crackdown on crack. In Houston, police use a wrecker to rip down a steel door protecting alleged crack dealers.
Open it up. More! I said
A crack raid near Fort Lauderdale, and the suspects try to eat the evidence.
open it! Do you hear what I said? Open your mouth!
We see and hear a lot about the so-called crackdown on crack, but listen to the reality behind the flashy arrests.
We can only bust them so many times. They reopen almost immediately after as soon as they put another steel door on there, they'll open back up.
In Los Angeles, even little kids know where you can buy crack.
Go over there and just go to the corner.
The police may stop suspects at all hours of the night, but the judges know the rest of the story.
A lot of these people are afraid to come to court and testify. You know, they see that dope being sold right in their front yards every day, and they won't come to court and testify for fear that the gangs are going to retaliate and burn up their houses.
The pushers won't show their faces, but they can't hide their arrogance.
If you were a client and you came to my house and you started smoking, and for example you had $500, I would make sure you wouldn't leave with a penny. And it wouldn't be hard to do it. Just that one hit, and I'll take every penny you got.
And if you thought crack was a big city problem, think again. This is Fort Pierce, Florida. Population 37,000. Officials here say crack is out of control.
For $5 or $10, instead of a kid going to a movie and buying a box of popcorn, he basically can get high on cocaine.
They flag cars down trying to sell crack. They even stopped us and tried to sell crack to our sound man.
What do you need? What you got? What you need? You selling? Yeah, what do you need?
Danny lives in Fort Pierce. He's 18 and hooked.
People out there taking their TVs, their ovens, their microwaves, their toasters, anything they can get their hands on that's worth any value of money. They're going out there and they're just hawking off everything.
While we were talking, Steve came by on his bike. He's 14 and told us he used crack once.
Now, what's a kid your age even fooling with that stuff for?
Long time ago I did.
A long time ago? You're only 14. What do you mean a long time ago?
He says he used crack when he was 13.
What I'd like to know is how did it get such a big foothold in Fort Pierce?
Mothers and fathers hold town meetings in Fort Pierce trying to come to grips with crack.
My kid never did drugs. He's not an angel, but he never did drugs. All of a sudden, he's on this rock. He didn't even know what it was.
And it's going to cover this country if it's not stopped. This entire country. And I don't care whether it's small town, big town, where, it's going to be there.
Go, move!
You can be sure we will continue to see flashy arrests in the so-called crackdown on crack, and you can be sure of something else.
Because once we put them in, they're going to be right back out again.
Back out again, crackdown or no crackdown. Bernard Goldberg, CBS News, Fort Pierce, Florida.
Welcome. Now, when you first hear about it, your reaction could be to laugh when you see what 3 dignified New York officials did yesterday. But as Harold Dow reports, the issue is far too serious to laugh about. It is, in fact, too deadly serious.
How many do you want? And I can tell you how much.
All right, 10 hits.
You want 10.
Federal drug enforcement agents have been saying for a long time that the crack situation in New York is out of control. Yesterday, they proved it. 3 prominent federal officials went undercover to make drug buys. A U.S. parole commissioner dressed as a painter, a U.S. attorney wearing a Hells Angels jacket, and Senator Alphonse D'Amato wearing Army fatigues. They all scored. Senator D'Amato, seen here in an undercover car, had no problem exchanging cash for crack.
Just made a buck.
Well, they were all each able, with the DEA undercover agent, to purchase crack within a matter of seconds of coming on the scene. They saw lots of young people involved. They saw very easy availability. But more important, they saw that the police were, in fact, doing their job. Tremendous numbers of people are arrested for drug violations in New York, but the problem is very few people ever go to jail in New York for drug violations.
Later this month, Senator D'Amato says he'll meet with Attorney General Edwin Meese in an effort to bring greater resources to bear in the war against crack. Harold Dowell, CBS News, New York.
Well, now two of these temporary undercover agents are with us now, Senator Alphonse D'Amato and U.S. Attorney General Rudolph Giuliani, or U.S. Attorney, I should say, pardon me. Let's start with you, Mr. Giuliani. You know that you're going to be opening yourself up for some criticism. Here is a man about whom it is said he has political ambitions. Here is a man who is running for office, and you go out there where there are armed people on the streets, and you make some buys of some vials, and everybody knows you can buy them anyway. What did you prove?
Well, DEA asked all three of us to do it, to participate in this in order to demonstrate the problem and also to show it to us, to show how bad the problem really is. I can remember 3 years ago when people would come to me and talk to me about the Lower East Side and how bad it was. It wasn't until I actually went there 3 or 4 times in similar situations that I realized for myself how much attention had to be focused on this problem and how difficult it really was.
You mean you had to put yourself into a situation where you could have gotten hurt to realize how bad it was?
First of all, I wouldn't have gotten hurt. It was very well covered by DEA. The agent that I was with was very professional, has done this 100 times, and I've been involved in situations like this before. So it was not something where I've really felt that we could be hurt. But I think the point that was made by it is a very, very important one. This is a dangerous emergency problem, and we're not really paying enough attention to it.
Do we have to do this in order to learn this?
First, I'm afraid that we have an epidemic, and that on every level of government we have not done nearly enough. This is a war, and we have not mobilized, and we're losing our young people. I didn't believe the bizarre kind of, when I say bizarre, I'm talking about where they hawk it, where they stop you. It took us 8 seconds. Once we started rolling, we had the music blare, going down 8 seconds, and the agent just went like this too before someone came out and made that. Now, my gosh, we're losing our young people. We see it. We see the sports stars, but that's the tip of the iceberg. What about the nameless, faceless youngsters who will be coming in trouble? Look at the wave of crime.
Tell me again how this happened. You come rolling out there, you got music blowing in your car radio.
Yeah.
And the agent just does
this. That means, you know, wants some cocaine, and then goes like that and says,
that means two
vials, rolls down the window. He confirms, goes up into the house, which is a safe house. They never carry anything on them, except when they actually make that transaction, and they keep it to a minimum. And comes back down and give them the $20, $10 for each vial, and that's it.
How did your episode go?
Pretty similar. We pulled up. The agent said dos in Spanish, asking for 2. I was sitting in the passenger seat. The fellow ran inside, and then there was a delay because there was a police officer, a uniformed police officer, right across the street looking at us. When he turned his back, the fellow ran out, handed me the vials, the 2 vials, and I handed him the $20. And as we were pulling away, and I think it's probably the most significant thing that I saw all day there, a young mother with a little baby walked right past the 4 drug dealers. And it reminded me of something that was told to me when I was down on the Lower East Side by a young father who lived there. What he said to me was, how can you bring up children in an environment like this and expect that they're not going to get involved in drugs?
And now look, clearly the point of the DEA was to use prominent officials in order to point to what they see as an enormously serious problem.
And their needs for us. And what they're saying to us is, my gosh, you've got to give us the tools and the resources. And secondly, maybe more importantly, you've got to stop this revolving door system. They're arresting them. They arrested 55,000 drug dealers last year in New York City, and only 5,000 spent more than 1 night in prison. Only 5,000 spent more than 1 night. Now you got a crisis, and people don't believe we're doing anything. And you know something? They're right. But the police are doing their job. The court's spitting them right on out. Now we're going to shake some of the court system up. But my gosh, you've got to have mandatory laws. You've got to show people if you arrest them, we're going to keep them. We're going to prosecute them. So we're meeting with Attorney General Meese on July 23rd to push for some minimum sentences. That means if we arrest you for selling drugs, they don't put you back out on the street on probation. They're going to have to hold you. Now that means building more cells, and you have to do it. And you've got to get the military involved in this operation at our borders.
Profoundly controversial subject there.
Well, the drugs come in from foreign countries. Cocaine isn't grown here in the United States.
I have to end it, but I must ask you, how did you decide on a Hell's Angels jacket?
I didn't. There were, when we got there yesterday, I thought I could go out and do it in my suit. They decided that maybe our faces were too well known to do that, so they got a Hell's Angels jacket for me.
Biggest looking Hell's Angels I've ever seen.
My shirt was actually open when we were out there. It looked a little different out there.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming by this morning. 23 minutes past the hour.
Police chiefs are warning of a huge increase in the use of the highly addictive cocaine-based drug crack. They say their fears borne out by recent statistics. In 1988, seizures of cocaine showed a 30-fold increase on figures from 10 years ago. And for the first time, the figures ahead of seizures of heroin. Police are worried that this trend follows all too closely the experience of America, where the use of crack is at crisis levels.
Tuesday's raid on a Midlands pub brought home the growing menace of crack on Britain's streets. The police have warned the trouble that followed could happen more often as they step up their fight against this highly addictive drug. As the number of users goes up, the police and counselling agencies are turning to the United States for advice. There, crack has become a national crisis. Drug agencies admit the scale of the problem was misjudged, and then it was too late. Police from the Midlands have already been on a fact-finding tour to Miami. The narcotics unit arrest dealers, then take their place. When a sale is negotiated with the would-be buyers, the officers move in to make the arrest. In a single operation, a complete drug cell is eliminated from the streets. These Miami tactics could now be employed by police in Britain. West Midlands chiefs say radical methods are needed in the fight against crack.
Thank you. In some cities in the United States, drug taking has reached epidemic proportions. It's on the street, in the home, and in the workplace. But now the problem is being tackled from the very top. President Reagan has volunteered to be tested for drugs as part of a new campaign to stop drug abuse.
Drug taking, say the experts, is at epidemic proportions, destroying lives, wrecking families, and in many offices and factories, affecting productivity. These messengers in San Francisco are smoking marijuana on the job, not just occasionally, regularly.
Actually, pot really doesn't harm me that much. It actually kind of helps me because, like if I drink, I get violent. But if I smoke pot, it really kind of mellows me out,
It's estimated by America's National Institute on Drug Abuse that 10% of employees use illegal drugs during their working day. From New York's financial district to California's electronics industry. From the assembly line to top management.
We mean to reach out to the drug user, and we mean to prevent others from becoming users. Our goal is not to throw users in jail, but to free them from drugs.
In the past 10 years, 50 train accidents in America have been blamed on drug or alcohol abuse. There are worries too about pilots who take cocaine. Drug taking was rife in the armed forces, but Mr. Reagan says the figures improved dramatically after compulsory drug tests. Now he's also in favor of compulsory testing for people whose jobs have to do with public safety, and voluntary testing for others. But equally worrying is the way drugs are ruining lives in places like New York.
The drug situation in New York is totally out of control. There are more people using drugs here than ever before in this city's history. The treatment system has been pushed to its limit and beyond. Crack and other drugs are readily available on street corners being sold out in the open. The drug distribution system has proliferated, making unprecedented profits. Large number of people are jumping on the bandwagon. Every day we see the crack users and the crack dealers multiplying several times over.
News coverage of the problem has been enormous, and on television, a concerted anti-drug campaign.
And you think the answer is drugs and alcohol, right? Wrong.
So if anybody offers you drugs, just say no.
The Americans never do things by halves, and the campaign against drugs is reaching a ferocious momentum. Counseling sessions, advertisements on television, scores of arrests. The trouble is that once one pusher leaves the pavement, there's always another one ready to take his place.
Sheriff's office, search warrant!
All over the country, policemen have been swooping on known drug centres. Often they invite along the television cameras, part of the drive to inform the public of the breadth of the problem. In New York, officials say cocaine arrests are up 60% on last year. These cars were seized by the police when their owners drove in from the suburbs to buy drugs in Manhattan. Amongst their owners, a nurse and a police officer.
Not only is there a possibility that they will be arrested and prosecuted, there is also a very serious possibility that they will lose their vehicles.
The message that I want to leave today is if you come to New York to buy crack, bring car fare and be prepared to take the bus back.
America's drug scene worsened dramatically with the arrival of crack, a cheaper and more addictive form of cocaine.
Crack, crack, crack. Everywhere you go, crack. You don't hear no dope, hardly. You don't hear no coke anymore, hardly. The only thing you hear is people saying, jumbo, crack, jumbo, crack.
Crack is blamed for a 60% rise in murder figures in a predominantly black area of New York.
People are armed, people are dangerous, and people are acting irrationally, and that's something that you always have to be aware of, 24 hours a day.
The city's drug centers are so overstretched, some addicts will have to wait for weeks, possibly months, for treatment. Mr. Reagan says he's determined to rid America of illicit drugs. But with drugs so freely available, and with pushers making so much money, his task, obviously, is a mammoth one.
I think people are fed up. They're saying something must be done. The president is putting his weight behind it, and I'm optimistic that we can solve this problem, given enough time and given a coordinated, serious effort.
Now, that's why, as hard as it may seem now, you gotta say no to drugs and alcohol, because if you just say no, you'll be saying yes to a whole lot more.
That from America. Well, Sonny Craddock.
In the war against drugs, the Virgin Airways flight from Miami on the 23rd of March was a disturbing omen. It was to provide evidence that American crack dealers, known as the Posses, are trying to extend their empire to Britain. Its passengers included a young American girl from Kansas City called Twyla Wilson.
Hello, where did you travel from then?
Miami. At Gatwick, customs officers became suspicious of her nervous manner. Despite her protests, they insisted on a body search. The officers found over 2 kilograms of cocaine on her body, wrapped inside a stocking and under a swimsuit. Twyla had been due to deliver the cocaine to a man she was to meet that afternoon at the Strand Palace Hotel in the heart of London. She agreed to keep the rendezvous. She took 2 phone calls from men who called themselves Johnny and King Kong. Her nerves made them wary. As customs officers lay in wait, Twyla's contact finally arrived. But seconds after she opened the door, he ran away. After a chase through the hotel, the customs officers arrested him. He said he was visiting a friend and had knocked on the wrong door. He was later convicted of importing drugs. But Twyla's visitor was no ordinary cocaine smuggler. American police have told Panorama that the man customs caught belonged to the Waterhouse Posse, one of the most powerful gangs behind the crack epidemic in the United States. He was Melvin Rowe, now serving 15 years in a British jail.
This is the cocaine that Melvin Rowe tried to import into Britain. It's worth over £250,000. But cocaine is also the raw material of crack. If the shipment had been converted into crack, it could have been sold on the streets for twice as much. Rowe's abortive mission and other evidence Panorama has obtained support the claims of American law officers who say the crack dealers will now try to target Britain. Those warnings have led the British government to call crack a spectre hanging over Europe, but they have also provoked scepticism and controversy.
The alarm over crack was raised by Robert Stutman, the American government's top drugs officer in New York. Last April, Stutman gave a confidential briefing to British chief constables. He warned that crack had turned parts of New York into a battle zone. He claimed that Jamaican gangs, known as the Posses, could bring crack into Britain. We too, he said, could have a crack epidemic within 3 years.
Unless Great Britain is A, incredibly lucky, or B, deals with this issue early on before it becomes a major issue, then the use of crack will become a major drug of abuse in Great Britain. I have personally no doubt about that. This is probably the only issue in the world, the danger of crack, that you can't over-exaggerate. I don't care how wild your Fleet Street newspapers get, or our version of Fleet Street newspapers, you cannot make crack more dangerous a substance than it is.
I fear that the issue of crack has been hyped very seriously in the United Kingdom. We don't have a problem yet here, but from April onwards we have had enormous publicity telling us that there is a problem, that the Americans have got a problem, we're going to get it, how to make the drug and the profit you can make from using it and from selling it. We've actually been in the process of creating our own self-fulfilling prophecy.
British police are now searching the evidence to show whether warnings about the spread of crack are being fulfilled. We followed a South London drug squad as they raided a snooker bar. They believed it had been used for selling crack while the owner was away. The owner pleads innocence. So do his staff. The snooker bar is brought in but does not find any drugs.
In there so you can watch this search, okay?
The customers are searched, but they have no drugs and are allowed to leave. But the police do find evidence that is of interest.
Everywhere I've been, there's foil. And obviously foil is used for crack. Obviously crack, when it dries up, it's broken up into small, what they call rocks. And then you then wrap it. You tear off a very small piece. And you'll wrap the rock into the foil, and that is how it's sold as rocks. So if you were cooking a chicken, you wouldn't have it. See the way that's gone like that? If you're cooking chicken, that wouldn't end up like that.
Detectives find evidence that crack has been used as well as sold.
Well, basically, these are implements that are used in smoking crack. You see there's still evidence of burning on this, and the water there. And the crack would be inhaled through here as a form of pipe, basically. So there's obviously more evidence to suggest that obviously there was quite a lot of dealing and usage going on here as well.
Police have become suspicious because so many people were visiting the hall. But since his return, the owner has tried to discourage customers who he believes were looking for drugs.
Well, they must have been looking for drugs. That's why we just got rid of them.
It seems police have arrived after the dealers have left. Though as the search goes on, the police are concerned by their next find. 4 shotgun cartridges.
Well, I have to tell you, but you're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so, but what you say may be put in writing giving them evidence. Have you ever touched those shotgun cartridges? No. Okay.
The owner and all the staff are arrested, but later they are all released.
We've been watching these premises. There's been drug dealing going on, specifically in crack. We've come here tonight. I think the owner's been trying to clear it himself. A lot of people have been turned away. There's the evidence up there you've seen for yourself of usage, and I didn't like the idea of finding shotgun cartridges there, which tends to suggest the violence that's associated with crack dealing.
What concerns the police about crack is not the quantities they are finding, but the increasing number of seizures. By the end of last month, there have been 75 seizures of crack this year, less than 1% of all drug seizures. But that is 3 times as many as in the whole of last year.
We've found crack on quite a small scale at the moment, pocketed around London. It's significant in as much as it is around various parts of London, and indeed it's in other cities up and down the country. But the large amounts we are not finding, nor do we expect to find. It's the numbers, the quantities of seizures, rather than the quantity seized.
This drug taker is using cocaine powder to make his own crack.
You purify it, that's what you're doing really. Getting a base cocaine, the pure cocaine.
To warn other potential users, he offered to show us the disturbing after effects of the drug. David's story shows why a drug found in such small quantities has caused so much controversy. In this form, cocaine can easily be smoked. For most users, crack is a relatively new product. Medical experts are still debating its exact effects. But crack is known to reach the brain almost instantly.
An instant high.
Crack increases the flow of dopamines, chemicals which cause pleasure. But within minutes, David's supply of dopamine is severely depleted. So his brief high is followed by a depression, which makes him want more drugs.
You come down with a bang, and then you just get very edgy. Paranoia. You can spend everything. sell everything else just to have that few-minute high.
But there is disagreement between American and British experts over whether crack is uniquely addictive.
Crack is probably the most addictive drug known to man. We've seen people develop full-blown addictions to crack within the span of a couple of weeks or a couple of months. Adolescents in particular get addicted very rapidly, but even fully mature adults can expect to find themselves strapped in the throes of addiction within 3 to 6 months after beginning this drug.
The idea that crack is a highly addictive substance is one of the mythologies which people like to invent. If you have that mythology and people start to believe it, and users start to believe it, you will create a self-fulfilling prophecy because they've tried it, they believe they're hooked, and they have to continue because that's the only way they can survive.
There is controversy too about crack's effect on people's behavior towards each other. The case against crack is that it induces paranoia and aggression. In a South London flat, preparations begin for a white wedding.
This place in which you are now met has been duly sanctioned according
John
to
and Louise are both in their early
celebration of
20s.
marriages.
They are more than usually devoted to each other.
Now would you take the bride's ring and place it on her finger, please?
Their ambition is to buy a home and raise a family together.
You have now made a solemn,
But as their
binding
friends know,
contract
this
with each
conventional
other
image of
before these
happiness
witnesses.
is not
You
all
are
it
now
seems.
husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
John and Louise regularly use crack. Like most crack users, they take other drugs too. But crack is a particularly strong stimulant, and both John and Louise say it can make them feel aggressive, even towards each other.
With me, with the crack, that's why when I'm on it, I don't like to be around too many people because I just feel like killing.
Because of the paranoia.
Killing?
Not actually. You just feel like getting hold of them and just squeezing them so hard, just so that they're quiet.
The times that I've taken it, I do get this overwhelming strength inside me where I know that I'm fearless, do you know what I mean? And I can become violent. I haven't actually experienced being violent, but I know that aggression's inside me. So actually, if I did flip with someone, then I know I could hurt them.
At their wedding reception, John announces that whatever problems they may be facing, he and Louise are going to have a baby.
I'd just like to make a toast for our baby that will be born, hopefully, February. So cheers, Louise. Thank you.
But taking crack during pregnancy can, like other drugs, lead to miscarriages or harm the baby.
I'm doing wrong. I'm putting this baby's life at risk and it's not even born yet. I don't want my baby to be born a crack addict or any kind of addict. I just want my baby to be born and be healthy. I feel powerless, because I'm not in control of my addiction anymore. My addiction is in control of me.
John and Louise's crack habit has also forced them into crime. At £25 for a single rock, crack can cost them hundreds of pounds in a day.
I have to go out and I have to thieve, shoplift, rob from cars, anything really. Because with crack, you do reach an all-time low. Your desperation comes so quick.
This looks very much like a typical kitchen that we're finding where people are using crack, making crack up.
In a make-believe crack house in London, Scotland Yard officers film a video.
Couple of heat sources here.
Their aim is to help fellow officers recognise crack use if they stumble across it.
Pieces of foil cut into small squares.
In Britain, crack abuse is still hard to detect, but the increase in seizures and concern about addiction and crime have led top policemen to visit the United States to study the spread of the crack trade there and how it can be prevented here.
Our reason for concern about crack is that we've listened carefully to what the Americans said. They had no crack problem, seemingly, until 3 years ago. It then took off like a bushfire, according to them, and has spread to 49 of the 50 states of America. Now that, if it comes this way, is most concerning.
The heart of that bushfire is New York and inner city neighborhoods like the Bronx. The man inside this ambulance has just been thrown out of a crack house and left for dead on the pavement.
What's your name?
The instant rush of crack is almost too much for his heart. He's taken to Lincoln Hospital, one of some 3,000 crack victims who this year will end up in New York's emergency wards. The number of drug abusers generally in America is falling, but crack is cheap and its use now widespread. 35 times as many users are admitted to emergency wards as 4 years ago. Doctors, fearful addicts may become violent, are often forced to tie them down.
Crack effects are still in his brain, so he's acting very bizarre, and the reason they restrained him and they tied him down is so that when if the crack ever does wear off, he might possibly become violent and hurt somebody around him. Take it easy.
Okay?
The Little Flower Foster Home shows how crack can harm not only users, but their dependents. Unlike most hard drugs, crack is taken by as many women in New York as men. With AIDS, crack is behind a doubling in the number of babies who need fostering.
They're so young, you know, they're newborns, they're only little babies, you know. If the children are actually born addicted, you can see their little bodies that they're going through the anguish of throwing the drug off. It takes them maybe 4 weeks before the last traces of cocaine will leave their system.
Now the babies are looked after by foster parents instead of by their natural mothers.
They have a child, some of them, they walk out of the hospital and never look back. Some of them we've never been able to find. They just lost some of our most basic instincts. They lose. The drug is more important than anything. The drug is a thief. It steals them. It steals from them their desire to take care of their own child, their own kind. It's so unnatural.
But the most poignant symbol of New York's crack epidemic is the cargo of the Hart Island Ferry. For over a century, this desolate island in the East River has been the resting place of those who have no name or whose families cannot afford a proper burial. The smallest coffins, unloaded by convicts, are those of babies, many still born. In 2 years, the number of babies buried here has risen by over 300 a year. Officials at Hart Island blame AIDS and crack.
It bothers me. Up here, when these babies come up here, they're putting boxes in pine boxes, and most of them never had a breath of fresh air. As soon as their mother delivered, it was all over for them. They never had a chance at life.
What has crack meant for the babies who are buried here?
Automatic death.
Crack has devastated not only families, but whole communities. Nero Graham, who supervises ambulance services in the Bronx, drove us around his neighborhood.
Crack is one of the largest factors causes this neighborhood to deteriorate. It used to be a nice neighborhood. Those abandoned buildings, but they use them for crack houses. As you can see, the city seals them up, they make holes in them, and they go right back into them. See them standing over there? Crack users. Alright? And as you can see, they run, they move the face. Young lady sitting over there, she knows too.
2244, post 4.
What made Nero Graham's own almost uninhabitable was the violence of the crack trade.
Cap, once you ask them to do the radio checks while they waiting on something.
To clear his block of armed crack dealers, he has organized 40 volunteers into an unarmed block patrol.
Okay, I'm going towards 182nd and Mars.
The Bronx has always been violent, but it was the crack dealers who made this street unfit for children. Now Nero's patrol has driven away the customers, and the dealers have moved on too.
On this end, it's pretty good right now. It's pretty clear. And I noticed we got a couple of blues on the corner.
The police help, but the dealers have not gone far. We were about to film on one more block.
Don't go down this street one more block.
Why can't we go down to that block behind you?
That's like a crack factory. There's more drugs come out of that building, I think, than a pharmacy.
So that's where our problems is coming from. Our problems is coming from that building.
So what would happen if you went and patrolled outside the crack factory?
We probably will be shot at. And I think actually is that we probably have someone get very hurt or if they didn't get killed.
These weapons once belonged to the posses, the Jamaican gangs held responsible for most of the killing associated with the crack trade. They are being fired by agents of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco and Firearms, the so-called untouchables. The Bureau says the posses are the most violent gangsters they have known since the 20s.
The posses use this firearm in what we've termed drive-by shootings. A random sporadic shooting, they'll drive by a store, a residence, roll the windows down, point the gun out the window, and pull the trigger. Whoever happens to be standing in front of the store, the bodega, the apartment building, the crack house, is a target for this weapon that the posses have come to like so much.
Brooklyn is the heart of New York's 400,000 strong Jamaican community. It is a community overwhelmingly opposed to violent crime and hard drugs. But inevitably, it is areas like this which become a haven for the posses and are the first to suffer from the random violence of the crack trade. These girls were attacked in an apartment the posses wanted for a crack house.
We were sitting there watching TV in our girlfriend's house, and the door knocked, so she went to go to the door.
All I heard was because it was a machine gun who shot me. And I said, Sally, I'm shot. And by the time I couldn't even move from the door because it was a machine gun. By the time I got from the door, I done got shot 4 times already. Because it wasn't a regular gun that go pow, pow. I mean, this gun was going shooting all over the place.
She fell on the floor, right? I grabbed her and put her under the bed, and they was still shooting. It was a Jamaican and an American out there shooting.
The violence of the posses was forged in the Jamaican elections of 1980, contested by Edward Seaga and Michael Manley. After the elections, many posse gangsters fled Jamaica. In America, they decided to exploit the lucrative crack trade, as the Jamaican government acknowledges.
There are gangs, certainly very highly organized, as I understand it, in the United States, that specialize in pushing crack, this sort of subdivision of the cocaine problem. There is clear evidence that there is a Jamaican component to this, and it is the Jamaican component that has been labeled the posses. They are a component of a larger group that do this. And certainly they have acquired a reputation for almost unprecedented ruthlessness. And we have no doubt in our own mind that they represent a very dangerous force where they operate, and really should be destroyed.
In 2 nationwide operations, police in New York and other cities have tried to round up the posses. But they estimate some 10,000 posse gangsters are still at liberty. Law officers say the posses have been responsible for over 2,000 murders in the last 30 months, most related to drugs.
Jamaicans control a significant part of the crack traffic in New York and the United States. That it's not an ethnic remark, it's not a national remark, it is a fact. Period. I don't know anybody that argues that. It is an absolute fact.
American ghettos have long been vulnerable to gangsters. What is remarkable about the posses is that they have extended the market for crack far beyond the traditional terrain of organized crime. 3 years ago, the posses moved into Kansas City and the heart of the American prairie. The story of Kansas City shows how the posses can create a crack market even in the most unpromising territory. Every day, the Kansas City Narcotics Squad raid one of the city's 1,000 or more suspected crack houses. Inside, the dealer is armed with a Colt 45. Most crack houses are now run by Americans, but it's the posses who created this booming market.
How many raids like this do you do every week?
About 10 to 12 a week. And we try to average 2 to 3 a day.
Crack, police say, is the posse's product.
This is crack cocaine. It's rocked up, cut in about half-gram rocks. You sell those between $30 and $50 a rock. That's a lot of crack. That's more than the average street seller carries around. They don't want to get caught with that much.
The posses are gangsters, but police say they are also successful businessmen.
They do everything that a good business would do. They do market research, they advertise, they provide twice the substance for the same amount of money. They give away free samples. They entice customers into their locations by giving away the product and only charging on the third or fourth time. They do everything they can to establish a market for their product.
We set out with undercover agents to sample the sales techniques introduced by the posses. These pictures were taken with a hidden camera.
There you go, boom.
The dealer asks for $20 a rock. When the agent offers only 14, the dealer offers to pawn his necklace.
How much? How much more for that rope?
The agent buys one rock and takes it to his colleagues to be tested.
I'm going to test it now, make sure that it's that it is cocaine. That pink turned to blue, and you see the pink up here at the top? Okay, that means that it is cocaine. Crack cocaine. This is your third narcotics violation in, what, 23 days?
The dealer is arrested.
What you like? Don't know nothing. That's obviously... What's up, Dwight?
His trade is selling crack to passing cars.
Dwight Sprague. That's my money, man. And you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to do illegal search and seizure. This is an illegal search? Yes, sir.
The whole episode is a testament to the marketing techniques of street sales and crack houses introduced by the posses.
Hey, you! Black men out here are watching you.
But the story of Kansas City also shows how a community can act against crack.
No more games! No more crack! We're here to take our children back!
These men are marching on a suspected crack house.
Respect yourself!
They want to turn the posses out of town.
Respect yourself!
It's like the old Western days back when about a dozen bad men to come into the town, 2,000 or 3,000 people, to let them take over a whole town. All they had to do was stand up to them.
Hey, Pusher! Hey, you!
Their strategy is to prevent drug abuse by frightening the community's self-respect. Here they meet an indignant response, but it is a strategy seen as a model in the war against drugs. Their leader has been appointed a presidential advisor.
Is crack doing our folks any good? This dope?
Not black people. It's not doing
anybody in the world. Is it good for people or bad?
I'm gonna say this. They get their hands. I mean, I don't care. I don't care how long as y'all try. And even if this group right here stop, what are we doing? Gang violence and crack is not gonna stop, and dope pushing in either. That's all I got to say.
It caught us in America, I think, by surprise. Now, I would hope that Britain would use America as an example of how when all of a sudden you look up and it's upon you, that they've got time now to begin to prepare communities and people, but they've got to be able to become educated into the effects of crack and what it does, and also try to educate young people so that they won't get involved.
Respect!
But the significance of Kansas City for Britain is not limited to this militant and novel campaign against crack. It is also of concern because of the response of the posses. Police, with the full backing of the community, have now arrested over 200 posse members in Kansas City. But they say those who have escaped the dragnet are now trying to set up business in Britain. And they warn history may be about to repeat itself.
It would appear that these people are resurfacing in London, and it appears likely that they're starting to structure their organization again, the same as they did in Kansas City, and they're going to develop local retail outlets and wholesale outlets, couriers and so forth, and it looks like the same sequence of events as we saw in Kansas City. It's definitely the same individuals.
Kansas City detectives have cooperated with British police in a number of cases that link the posses with Britain, cases we have investigated. They have told Panorama that top crack dealers are now trying to export crack cocaine to Britain. They say the posses see Britain's higher crack prices as a marketing opportunity. The case of Samuel Gums is evidence of how a crack distribution network can extend across the Atlantic.
Samuel Gums was a Jamaican national. He and several of his associates operated a network of crack houses. After we arrested the people and examined some of the documents and phone bills from various houses, we discovered that a great many phone calls were being placed to the United Kingdom, so obviously they had associates or some sort of connection in that area.
Before his arrest, Gums had flown from Kansas City to Los Angeles to oversee a cocaine shipment to London. His phone bill showed a daily stream of calls made back to his base in Kansas City and to contacts in London. An English courier, Jacqueline Cody, flew from London to join him. In Los Angeles, Gums supplied her with 1.5 kilograms of cocaine, and Cody, disguising her movements, flew to New York. There she took a cab to the JFK International Airport, but narcotics agents were already on the train.
To Manchester, flight 182
As the flight for Britain was boarding, Jacqueline was arrested. She was carrying cocaine worth as much as £500,000. Her interrogation revealed further evidence. Jacqueline's intended flight from America to Britain was a classic example of the route couriers use to import cocaine for Britain's crack market. Jacqueline had been due to hand the cocaine to a dealer who was staying at a flat in Stoke Newington in London. Police raided the flat and took these photographs. Inside they found an imitation gun. They also found £0.5 pound of cocaine. The apartment was the dealer's safe house. He was running several couriers and had already imported cocaine worth over £1 million. Detectives had taken this surveillance picture. The dealer was Philip Baker, now serving 15 years in jail. Baker was the London end of a trail which had begun in Kansas City. What's the connection between Baker's cocaine and crack that's sold on the street?
Baker admitted that he smoked crack cocaine. That's one connection. The second, and perhaps more important, is that he sold cocaine on to other men who we know to be manufacturers and sellers of crack cocaine.
It is not only the export of raw material for crack from Kansas City that concerns the police. For American detectives say the men who brought crack to Kansas City are now targeting Britain. They are the Waterhouse Posse, led from here by Errol Dogbite Wilson. The house behind me, 3100 Peary Avenue, still with its windows barred, is what Kansas City police called Dogbite Wilson's corporate offices. From here his business empire extended to Miami, New York, Toronto, and ultimately to London. Several Waterhouse Posse members have links with Britain. Dogbite Wilson himself, American police say, was in Britain this summer. Melvin Rowe, an associate of Wilson's, is the man arrested in the Strand last March for using a girl courier to import cocaine through Gatwick Airport. Lennox Bernane, known as Mempo, is one of the most violent drugs dealers in the world. He too has been seen in Britain. We spoke to one former posse member who is in close touch with former colleagues, known here in Britain as Yardies. Do you recognise that man?
Yeah, that man is Mempo. Name was Mempo. I don't know his right name, but I just know him as Mempo.
Mempo?
Mempo, yes, from Jamaica.
How do you know about him?
I just know him as a drugs dealer. He dealing drugs, go around with some big bad yardies, big yardies.
Where has he been a drugs dealer?
All over London. Harlesden, Brixton, Stoke Newington. These are very bad guys.
All I'm prepared to tell you is I would be greatly concerned if Lennox Bernane was here.
Is he here?
I don't believe he is at the moment.
Has he been here?
I think he probably has been.
What evidence do you have of links between the posses and the United Kingdom?
We have a great deal of evidence of links between the posses in the United States and the United Kingdom. We have documentary evidence, we have telephone bills, we have letters, we have witnesses who will say that people who are here and have been members of posses in the United States.
What is the significance of that for the crack problem?
Well, we have to look to see what those posses were doing in the United States. And if they were selling crack cocaine there, we must be concerned that they don't sell it here.
For British policemen like Sergeant Charles Griggs, who work in estates where crack has been discovered, these fears are a matter of everyday concern. Sergeant Griggs is a community policeman in racially mixed Peckham in South London.
I am worried, genuinely worried. The crack problem has hit us. In August last year, we identified our first crack house. We watched this address and saw so much activity. There was about 40, 50 callers an hour. When we raided the address, there were 3 Jamaicans in there. 2 had just arrived from Jamaica, 1 from the Bronx in New York. It appeared to us that our estates had been targeted by these people as estates to sell crack.
In Peckham, we found the black community welcomed action against foreign drug dealers. But there is concern that police are placing undue weight on a still minor drugs problem which happens to have a Jamaican connection. The social conditions which help to spread crack in America, it's widely argued, are very different to Britain. Milton Miller is a popular community leader in Peckham.
It's a whole tradition of actually criminalising black people. I can only see bad coming out of it in the sense of people being victimised, stopped, searched, arrested. And if a stranger was to come into Peckham, although it's such a large community, it's quite close-knit, there's no way, looking at the way the estates are, you could have somebody coming from America or Jamaica, living there newly, and setting up this trafficking in this dangerous drug. People would shop them.
Senior detectives like Roy Ram are keenly aware of those concerns. His specialist squad found the posses do not yet have a substantial organisation here, but they did find a significant number of individual crack dealers. His concern is how to stop crack spreading on estates where relations with the community are already tense.
Crack has, as far as we can see, emerged in areas where we've found it difficult to police in any event, where there's been to some extent almost traditional conflict between police and the local community. If you add crack to that and try to police it there, it can make a difficult situation almost impossible.
What worries me is that because it is assumed the posses are going to come into this country, the police are starting to target inner city areas of the country as areas most likely to develop crack problems, and they target in those because they are black areas, because the posses are blacks. And as a consequence of that, we see heavy policing developing, as we've seen recently in Broadwater Farm.
Last month's police raid on Broadwater Farm dramatised the particular danger of crack for Britain. The fear is that such action may be interpreted as targeting the black community, preventing the good community relations, which are the best way of keeping crack out.
You know that you are going to be accused of racism.
I don't think I am, frankly, and if I am, then I think it's misplaced. Because we know, and there is people, or there are people, sitting in prison at the moment, white, who have been convicted of crack dealing. It's not something that is exclusive necessarily to the Jamaican origin people, but it just seems at the moment on what we found, and I say we've only found small pockets, that it is led largely by those of Jamaican origin.
What I would hope will not happen is that you begin to smear a decent community of Jamaican people here and in the United States with the reputation of what is a tiny but vicious minority. I think that any country that faces crack as a problem has to try to stamp it out. But to be able to stamp it out, you have not only to deal with what they call the supply side, with the people that push it. More importantly even, you have to deal with the demand side.
Those are also the views of the British government, which has emphasised the need for demand reduction in vulnerable areas. The problem is how to apply that policy where it matters, for example in the secondary schools of Peckham.
Pretty obviously, one of the problems which affects lots of young people. Just straightforward ignorance on my part, okay? I don't know. What is crack?
All I know is that it's a drug, innit? And that it's really addictive and all that, and people are trying to make it as a really big problem.
Have you come across it?
It's government policy to place drug abuse in the context of health education generally. A nationwide campaign against crack, it's feared, might glamorise the drug.
Become more of a problem because more people keep hearing about it? Or is crack a problem that we really must keep telling people about?
Everyone can say they know what it is and what affects it, but no one really knows the true facts because in the media it's all mixed up.
You need publicity and you need advertising, but this, if you keep going, I mean, someone keeps coming up to me every week, whole hour talking about crack. After a while, I'm going to start thinking, well, this must be good, but I'm going to try it or whatever. Yeah.
As these responsible teenagers know, striking a balance between silence and hype is the very heart of the controversy over crack.
Now, the problem with crack is a lot of people will say, we will wait till we can document that it's a problem to deal with it. By the time you can document it, it's too late to deal with it. It's that simple.
Mr. Sutton's quite right in saying that we should act now before we have a problem with crack. But the way in which he has produced solutions is to cause hype, to cause an enormous concern for a problem which isn't yet here.
This one dedicated to all the nice and decent people.
In the London nightclub, Britain's top reggae star, Tipper Irie, delivers his condemnation of crack. It is a message enthusiastically endorsed by the audience. In a club with a tough anti-drugs policy, the threat of crack is clearly taken seriously.
Talking to you whether you white or black, don't get involved in the thing called crack.
However immediate the threat of crack may be, the only safe policy is prevention.
Make you sell everything in your flat, so not touching crack, whatever you do. A crack no make you happy, crack just make you blue. So if a man want come sell crack to you, well just turn around and say no thank you.
I went from hotshot lawyer to cocaine addict. And I didn't just ruin myself. I spread disaster among my family, friends, and business. I stole for cocaine. See, cocaine torments you till you do anything to get it.
When I was doing cocaine, I got so selfish. I wish I didn't have no one. No kids, no parents, no people who loved me.
I don't know how I got there, but I sold everything for cocaine. Took away my self-esteem.
For years, I denied the addiction until the money was gone. And my jet-set life totally blown away.
Anyone that says cocaine's not addictive, they lie.
When you do cocaine, you lie to yourself about being in control.
Cocaine's not hip. It's hype. Anyone who tells you it's okay is a liar.
Cocaine, the big lie. Call 1-800-662-HELP.
Doing drugs is like being on top of the world. Everyone says so. Everyone seems to be having one dandy old time. Hey, it's part of growing up. Or is it? Just think about this. Before you go and do something you've never done before, you just better know what you're jumping into.
Yours?
No, I'm...
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know, one of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's...
Where did you get it?
Dad...
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, alright? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who use drugs have children who use drugs.
Is there anyone out there who still isn't clear about what doing drugs does? Okay, last time. This is your brain. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
When she was 6, after a few scrapes and tumbles, her dad taught her how to ride a two-wheeler. When she was 9, he helped her build a telescope that could see the moons of Jupiter. When she was 14, after a lot of giggling and giving up, her mom finally taught her how to hit a wicked two-handed backhand. All through her growing up, Susie's parents taught her well. But for all their love and attention, there was one lesson left untaught. Susie's parents never taught her about drugs. They never told her that drugs maim, drugs kill. So Susie learned one final lesson on her own. When you don't say no to your kids about drugs, it's the same as saying yes.
McGruff here. If someone asks you to try drugs, think of me and say what I'd say. And to help you, have one of these masks.
Wow, thanks, McGruff.
Now, what are you going to say if someone asks you to try drugs?
My mom and dad told me not to, and I wouldn't lie to them.
Sensational.
Don't use drugs. Don't use drugs.
Here's how you can get a free mask. And on the back are more ways to say no and help me take a bite out of crime. McGruff here. See that guy? He's stealing that bike. Now, see that lady? She's calling the cops. Mimi Marth, part of the Eyes and Ears Patrol in Hartford, Connecticut. There's 126 of them, regular people, working together to help prevent crime. You know, you could do that. Find out how. Write to Box 6600, Rockville, Maryland. You'll be helping to take a bite out of crime. McGruff here with Regina to sing Users Are Losers.
You know it's okay to say no. I'm telling you it's true. Learning when to say no.
Hey, no.
That's what you need to do. Learning how to say no.
Say no.
Can make a winner of you. 'Cause users are losers and losers are users. Don't use drugs. Don't use drugs. Winners don't use and users don't win. Don't use drugs. Don't use drugs. If you know you're even part of the time.
Tell them to quit. Take a bite out of crime.
Users are losers and losers are users. Don't use drugs.
And help me take a bite out of crime.
Take a bite out of crime.
I like the excitement, you know. I like, adventure, I'm the kind of person to go after excitement, danger.
Please! Go, go, go! Freeze! Let's see your hands! Please! Get your hands up! Hands up! Get them up! Let's go, both of you. Turn around, hands against the wall. Keep them up! Keep that hand right there, don't move it.
Hands up.
Okay. Hey, send one of the patrolmen in here, Greg.
Just keep your hands up.
Send a patrolman in here.
Who's out on the street selling drugs? Who's getting shot and killed? Who are the gang wars between? The drug wars between? It's between the youngsters. Okay, so how do you feel about this?
It's a way of life for most people. They grow up selling marijuana and weed and stuff.
That's how they make their money.
It's cool, man. Everybody else is doing it. It's cool if you get in there and you're just like them.
People who 15, 14, and 13, they can't get no jobs, you know. It's a quick way to make money. That's how I see it.
Nobody wants to work making no minimum wage. That's not any money at all. $3.35 when they can go out there and sell drugs and make fast money.
Make $1,000 a day.
That looks like about an ounce of cocaine we got on a plate there. $12,000 worth of coke just on a plate like that, you know, and that's good money. And it's fast money.
Everyone agrees it's the easy drug money that leads to scenes like this. Oakland police barge into a home and arrest young people in the throes of the illegal drug business. Thousands of teenagers and younger children are so thoroughly involved in using or dealing drugs that in some areas an entire generation is endangered.
Their whole life, you know, revolved around violence and, you know, selling drugs and making money and stuff, you know.
17-year-old convicted drug dealers serving time in Alameda County talk freely about their lives on the condition they remain anonymous to avoid any possible reprisals. For life on the streets of Oakland can be dangerous.
I think it was possible that I could have got killed, you know, being a mistake for somebody else, or like you were saying about turf wars and stuff like that, you know.
For two youngsters, we'll call them William and John, the danger is part of the lure. John tells of smoking dope at age 10 and selling at 12.
I mean, it was kind of fun, me dodging bullets and stuff. It was like something that I never thought would happen to me. It was something like, I can't believe it, man. I almost got shot.
Go right here. Put your head right on that door. Stay right there. Head on that door.
For kids, the thrills of the drug life and the big profits to be made off the street value of cocaine, marijuana, and heroin shine brightly amidst the
I mean, because every day I can wake up, you know. I know what I'm going to do. I know how my day's going to end up, you know. I'm going to wake up and get washed up and stuff and go out, go straight to a little restaurant or a cafe right there on the corner, get me some breakfast, and just get out there, you know, and get busy, start selling dope. I was making enough money to recop and have fun, you know, get high every night and go places and buy little things, you know. Like a dope fiend come up to me with a gold ring, I could be able to buy it, you know, for about $10 or $15. It ain't nothing.
As soon as I get out of school, I used to just go sell drugs and be with the people who selling drugs around me, like my friends and stuff. And we used to talk and sell drugs and run from the police occasionally and stuff like that, and, you know, laugh about it, you know.
I see it all the time. I mean, I see guys hanging out. I see them making drug deals on the side of my store.
Jim Copes is trying to raise a young family and run a business in East Oakland. But he's having a hard time and he worries about the future.
I want to know, do you love me?
Drugs are all around him.
How much do you love me?
Unlike many residents, he complains openly and pays the consequences.
There's some kids riding their bike in and out, and they were standing like you and I standing here talking. They were passing drugs back and forth and money, and the kids were riding the bicycle right underneath them. And I said, this is the end of the road. I can't deal with this anymore. So I called the police to surprise them. And they searched them and everything. And next thing I know, I was talking to one of the guys over there a few weeks, 2 days later approximately. And man, we got into it. One guy started chasing me, the other guy tripped me, hit me with a 2x8. And they said because I was a fink.
So SDU 2 guys, SDU 1 guys, all got your shotguns, right?
Oakland police are vigorously attacking the kind of drug dealing Jim Copes complains of, street dealing. They do it full time, trying to find out where drugs are being sold outdoors. Then, as officers wait in unmarked cars in the neighborhood, an undercover cop buys some dope and immediately calls in the others to catch the sellers. It seems like a lot of work and a lot of police to arrest small-time marijuana dealers. But the process is repeated over and over, and it has made a difference.
It appears it moved a lot of it inside. It's made them a lot more cautious. You don't see the numbers of kids on the corners on that you used to see.
This comes, Mike, let's just go with him. Yeah.
How'd it go with me, man? That ain't my car.
Who got it? Come out of your hand?
But the police can only move the dealing indoors or somewhere else. These raids, while effective in making sales riskier, probably have little lasting effect, and certainly not much impact on the values of the young.
I don't care if they take every police officer from every state and country, they will not, they will not stop drugs. It's part of their program in their life. Every day they wake up, I say, well, we're going to go over to her house and get high and do this, or we're going to do that today,
I started smoking weed when I was in the 4th grade. It wasn't no big deal. I just smoked weed every day.
Every day?
And I still smoke weed every day.
I used to smoke weed before I went to school in the morning, but I had to stop that because when you can't smoke weed when you're on your way to school because you can't comprehend to what the teacher's saying, you be in your own world. So I smoke weed like after school or late at night.
Go to sleep.
Yeah.
On the front porch of the home next to Jim Cope's store, 3 young women, none of them yet graduated from high school, pass the time.
Everybody into cocaine nowadays because there's so many base heads out here. People that smoke through the base pipe. And that's why everybody's starting to sell cocaine now.
If I was to smoke, take a hit off coke, then my eyes would get real big. My heart would be beating fast, and I'll be
looking on the ground.
All these white specks I would think was cocaine. Weed don't make you tweak. Weed don't make you be up with your eyes like this, wanting another hit, like coke does. They just tweak out, just like my friend. He killed this girl, and it was so bad that, they was smoking. They were smoking on a pipe, and they killed her and threw her body in the closet. And, wait till they finished smoking and call an ambulance for her and all that. Coke dealers, they point out girls down the street and tell me, what she done did just to get a little $20 rock, She'll be having sex with dogs, or she'll have sex with 5 or 6 men, just for a $20 rock. And
I think if they, come to jail or something, or, something that's going to teach them a lesson, not to go back and do it again, that'll probably be the only thing. But a lot of people still don't see it that way, because like I got peers up here, who is just waiting to get back out and do the same thing over again,
Remain seated and come to order. Court's now in session.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
In juvenile court, Judge Wilmot Sweeney must decide how to treat young drug dealers.
They come in and they look like kids, by golly, and they're accused of all these things. And if you don't know it, if you haven't read the record, he's just like anybody else's little teenager.
He admitted the sale of cocaine to the court and the violation of probation.
Sweeney presides over an increasing number of cases where teenagers are accused of selling hard drugs. Here, a young man was caught selling cocaine while on probation for a previous drug violation.
I would ask the court to give the minor a chance to show the court that he will do well on probation. I believe that the minor is motivated, and I believe that his stay in custody, some 38 days, has taught him a very, very valuable lesson.
While he was on probation, he may have been completing his weekend training academy, but he was flunking the course out on the street.
Sweeney also finds that it's hard to reason with young drug offenders. Nothing seems to impress them other than the threat of jail.
The lack of morality that's displayed by them, and the fact that they don't even see things the way the rest of us see things. That's shocking and it's scary. We've got to do something about it. My basic concern is this is 2 times in a row, and in a very short time. I mean, a very short time. He comes in and there's one drug finding, then he turns around and he does another one. Bam. It's telling the court to go to hell. Probation report indicates that the mother has a cocaine problem herself. I almost felt like crying. I hope you didn't see that in there. At least I hope he didn't see that. This kid's mother is on cocaine. It's clear that he's using his cocaine sales to help support the family. But what in the world do you do when those kinds of pressures are being put on a 16-year-old kid? You can't say, don't love your mother, son. Of course he's going to love his mother. I've got to consider taking him out of the home and placing him somewhere else. All right, now, James, I'm ordering you to camp. If you come back with drugs, I've got to escalate. That means I've got to get tougher. The next highest place is California Youth Authority. You don't want that. Tough is one of my A things. I take the view to the kid. You've told everybody to go to hell up to me. If you'd been listening to your mother in the first place, you never would have gotten into any trouble. If you'd listened to the cop on the beat, you never would have gotten into trouble. If you'd listened to your school teacher, you never would have gotten into trouble. And finally, you're here dealing with me. I am the last step. You will not tell me to go to hell and get away with it.
Hold on a second.
Judge Sweeney isn't at all sure that the punishment he imposes will change the behavior of drug dealers. But the law gives him very few tools to work with, and he doesn't want to simply give up.
Finally, we're asking that the court order the minor to pay $100 as a restitution fine to...
We've got to say that something can be done at this level, and I insist that we try hard to do that.
What frustrates Judge Sweeney is that from the bench, he is powerless to change the environment in which drugs and violence flourish. Neighborhoods that may not look like the tenement-ridden ghettos of the East Coast, but where single-parent families are the rule and poverty pervades. Ava Washington has lived in East Oakland in a housing project 14 years. Her friend Mary Martin has been here almost as long. Not too many years ago, they were teenagers. Today, they are bringing up their own children.
We're in what you would call a ghetto area. We are living in city-owned housing.
The drugs is here. We can't hide that the drugs is here. And I have seen some younger ones, 9-year-old, getting high.
A lot of people that do what?
There's a lot of little kids that be doing that stuff.
Little kids doing it?
Yeah, about like 13 to 12. You know what? Yeah, probably adults and 12 doing that. And 11.
Well, you've seen kids smoking?
Yup. I seen some at over by the store. I seen them. And I seen this boy, he was smoking it.
But nobody here, of course.
No.
But it's more than smoking dope that disturbs Ava Washington. She is ready to quit her job so she can stay home because of the violence, the shooting, that is all too close. Her 17-year-old boy had a close call recently when he borrowed her car.
I got a bullet hole in my car now.
Why? Drugs involved?
And I'm not gonna lie, it's drugs. It's drug related, and then again, it's this peer pressure thing, and who gonna outdo each other? You know, what projects is the baddest? You know, because they come through here right now, like we sitting out here, and they've been coming through here like once a week. And the boys that's playing over there at the basketball court, they'll just start shooting. Don't care who they shooting at, they just begin to misfiring.
Yeah, there be a lot of shooting around here.
Sometimes it be at nighttime, sometimes be in the daytime when people be playing. But if I hear it, it's right by me. If it's right by me, I'll run. But if it ain't, I just keep playing.
Last week they came out here firing guns, and all my children was out there, 5 and 6-year-old. You know, and I'm at home. I have to call my son, hey, get them home before they get shot. And I mean, they be shooting for real bullets and guns out here.
Sounds like you liked it.
I mean, I did, man. I like the excitement, you know. I like, adventure, I'm the kind of person to go after excitement, danger.
You could get killed, though.
I know that, but I was scared of dying, right? When you come close to dying, it's even funner. There been times that I didn't came that close to death and laughed about it the same night, a couple hours after it happened, just laughed about it.
There is the constant adrenaline rush. And I think that's why the street life is so hard. It's so hard to seduce someone away from it because that's where the excitement is. What do you offer in exchange for that 8 to 5 on a job?
Joanna Henry supervises young offenders at the Los Cerros camp and in the streets of Oakland. She's been a juvenile probation officer for 20 years. Like Judge Sweeney, she uses the threat of arrest and of confinement to try to change the behavior of her wards. She finds it nearly impossible to convince them there's anything wrong with drug dealing.
It's going to cost you your freedom eventually. Very good chance it could cost you your life.
She is pessimistic that her work will have any permanent effect.
It's very clear I have to stop his dealing by taking him through the court process and getting him off the streets. Now, whether that solves the problem in a larger context, I don't think it does, because his warm spot on the sidewalk is filled probably before our court process is finished. And what it does for this person as an individual, does it turn him around? Does it change him? I would say in general, no. It stops him for the time that we've got him.
From her experience, Joanna Henry believes that children who live amidst drugs and violence must be educated and diverted early if they are to have any chance of escaping from the prevailing life. By the time a child reaches high school, it may be too late.
Put your cigarette out. You don't smoke in front of school.
At Castlemont High in East Oakland, Vice Principal Carol Evans has plenty to do, just getting kids to class and not disrupting the school.
Put it out.
Do you think it would be appropriate to have some kind of a drug education program more than just in a few science classes here?
Sure.
Why isn't there?
Well, at this point, that isn't, that's not our number one focus.
No counseling programs or nothing like that, just same, hear the same thing coming from the adults, that selling them drugs ain't gonna get you nowhere, hearing that all day, from grown-ups that then, been there or lived the same life or something,
So you discount it, you don't believe it?
Now I believe it, but right then, I didn't never listen to him, just being hard at it, think you know everything, that's all.
In a different setting, an alternative high school called the Street Academy, which attracts students who have had a hard time adjusting to regular schools, drugs are openly discussed with some regularity.
People who cannot respect things and go overboard on certain things, they're called abusers. You do too much of something, what are you doing? You're abusing it. You drink a few beers too many, you're abusing it because you can't walk straight, you can't talk right, you smoke a few joints too many. If it's, it's heavy stuff, your mind is, the perception's not going to be there.
But, when you go out in the streets, it's hard because it's all over. I mean, everywhere you go, ain't no place where you go and people don't do drugs or at least smoke weed.
Not me, personally, but I have seen people who smoke weed in front of their parents.
While the Street Academy, with its small classes and involved staff, may turn some high school students on to school and away from drugs, most experts agree that by the time a youngster reaches high school, even if he is active in sports or other after-school activities, the die is cast. But in Oakland, programs for younger children are scarce as well, though some exist.
Someone came up to me and asked me to sell drugs, but I said no.
Street Smarts, in its first year, is a carefully crafted curriculum designed to teach elementary school children how to deal with crime, drugs, and violence. Toward the end of the instruction block, uniformed police officers run one class.
Do you think that drug sales are going to stop because one person says no? Do you think so? Because you refuse to do it. Okay, you've only done what? You've only taken care of part of the problem.
Does this approach keep kids on the straight and narrow as they enter their teens? Nobody knows. The cops in the program come from Oakland's Youth Services Division, men and women who patrol the city, especially during school hours, checking for truants and troublemakers around the schools. It's a different approach than they use in the classroom.
Where do you go to school, Eugene?
Right here.
At Oakland. Do you have a good reason to be out?
We go to work.
As a safety measure, the schools encourage a visible police presence around their campuses. But the effect of all those cops is only temporary. Occasionally, the juvenile cops are invited to talk about drugs with slightly older children, but it's rare. At Elmhurst Middle School, state money was supposed to be spent in a pilot drug education program, but little was done. The program barely got off the ground, and so when Governor Deukmejian came to inspect, these youngsters got their first taste of a drug lecture.
I want you to know what this is. They take these rocks, they put them up here on top of a little screen.
The subject was the latest craze in drug use, the base pipe for smoking rock cocaine.
And they light those rocks up and smoke it. They draw it right through here and smoke it. Now what happened to Richard Pryor, he was doing that.
For the governor, this graphic drug lesson was an eye-opener. But for many of the 11 to 13-year-olds, only the fact that they were hearing about it in school was new.
You know about our 3 major drug dealers that we had in Oakland here, and all 3 of them are in jail now. And one of them is gone for the rest of his life, another one for 25 years.
One of the reasons that drug education programs are rare is that school administrators in Oakland seldom admit publicly that their school has a drug problem.
And you say there is no drug dealing in this school?
No. We haven't had any students arrested at this school.
I have not seen as much drug usage here as I have at other schools that I've worked in. It has not been prevalent here.
Any principal that signs up and says, I don't have a drug problem, I don't think is telling the truth. I've been a principal in every school I've been in. There has been these problems seeping in.
We know for a fact children who are selling drugs in schools, and because they've admitted it to us. We call the counselor or the assistant principal the principal, and the principal says, oh, not on our campus. No, we had that problem several years ago, but we've cleaned it up. And
Naeem Shabazz is a counselor at the Scotland Family Therapy Center in West Oakland. In dealing with troubled youngsters and their parents, he finds they often deny obvious drug problems.
Oh, the harm in denial is that the child will continue to get away with it. And that's where, if it can get away with it longer and longer and longer, the stronger his urge and his dependency for that drug, whatever it happens to be, is. And then, there's no telling what will happen after that.
How do you avoid drug dependency? You just say no to all drugs from a very early age. That's the guiding principle behind the Just Say No clubs. They try to help by providing diversion, like this Saturday morning bowling session. Elementary and middle school children also have meetings during school hours to discuss how they can just say no to drugs. But the program is small. It operates in just 15 schools, and its membership is surprisingly limited.
Where we really don't take children who have drug problems. We don't want them.
So many kids in the ghetto area, they don't feel good about themselves, I'm poor, I'm deprived, I don't have, I'm not like other kids, and this makes a great difference. You teach a child at a young age to feel good about yourself. You're important, you're somebody,
That's the philosophy at this youth center in East Oakland, primarily for Mexican-American youngsters and recently opened by the Narcotics Education League. Prevention rather than cure is the operating principle here. Keep the neighborhood youngsters occupied with something other than drugs and have peer counseling available. Parents get involved at the center, planning programs and celebrations, and that makes a difference. That's not what happens in many of the other programs.
I would like more parents' participation in the things that we are doing. I've constantly been asking them to come out, and none of them give me a reason why they won't come.
Bill Evans would like parents to help in his own private drug prevention program for children in his East Oakland neighborhood. Evans is a businessman who owns a cafe and nightclub on East 14th Street. His own tragic experience with drugs convinced him he had to do something for the kids. 15 years ago, his 15-year-old daughter was killed when his former wife had an argument with a boyfriend.
So she raised a pistol at the fire, and my daughter stepped in front of the fella, and she shot my daughter in the head. That's heavy. And later on, I found out that, she was high for drugs and stuff like this and so.
So Evans started meeting with kids, talking with them privately and in groups, finding work for them to do to clean up the neighborhood, sponsoring barbecues and beauty pageants, and proving to them that he cared.
Is that anyone in the group has dated someone that was on drugs? What did you do when you found out about it?
I wanted to stay with him, but my mother, she didn't like it. He was using it and selling, and he was a bad influence on me, and then I didn't touch it or nothing, but then I didn't know what else to do. I just left him alone. He in jail now for 6 years.
He tried at first to work with social service agencies, but he found the bureaucracy frustrating.
But when you have to go to this person, they have to go to their superior, and that superior have to get okay. Well, it's by the time we get down to the kid is a little disgusted, probably grown up.
In a year and a half, attendance at his meetings has climbed. Sometimes he gets 100 kids or more. And Evans sees positive results for the kids and for him.
I become a more productive citizen by listening to these kids. They tell me things that I couldn't get out of a book. They have so much to give.
Even Mr. B is amazed by what he sees around him. For drugs are everywhere in this land, from suburbia to fashionable city neighborhoods. But nowhere are they so pervasive. Nowhere do they determine the quality of life so absolutely as in poor minority neighborhoods. Efforts to change that are largely piecemeal and uncoordinated. It will take something more, a full-scale assault that gets at causes, not just symptoms, to change the lives of youngsters like John.
10 to 5 years from now, I wouldn't mind being a respectable citizen in the community, holding a nice job, having a family, you know. But I know that's not going to happen because I really can't, predict the future. I can just, live it day by day.
Crack has become America's drug of choice.
A potent, inexpensive, highly addictive form of cocaine.
It is an uncontrolled fire.
It's been more than 25 years since crack hit the streets of America. Man, when I first saw it, I was still Tracy Merrill. I wasn't even Ice-T yet. It looked to me like broken pieces of hard rock candy. I never used it, and I never sold it, but I watched it consume the generation around me.
Now I'm at the barbecues, drink. Just get smoked.
Story of hip-hop and the crack generation.
Growing up in New York City, between Brooklyn and Staten Island, and any of those 5 boroughs, it was rough life in my age of growing up. It was a lot of crime, poverty, drugs, guns, hip-hop. At the age of 9, I recall me and my cousin Jizza leaving Staten Island, catching a ferry boat, going all the way up to the Bronx just to go to a block party.
Planet Rock. It's the short shot.
And the DJs is playing all these break beats and he's scratching the record. The rappers on there, a dip, dip, dive, so socialized. Clean out your ears and you open your eyes. The young girls is just dancing with you, you're doing the freak and the wop. I was blown away by that experience.
Man, I was the same way. Hip-hop changed and saved my life. It was a whole new culture, and it comes right from the streets. It jumps off as an alternative to the elite clubs like Studio 54, where the drug of choice is cocaine.
But when cocaine came around, it was the rich white people's drug, and you couldn't get it anywhere.
In the black community, it's the players and the street hustlers that first get involved with cocaine. It's a sexy thing to be able to say, hey, we doing blow. And from the time hip-hop starts exploding on vinyl in the early 80s, cocaine is fly, and the glamour of it shapes the culture.
Vision, dreams of passion. And all the while, I think of you.
Cocaine was the cute drug. Like, before you get hooked on cocaine, you probably actually have a good time. A couple of lines, you know, the dealer, he's your man.
Just look at the early names like Curtis Blow, and you know Blow is fly.
LL Cool J recently revealed something that I never knew. He was thinking initially of calling himself J Ski. He's like, I was 14 at the time, and I really didn't want to insinuate you know what. It wasn't until that very moment that I realized ski as in snow, as in blow. And there's Joe Ski Love, Cool Rock Ski. There's a whole bunch of skis.
Get higher, baby. Get higher, girl. Get higher, baby. Come on!
Cocaine is crazy expensive in the beginning. $80, $90, $100,000 a key. People are already smoking it back in the 70s and calling it freebase. But the process of making it is a complicated ritual involving ether.
People had enough of high school chemistry back when they had high school chemistry. They didn't want to necessarily do that when they got high. If you were able to sell it already made up, whoever figured that out, they were going to make hundreds of millions of dollars very quickly. That was really the genius of Freeway Rick.
Freeway Ricky Ross grows up poor and illiterate in South Central LA. By the early 80s, he's a rising player in the drug game when he learns how to simplify the freebasing process by using baking soda instead of ether.
People would come and buy the powder, and they didn't have their cooking utensils. They didn't have the stuff to cook the powder. So the idea came to me to have it what we called Ready Rock. What that meant is that they could start smoking immediately.
Freeway isn't the first person to rock up cocaine, but he becomes legendary for spreading the know-how far and wide.
What I probably was is the guy that taught the most people how to rock it up.
By the early 80s, the price of cocaine is falling fast, and Freeway's mass-produced Ready Rock is putting a whole new twist on the game.
When it showed up in Oakland, it was called rock cocaine. The way it came out was that, did you know you could actually have $10 and smoke cocaine? The word went around the street like, I can get high like the rich folks on a budget.
Nobody really knows who starts calling it crack to begin with. Some say it's because hustlers crack off the pieces of a larger rock before selling it. Others say it's the sound that the rock makes when you hit it in the pipe, or the crazy effects it has on your brain. For Staten Island teenagers Robert Diggs and Corey Woods, the drug will change the course of their lives.
To my memory, crack might have hit around 1984. I remember my cousin Dirty, we was hanging out and, you know, we was gonna get some weed. He like, hold on, we're gonna get some crack too. I'm like, what the is that? Nah, you put the crack in the weed. I'm like, you know, let's do it. Then we did it, then we smoked it.
People would mix the reefer with the crack and crush it up, and this is the next level of doing it fly.
At the same time, crack enters the lives of teenagers Louis Freese and Calvin Codazar Brodus, kicking it in the hoods of LA.
I mean, we'd party with that all the time. I mean, none of us would hit no pipes. We were always weed heads, so we'd put it in our weed and smoke it.
The first time I became aware of rock cocaine was when I spent a summer at one of my homeboys' house, J-Dog, in North Long Beach. He was hustling, and I seen the little rocks in his hand. I'm like, man, what is that? He's like, money.
Crack cocaine couldn't have hit the hood at a worse time. The recession of the early 80s is really starting to bite.
People coming,
By some estimates, 75% of the black youngsters ages 16 to 19 are out of work.
It was a lot of poverty, a lot of hard times, a lot of people struggling.
We need breaks somewhere, and nobody seems to want to give young people a break.
The government's policies of tax breaks for the rich and cutbacks for the poor are devastating.
We had the teen post, we had the CETA program. When Reagan came in office here a couple years, he cut all that out.
Money's the key to end all your woes. Your ups, your downs, your highs and your lows. Won't you tell me last time that love bought your clothes? It's like that, and that's the way it is.
You are a teenager and perhaps barely that. You live in an inner city ghetto. You probably have dropped out of school. And you have a chance to earn $1,000 a week selling crack. What do? You sell crack.
You know, I started off on the right foot trying to, have a right job and selling candy in newspapers and working at Lucky's. And it just seemed like, all of my homies around me was making more money selling dope.
The collapse of the inner city economy has created a new way of life, an economy based on drugs.
One of my homies offered me a sack. And once I got involved in the crack game, it just seemed like my life blossomed.
You can't find yourself a job, you're gonna pump drugs. You know what I'm saying?
By the time now I'm 16, I'm now a guy who's slinging crack. That's the only way, you get money in your pocket. We welfare babies.
If it had anything to do with any criminal activity and I could make some money to go buy me some sneakers, I want to know what I gotta do, you know what I mean?
When your family's eating, when you got a roof over your head, you got a car to take you from A to B, and you got $5 grand in your pocket, it's hard to justify not doing it.
The Jungle Creed says the strong must feed on any prey at hand. You're either predator or victim. For these kids getting into the crack game, the predator who becomes their role model is Tony Montana.
Me, I want what's coming to me.
Or what's coming to you, Tony?
The world, Chico. And everything in it.
I think Scarface was such an influential movie because it's the movie that we all saw during that period of our dreams of American success. We admired this rag to riches story, even though it was painted in blood.
He came from Cuba with nothing. He took over the world.
You're gonna move up. You're gonna move up fast.
He went from there to being a multimillionaire.
It was a movie that made us feel like we, coming from nothing, could actually become something, and the world was ours.
It spoke to the generation at that time who was living their life. There was no other way for us to see of getting the American dream besides selling drugs.
There's the standard American dream. You have a family, you try to be successful, live your life peacefully, free. Then there's the other American dream, anti-establishment, anti-everything but my pockets.
Say hello to my little friend.
That movie just basically guided us on how to be a hustler.
It's just everything about Scarface. It's like a big commercial to sell cocaine.
One of the kids blown away by the movie is AZ Faison. AZ will rise almost overnight to become one of the biggest cocaine dealers in Harlem. And this cocaine will be turned into crack from one end of 125th Street to the other.
I'll never forget one day, the first of the month was falling on a Friday. Now that's payday, that's check day, and people get high on the weekends. I had bottled up maybe $30,000 to $40,000 worth of coke. Not thinking that it would sell all that day, and it all went within a couple of hours. That's when I said, yo, this is serious. Then after that, sky was the limit.
With crack cocaine in their pockets, Ronald Reagan as their president, and Tony Montana as their hero, the crack generation will ride a whirlwind through the 1980s that will change America forever.
Crack it up. You gotta put it in the bottle. I wanna crack it up. This no kid.
As crack spreads into inner city neighborhoods of New York, LA, Oakland, and Miami, the kids slinging it see firsthand how powerful the drug can be.
When the crack came in, it was a whole different ballgame. It was more addictive, it seemed. People were doing much crazier things to get their hands on it.
Every time that I look, one of my friends is getting hooked.
After a while, we started seeing people get strung out, people that we really looked up to.
Now, I've seen people toot cocaine forever, and I've never seen it affect them the way smoking cocaine does. For a lot of people, crack is definitely more potent and dangerous.
You will put the crack in the bowl, you get your nice torch, and you put it on and you hit it. Oh man, the feeling is the best feeling that I have ever felt.
The only thought was to get more money, to get more of it, because you never got enough.
All you trying to do is catch the first high that you received. It's like you're chasing something that you never catch up with.
Just chase that one hit, just chase it all night. Then the nights turn into days, and then weeks. Then you start hawking off stuff, selling stuff.
By now, kids like RZA, Raekwon, Snoop, and Be Real are deep into the hustle and can see why crack is the perfect product.
While we was in that business, I remember when the first of the month would come around and the crackheads would line up on the crack spot, taking their checks, their food stamps. I remember having $1,000 for food stamps.
It made the crack people do, like go steal and rob and stuff, take people fights and stuff.
Crack, as soon as you hit it, man, the devil hits you like, hey, where you been? I want to roll with you. I'm gonna be with you. Hey, get up. Just sell that. You'll get it again. So you at the dope man's house with a hot V8 engine on your back, 3 in the morning with your eyes bucked back like this, trying to sling it.
Police arrested these teenagers who were so desperate for crack, they were selling stolen $20,000 cars for $100 each.
As the crack trade started taking off, some of the things that I observed were parents not caring about their kids, putting the crack first.
I really got hooked to the point where I would leave my son in the house and I would go around the corner and cop. And then when I come back, my son is standing on the stoop 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning by himself. He was like 3 years old.
In LA, they call them strawberries. In New York, skeezers. Girls who'll do anything to hit the pipe.
I used to mess around with guys just to get money. Prostituting myself, oh my God, I didn't like it. But I did it because I had a problem.
One man suggested to me that I go to the stroll, and I was like, stroll, what's that? And he goes, no, you're kidding, you know what that is. And I was like, no, I don't. And he said, that's where the prostitutes walk, they stroll. I was like, prostitute? Finally, one day I went. And I got high to forget it, and I did it to get high.
My best piece of sex I had at 16 was this beautiful 25-year-old girl that was a crackhead. I got my rocks together and I went and kicked it with her. Gave me the best for a small piece of crack rock, yo. And she was beautiful at that time, but no more than 12 months later to 18 months later, she was ugly as a monster. Destroyed. Sucked up. Sucked in.
Crack can be a wicked drug. And that's why hip-hop comes up with the slogan, crack is whack.
It's a sight you can't miss. You may have even wondered who did that and why. Graffiti artist Keith Haring did it, and this is why.
Really, this mural came after going through a personal experience with a friend who wanted to quit doing crack. I mean, I think it's affecting everyone.
Crack stay back, crack attack. I say the dime is a waste of time.
If crack is whack to us, now the media gets a hold of it, and the tripping really begins.
It is flooding America. Crack, possibly the most addictive drug known to man.
It might just as well be called crack of doom.
This new affliction's powerful, y'all. Some say it is worst of all.
The effects of crack can be dramatic, and this leads to the most sensational reporting.
This is it. The drug so powerful it will empty the money from your pockets, make you sell the watch off your wrist, the clothes off your back.
Or kill your mother. Yep, that's what we're saying.
Anybody you put in front of this camera that says we didn't exaggerate is kidding themselves or trying to kid you. But we did it for reasons we thought were the best reasons. We really did think it was a very different drug. We started getting shot at. Agents were told they had to wear bulletproof vests on every raid.
That life comes with guns and violence and death. Shootouts will happen for who controlled this neighborhood, who controlled that block.
A narcotics agent calls its rapid spread phenomenal.
I made a decision that we should talk to the public about it. I felt they had a right to know, and that was probably the beginning of the massive media coverage.
Its use has reached epidemic proportions.
Epidemic.
Well, officials call it an epidemic.
You start to hear words like epidemic. You start to hear words like plague, and it fed the public imagination.
At this point, crack is still only in a few neighborhoods of a few big cities.
Most people in America had no idea what crack was. They'd never seen it. But the news media was writing about this plague before the plague, as it were, ever really took hold.
By the summer of '86, crack is the biggest story since Watergate.
You couldn't pick up a newspaper in the mid-'80s where the word crack wasn't on every page. I mean, you'd hit the sports page, it would be Yankees 4, crack 3. Tomorrow, the weather's going to be 80 degrees with a slight chance of crack. You know, it's just crack, crack, crack.
That's what the media does, man. They take something and they run with it for the controversy of it so that they can get the numbers in the ratings.
From the beginning, there are plenty of white people smoking crack.
It was really the first time I smoked it that I knew I didn't want to stop.
Everybody I used with was white. You know, they didn't get caught because they had money, more money than me. They weren't in the street yet.
But the media focuses almost exclusively on the black neighborhoods.
Drug dealing has reached epidemic proportions among young black men here.
How old are you? 16, sir.
Our television sets were saturated with images of, black men in handcuffs.
It fed into the worst fears that people had, not just about the drug, but about who the drug was associated with.
The idea of a threat coming from black America relative to crack cocaine was to create a sort of massive hysteria.
It's going nationwide, especially among the young.
If smaller cities don't have a crack crisis now, they will soon.
Now it's spreading across the nation.
Crack has become America's drug of choice.
Perhaps the exclamation point on all of that was the death of Len Bias.
Just 48 hours after becoming the #1 draft choice of the world champion Boston Celtics, Bias collapsed of an apparent heart attack on the University of Maryland campus.
Here he is celebrating, and he dies of a cocaine overdose. No doubt that shook people up.
Leonard Bias was a very healthy individual.
The cocaine killed him, period.
That's correct.
The dramatic warning that, in fact, cocaine kills. Even the young and the strong can be its victims.
No one actually knew what kind of cocaine he was taking, but because he was an African American, the assumption was that it was crack cocaine.
A specialist in sports medicine speculated what could have occurred.
Somebody substituted crack, a very potent form, and he thought he was getting lower doses than he was given.
Crack, cocaine, whatever had been involved. For the media, the facts didn't matter very much.
An autopsy will eventually show that Len Bias ingested cocaine powder, but the public will always think he was killed by crack.
Because it was so geographically close to the Capitol, it kind of had greater reverberations than perhaps it otherwise would have. So I remember members of Congress saying, we got to do something.
Larger numbers of our citizens are suffering and dying from this threat to our national security than any nuclear warfare, any chemical warfare waged on any battlefield.
All of this plays right into President Ronald Reagan's hands. Already 4 years into a mounting war on drugs, he seizes the moment to address the nation.
Today, there's a new epidemic. Smokable cocaine, otherwise known as crack. It is an explosively destructive and often lethal substance which is crushing its users. It is an uncontrolled fire.
With Election Day approaching and polls showing that drug abuse is the public's #1 concern, today's voting became a contest to determine who could be toughest on drug traffickers.
The Republicans in the White House led the way, but Democrats were up there yelling and screaming and pushing for tougher laws.
Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House, and he said, you know what, we're going to start punishing crack more than we punish powder. Chemically, they're indistinguishable, but you should be punished a lot more for crack.
There should be no mercy on them.
So he said, I think that the disparity should be 25 to 1. So for every 1 gram of crack, you should get the same punishment as 25 grams of powder. The Republicans said, no, we're the tough on crime people. We think it should be 50 to 1. Tip O'Neill said 75 to 1. Republicans said, no, 100 to 1. That's how drug policy gets made.
We're getting tough on drugs, and we mean business. For those who are thinking of using drugs, we say stop. And to those who are pushing drugs, we say beware.
The Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 mandates a 5-year minimum sentence for a mere 5 grams of crack. It means that first-time nonviolent offenders will be sentenced to decades in prison for selling or possessing small amounts of the drug.
It was really very much about demonization. Every society needs its boogeyman. In the 1980s, it became the crackheads, the drug dealers, and the rhetoric was essentially that anybody involved in this was less than human, was a devil, was somebody who needed to be destroyed.
The drug war now escalates more dramatically than ever before, and in the crosshairs will be those kids selling crack on the inner city street corners.
Drugs didn't fall in the hood in 82 and 84. They've been in the neighborhood. But the point was that we didn't have no other means of doing anything positive with ourselves. That was easy to turn to, and it was more prosperous because we made money. And who cares about going to jail? Because when we go to jail, we're going to be in there with our homies anyway.
This is the new crack generation, and the soundtrack of their experience will be hip-hop. By 1986, as the hustlers of the crack generation get deeper into the game, they're finding that dealing can be just as addictive as the drug itself.
They do it for the drugs and money. Big money. Money that buys jewelry, new clothes, status.
Literally in my neighborhood, $500,000 a day was going through Park Hill projects. No lie.
We were young, making this money every day.
Big dealers like AZ Faison, who have money to burn, become trendsetters, and everybody in the hood is watching.
Because you see dudes, they get rich hecka fast, they have flashy cars, hecka beats, big fat ropes, all the girls, and you be like, yeah, I want that too.
I believe our crew was like the people to follow. People love the hood star.
It's inevitable that the worlds of hip-hop and crack will collide.
Who had money to loan a kid who wanted to make a demo? Who had money to loan a kid who wanted to press up 12 inches? It was often the local drug dealer.
If it wasn't for drug dealers, I wouldn't have a career. I was rapping at the age of 14, 15. We were selling music to drug dealers when I was 16.
Coke dealers.
Because we figured, where's all the cash? It's on the turf where they sell drugs.
Big time, baby.
I remember the first time we did it. We pulled up, you guys want to buy some music? They're like, music or what? You know, me and my buddy right here, we rap. We want to buy your rap for it. Like, just listen to it. Pop in the cassette.
Young brothers my age making dollars so long. Drop a brand new Benz with a phone. Seeing Drake and go, calling Big Bang Rock.
Then this one guy, he just goes, eject, grabs the tape. How much you want for it? Give me $5. $5, walks away. Everybody else is like, I want one. I never had to get a job in my life because of drug dealers.
Not only are the dealers funding rappers, they're inspiring them as well.
Driving in my car down the avenue, towing on the Dre, sipping on some breeze. Turn around, see the fly young lady.
In 1985, Schoolie D comes out with PSK, What Does It Mean? A track reflecting the hustler lifestyle.
It was real menacing, and that was the thing that I noticed about it, that when I played it, I felt cool.
That was actually the first record that talked about drugs as a means to get over and get out.
PSK, we're making that green. People always say, what the hell does that mean?
Rappers became like reporters. And what you heard from these rappers was different than what you saw on NBC Nightly News or ABC or CBS. What you heard from the rappers was what they saw in the streets.
This is KRS-One. Been to a crack dealer by the name of Peter. Had to buck him down with my 9mm.
There are records that start referencing the crack game as a culture.
You listen to an album like Criminal Minded, BDP, they was talking about being drug dealers, how tough they are. My 9mm go bang, da-da-da dang.
Wa-da-da-dang, wa-da-da-da-dang. Hey, listen to my 9mm go bang.
This attitude became part of our culture. See, I would be with that big gold chain. Why I come with that big gold chain, yo? You know what I mean? They look like the drug dealers look.
thinking of a master plan. This ain't nothing but sweat inside my hands. So I dig into my pocket, all my money spent. So I get deeper, but still coming up with lint.
So rappers wanted to be drug dealers wanted to be rappers in a way.
Rakim #1, that's my favorite rapper. And when Paid in Full dropped, it was on. I was in the street. If we jump in a rental car, this is what we was throwing on. This is what's making us feel good.
For small-time dealers like RZA and Raekwon, the music hits home. They can relate because they're living it.
I got on the gold chain, got on some Gucci sneakers, I have on a little 4-finger ring I picked up. I mean, I'm going to other neighborhoods trying to talk to girls, going to other neighborhoods for rap battles and DJ battles, the kind of kid I was.
Cause I don't like to dream about getting paid, so I dig into the books of the rhymes that I made. Soon as a test to see if I got pulled, hit the studio, cause I'm paid in full.
Paid in Full turns Eric B. and Rakim into icons of the street. And the new status symbol is the big gold dookie chain.
If you got a big chain, I'm like, ooh, who's that? He got a big chain. He got a big Tootsie rope, we used to say. Call it the big Tootsie rope. With the LLs and the Run DMCs, you know, seeing those guys with it. And once Salt and I was able to purchase ours, we knew we were on our way.
I would have did anything for one of them back then coming up. It definitely made us all feel like it was a form of being successful, but still being from the projects.
What really embodied visually the uprising of the crack era was the designer labels, MCM, Gucci, Versace. You know, there was a place called Dapper Dan that used to be on 125th Street. And this guy was an African immigrant who could take any kind of logo and make spare tire covers, slip covers, coats, sneakers, shoes.
We used to vend on the sidewalk. Then we got our first little store. We started out with the B-boy look, the whole rough street look.
I asked them to make me a vest. It was a bulletproof Louis Vuitton vest.
In the beginning, Dap's customers are local drug dealers like AZ.
I had a van and I wanted a Gucci wheel cover to ask Dap, and he made it happen for me.
We do tire covers for Jeeps, and everybody wants their own statement written on the back of the Jeep.
Okay, if I'm not allowed to go down to Gucci on Fifth Avenue, I'm gonna take that logo and I'm gonna assign it to myself. I am this new crack generation. I make money. Reagan tried to circumvent who I was. It didn't work. Now, I may have killed some of my own to get there, but I'm here now. No apologies, no excuses. Give me my Gucci.
Pretty soon, rappers start waiting outside to see what the hustlers are wearing when they leave the store.
That fashion that my man Dap brought to the streets, I was one of the first rappers to bring it to the entertainment business, but I was doing what the streets was doing, man.
Dap styles everyone. Eric B. and Rakim, Salt and Pepper, Run DMC, MC Light, Biz Marquee, The Fat Boys, Big Daddy Kane, Boogie Down Productions, and LL Cool J.
And it was all part of the game and identifying like, oh, you coming up, you doing your thing.
As the growing rap scene in New York adopts this style rooted in the crack culture, the focus shifts to the hoods of LA, where gangs are spreading. And this new equation of street capitalism and crack is about to produce a new form of hip-hop that will revolutionize the industry.
You put the dot on your target, then you blow the out the mother.
In the hoods of LA where I grew up, crack is spreading all through the early 80s along with hip-hop. This is the era of the big ballers. And nobody is bigger than Freeway Ricky Ross, who by the mid-80s has become like the Walmart of crack in LA.
Freeway Rick out here in Los Angeles was the guy.
What's up, young Dale?
What's up, Rick?
I went from buying what we used to call an 8-track
which was 3 grams, to buying 100 kilos at a time.
When Freeway first starts out, it takes him a week to flip those 100 keys. Now he can do it every day, and the money he makes is crazy.
My property was probably worth like $8 to $10 million. Anything I wanted to do, I just did it. So I would go to Aspen, Colorado, 3-4 times a year.
Freeway buys up houses, businesses, a record label, even a movie theater, but manages to stay off the radar of the LAPD.
This guy was on so big of a level, but you never saw it. It was like a myth that you heard about.
In the game, it's always about your connect.
I was getting my drugs from a group of guys that were from Nicaragua. They had drugs cheap and in abundance.
Freeway drops prices, hooks up a lot of people in the game, and operates his rock houses like fast food chains.
I can remember when crack cocaine used to empower homies like us as jobs, like McDonald's. From 9 to 5, that was your shift. Or you go and you work the dope house. That's what you did. Your mother knew you did it, your grandmother, your kids, and they would come by and get lunch money after school.
Everybody was in the game one way or another. Grandmothers, grandfathers, and the gangs got involved too. They started selling.
I was raised to be a gang member. I was raised to sell dope. I was raised to do everything. But you see, it's you.
Why were you raised?
Because this is the population that we in,
Everybody's a product of their own environment.
That's true.
You're going to do what is being done around you. Like, we was young. We watched the guys older than us doing their thing. We want the money, too.
There's been Crips and Bloods since the early 70s. What crack does is multiply and divide the scene up into more than 300 sets and 50,000 gangbangers. It spreads them out everywhere and sets them off against each other.
There's not a black gang in the city or the county that's not involved in narcotics. So, it's hand in hand.
The teenage Snoop Dogg is a member of the Rolling 20s Crips.
My teenage years with me selling crack and having relationships with my homeboys and getting in shootouts, getting beat up, beating people up, getting my drugs stole from me, doing all types of scandalous activities, getting in the mix. All of that was fun to me because I was young and I was thinking that I ain't gonna live to see 21 anyway, so I might as well live it all the way up.
Be Real belongs to 89th Street neighborhood family Bloods.
The crack was so easy to get rid of that the money was like a floodgate. And with that comes rivalry.
The killing today is not over who will control the neighborhood turf, but who will control the neighborhood cocaine.
Now you have firefights between drug dealers, and when you got money, you can afford better weapons.
Drug money has turned street gangs into small armies.
Now you got a Uzi, a MAC-10, or eventually what the standard was AKs.
You'd begin hearing that rat-a-tat-tat sound where people would have open gun battles over corners.
6113-861 drive-by shooting just occurred. 1 victim down, 5318 South Main.
Here you go. This guy's got about 4 pints of blood laying on the sidewalk.
Innocent people got shot. Little kids are getting hit.
Melinda Johnson was just 15 when she was murdered. The victim of a random shooting by street gang members in South Central Los Angeles.
When I was living that particular lifestyle with the gangs and slanging, we were in another neighborhood who was friendly to us, like affiliates. We ran into their rivals on the corner. We all start throwing up our gang signs to each other. One of the guys in the back seat hands the other guy the rifle. Shot at me 3 times, and the last one ricocheted off the wall and came into my back here. My left lung totally collapsed, and I fell right there on the ground. My friends rushed me over to Martin Luther King Hospital.
IV in both arms. Right arm's a 14-gauge one.
The emergency room was packed. Rival gangs, everything.
He's shot in the right thigh and the right distal.
There's this guy next to me with a shotgun wound to his stomach. He was crying so loud that I started to freak out. Like, oh my God, what the is going on in here? And that's when the police came to take me out to ask me the questions. So where are you from, homeboy? What do they call you? Let's see your tattoos. Now I'm bleeding through my lungs, spitting up blood on the floor, and they're like grabbing my arms, looking at whatever tattoos that I might have, totally not giving a whether I'm dying or not, But that's what it is, man. They look at you like you're the enemy. And you are.
Okay!
That's not necessary, man.
Nothing brings down the heat of LAPD on your hood more than crack, gangs, and guns.
There was a meanness and there was a confrontational attitude to the police. They were like asking for a fight. That's the impression I got. And when I knew more about Daryl Gates, that kind of engagement was a big part of his philosophy.
We do have a war here on gangs, and we're going to continue that war until it's finished.
Maybe you can sum up LA Police Chief Daryl Gates in one single word: batarang.
Daryl Gates introduced a tank to roll through American neighborhoods, destroying people's houses in this pursuit of individuals in the crack trade.
Police drove it into battle this week, smashing a gaping hole into a suspected rock house.
Nancy Reagan, in this really famous event, rode shotgun.
Went through my face.
Oh my God, man. Why my family and everything is arrested? Why look at my car?
Crack cocaine was used as an excuse to justify this militarization of the police force.
You see how it is yourself. Somebody could have actually got killed.
If you don't want this battering ram to come through your house, don't deal dope.
I remember when I first heard about the battering ram, I go over there and I'm looking, I'm like, wow, look what they done rigged up. So we moved all our houses upstairs.
And Mr. Rockman, you better stop someday. Hang it up, homeboy, your house will pay.
One of my homies, Toddy T, made a song about the batarang, which was one of the biggest songs in the 80s.
The batarang.
Toddy T captures the whole underground crime thing that was already bubbling in LA, and it makes a big impact on me. By 1986, I've given up my hustle for the rap game.
6 in the morning, police at my door. Fresh Adidas squeak across the bathroom floor. Out my back window, I take my escape. Didn't even get a chance to grab my old school tape.
6 in the Morning probably was one of the most powerful gangster rap songs ever. About a dope dealer on the move, his come up.
Got a knot in my pocket weighing at least $1,000. Gold on my neck, my pistol's close in hand.
He really sped us up to where we would start sleeping with one eye open now, because we knew they would probably be coming at 6 in the morning.
Word. Most cats that were in the gangbanging world or drug dealing never talked about the stuff that we did. But here the rappers were, and they were being the voice for that particular group of people.
We make our records based on stuff that's happening where we live, you know. And people out there that don't like it, them.
NWA probably had a bigger impact than anybody when it came to the gangster rap music and the West Coast lifestyle, because they were talking about the police, they were talking about the boys in the hood that were slanging dope.
From a P to a G, it's all about money. 10 beats for 10 bass pipe, drug free. And people out there not hip to the fact, if you see somebody getting money for crack, he's the
NWA's unfiltered stories of crack, gangs, and street violence unleash a firestorm of controversy. The media labels it gangster rap, but it sells millions of records.
They were like the Harlem Globetrotters. We wanted to do everything that they were doing because they represented what cool was.
Obviously, you guys must know a little bit of something of what you're talking about. What is your background?
Killings, robbery, everything. The whole 9 yards. Dope dealing, everything. Everything you hear on our records is true.
We knew Eazy-E was a drug dealer.
The word on the street is that it's drug money that finances Eazy-E's new label, Ruthless Records.
The crack game was money, and the natural transformation was buying a record label.
Crack basically funded hip-hop. We all have the same story.
The success of our raw tales from the hood sends a message to all the young hustlers out there. This is a way to tell your story and get paid in the process. Gangster rap will blow up nationwide, just as the spread of crack, gangs, and guns brings down the full weight of the new drug war.
See this cute little vial here? It's crack, rock cocaine, the most addictive form. You think it's the glamour drug of the 80s?
Well, that's the point of this friendly little reminder. It can kill you.
In the next few months, the motion picture industry and theater owners will be bringing you a series of messages like the one you just saw. I don't think anybody will miss the point.
In 1987, the President and Nancy Reagan enlist Hollywood in their war on drugs.
These little vials of chemical garbage have a nasty habit of killing people.
Crack can kill you. Dead.
Every time you do it, every single time, you risk ending up on a slab in the morgue.
You're laying your life on the line for a 10-minute high. If anyone offers you some, tell them where to shove it.
Look, everybody wants to be cool, but doing it with crack isn't just wrong. It could be dead wrong.
But the kids of the crack generation are hardly gonna listen to Clint or Pee Wee.
I was making so much money, that was the only vision in my mind was the money. My clothes was looking nice, I had a car.
When you come from nothing and you have opportunity to turn nothing into something, you want to make it the best run that you can make it.
When you're selling drugs, you start to feel invincible. You know, I started to feel that I was the guy created to sell cocaine and that I was the greatest cocaine seller ever. And that was my job.
Business is booming, and Freeway Rick is at the top of his game, helping to spread crack across the country.
A year and a half ago, the DEA was finding crack in only 7 cities. Now, crack is showing up in more than 40 cities.
Well, people would come from other cities to get it. You know, they would come out to visit their families, and they would see what was going on. They would be like, wow, can we get this in our town? It was kind of like exporting a business almost, or exporting a product.
When I first started as Public Enemy and touring the country, you start seeing other cities like Dallas, St. Louis. 88, it was like New York. In 85.
Police raiding another crack house in Des Moines, Iowa, the epitome of middle America.
I've lived here for about 40, 50 years. Never thought it would come to that.
City by city, this white tornado was swirling on, just wiping out Black America. We said we had to do something to make this seem very unattractive to a young audience.
Here it is, bam, and you say, goddamn, this is the dope jam. But let's define the term called dope, and you're thinking me funky now.
Public Enemy's In Your Face track, Night of the Living Bassheads, becomes an anti-crack epic.
Like comatose walking around, please don't confuse this with the sound. I'm talking about bass.
You see everybody out all night looking for this little $10 substance to keep their zombie life going.
Nothing can save you. Bass.
And it's like Night of the Living Dead.
Team on the brother when they dealing. The same block where my 98 be wheeling. And everybody know another kilo. From a corner from a brother, keep another below. And stop killing and killing, stop grilling. Yo, black, yo.
We have the audacity to try to tell people that crack is whack. It just didn't come from us. KRS-One, Kumo Deep, Ice-T. It was a consensus. Crack is terrible, you know, and we all gonna go after it like that's the enemy.
In New York, a group of concerned residents takes to the streets, armed with cans of paint. The target, suspected crack houses.
Because we're going to tell everybody where they see the red on the doorpost that they're selling murder to our babies inside.
There's no doubt that Black America is suffering from crack and crying out for help.
We've got to wage an all-out aggressive war against narcotics. There's no question about that.
During the presidential campaign in 1988, the media coverage of the rising violence of the crack trade is heating up again. George Bush assumes office with what he sees as a clear mandate for a new national crackdown.
This is the first time since taking the oath of office that I felt an issue was so important, so threatening, that it warranted talking directly with you, the American people. Our most serious problem today is cocaine, and in particular, crack. This is crack cocaine, seized a few days ago by drug enforcement agents in a park just across the street from the White House.
I listened to that, and it sounded suspicious to me.
This doesn't sound right.
In a park just across the street from the White House.
Crack isn't being sold across the street from the White House in Lafayette Park. And I followed up. I pressed, and I had some people in the DEA, and eventually I hit gold. They told me the whole thing was a setup. I eventually wrote the story, and it caused a huge fuss.
The White House acknowledged today that a dramatic moment in President Bush's speech declaring war on drugs resulted from a setup.
President Bush's speechwriters came up with the idea of using a prop. So they just write that into the speech. They had one problem. They had to find a bag of crack.
As the Washington Post reported today, to make the buy in Lafayette Park, drug agents had to lure the seller there.
The kid set up by the DEA to provide Bush's bag of crack is an 18-year-old high school student from across town named Keith Jackson.
They say, "Can you meet us in Lafayette Park?" And Keith Jackson goes, "Where's Lafayette Park?" And the DEA tells him, "Well, it's across the street from the White House." And Keith Jackson replies, "Where the is the White House?" It came to symbolize how the threat of drugs in general and crack in particular was being portrayed in almost a near hysterical fashion. Oh my God, it's all around us. It's everywhere. It was clearly something that the country was concerned about, but it was being inflated for political purposes.
The president calls for a massive increase in prison space and law enforcement.
This way. In 17 cities across the country, police are declaring war on crack.
It's called Operation Crackdown. 200 police officers spreading out all over Broward County, confiscating as much crack as they can find.
TV crews first start going on crack raids in the summer of 1986, but now it's a nightly occurrence. The war on crack is so dramatic that Fox turns it into a primetime hit when it puts cops on the air in 1989.
Police! Get out!
Crack, we find a bottle of cocaine base rocks, and you gonna tell me you don't know nothing about this.
The crack raids in this pilot episode form the template that makes Cops the first successful reality TV show in the history of commercial television. In this atmosphere, the crack kingpins are being taken down, and one of the first to fall is Freeway Rick, targeted by the Special Freeway Ricky Ross Task Force in the LA County Sheriff's Department.
Me and two of my guys come from playing basketball. We saw these cars pull up behind us with no lights on. So the first thing my guy did was grab his pistol, and he's ready to start shooting at them because they thought it was somebody trying to jack us. When we found out it was the cops, I took off, ran, got away, but they planted drugs in the car and said that I dropped the drugs. Because, you know, if a cop goes to court and said that he pulled you over and you had dope in your pocket, then you're in trouble. It's going to be hard to beat that case.
Freeway arrives at the LA County Jail and finds out he's not alone.
Quite a few of the guys from the street was there, and they started telling me that they were looking at life sentences and stuff. I mean, I was scared.
But the real war would be conducted against those low-level drug dealers slinging crack on the streets. And these kids are getting sentenced at a rate that's 100 times higher than those sentenced for cocaine powder.
Let's build the prisons. This is where these people belong when they violate the law. These guys deserve nothing less than do it in hard, long time.
Step back from the wall, one step. Do it now.
The president wanted to crack down, so they cracked down on everybody. 5 years for you right off the bat. A lot of my friends went that way.
From this moment on, there would be more people questioning the effectiveness of the war on drugs.
There's one cop said to me, look, the minute the drugs are on the street, the war's over. You know, there is no war on drugs. It's like sweeping leaves on a windy day.
One of those caught up in the web is Snoop Dogg when he's busted by an undercover cop for dealing rocks at his usual spot on 61st Street in Long Beach.
I didn't feel like I was doing nothing wrong. I wasn't shooting nobody. I wasn't raping nobody. I wasn't, robbing nobody. I was giving somebody, a service for what they were paying me for.
Snoop is now part of a national trend of mass incarceration that'll see 1 in 3 young black males in America caught up in the criminal justice system.
Wu-Tang was actually the product of that culture. Unfortunately, I hate to say that, but it's true because you read the track record, you see 7 out of 9 are felons. And it's from drugs or guns.
The young black men who are the primary creators of hip-hop are the most incarcerated group in the history of the world.
As they turn to hip-hop, the hustlers of the crack generation will document all of these experiences in rhyme, and in doing so, change the course of popular music and culture. By 1990, with violence and stiff prison sentences taking hold, the drug game starts to seem like a very tough way to make $1.
Young kids grow up and that's all they know. Didn't teach him in school, now he's slanging dope. Only thing he knows is how to survive, but will he kill another brother before he dies in the ghetto?
It was looking bad. People started getting a lot of time in jail for drug involvement. A lot of funerals. A lot of friends turned enemies, and just one crack house would be so valuable. A war would start over that one spot, you know?
Crack had no rules, no regulations, and it was every man for himself. And whoever had the most built the strongest team, and he brought his homies in, and they clicked up, and that's what it was.
With money, drama gonna come. So you got the stick-up guys, you got the crooks, and the thieves, you know, crooked cops. It becomes scary. You start seeing the dollar sign in people's eyes.
New York kingpin AZ Faison falls to the coldest blow. I always say, the day your brother wakes up and plans to do you dirty, there's no defense against that. For AZ, it means getting robbed at gunpoint by a dude from his own crew.
I just watched him walk up to me and put the steel on my forehead, and I watched him pull the trigger. I didn't feel it, I just heard the gunshot, and it seemed like my spirit left the body. And I went into this bright light. Basically, I got shot like 9 times that day. Next thing you know, I woke up in the hospital.
AZ begins a recovery that's nothing short of a miracle.
Bloodbath in the Bronx, they call it.
At some point, every street hustler must elevate his game to something legit. If not, prison or death is guaranteed.
In the streets, the game is so crazy that you get shot. Oh, you the man. That's their state of mind. But hip-hop had a voice. I said, you know what? I want to start rapping. And that's when I created the group Mob Style.
I got something to say to the homeboys from around the way.
Our style of rap was talking about our style of living. I'm telling you, give it up, it ain't no use.
Bloodbath in 87, I knew I was dead. I felt myself going to heaven, but I learned from my mistakes. Every time I died, God opened up the gates.
Mob Style never breaks out of the underground. But AZ is not the only gangster to see hip-hop as a legit hustle. Be Real also has hopes of getting into the rap game with his homeboys Sin Dog and DJ Muggs.
We all hung out together and went through our life experiences together. When I went and got involved with the gangs and selling drugs, you know, the other guys were constantly trying to, you know, pull me back in to do music and do something positive.
For Be Real, what starts out as just another night slinging crack turns into a defining moment in his life.
One night, one of my friend's mothers came and bought a piece, and we had the grass high up where we were serving out of, because if any cops came, we would just throw the crack in the grass and it would take forever for them to find it. And this one lady came, bought her crack, and she dropped her crack in the grass, and we could hear her outside of our window crying the whole night. And I'm like, what are you doing? I dropped my crack in the grass. She didn't want to leave. I ain't going nowhere. My OG homie that was in control of the spot, he came out with a shotgun, was like, you better get your ass out of here right now or I'll blast you. And she looked up dead in his eye with that barrel pointed right in her face. I'll die for my crack right now, so if you're gonna shoot me, but I'm gonna stay here looking for it till I find it. Right then and there, that changed my whole perspective on it. You know, I said, okay, I'm gonna stop serving the crack. I didn't have the heart for it because I thought, what if that was my mom?
By 1991, B Real's crew Cypress Hill has enough traction in the music business that he can leave the drug game behind for good.
With my magnum, taking out some acting kinda local. I'm just another local kid from the street getting paid for my vocal.
Everything that we were going through previously to making music had a big effect on us. It was always like trying to create awareness. This is the life that we were fortunate enough to get out of.
Give me something you can't understand. Who could just kill a man? Give me something you can't understand. Who could just kill a man?
Crack stayed big for as long as it had to. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for the rap game, I truly believe that crack would still be the dominant right now.
For Snoop, serving time in jail for crack is his turning point.
Being incarcerated, I really got to focus on where I wanted to take my rapping to. I was just able to get off in the jailhouse because there was so many homies in there rapping, and there was so much competition, and to be able to rise in a situation where it's all wolves and gorillas, you know what I'm saying? And then the wolves and the gorillas bow down and tell you, man, you the one. You need to get out and get a deal. That gives you a real sense of, I need to do this.
When Snoop is released from county jail, he hooks up with Dr. Dre, now CEO of a new label, Death Row. When he gets a chance to cut his first song for the soundtrack of the 1992 movie Deep Cover, Snoop turns to his own crack bust for inspiration.
6:45 was the time on the clock when me and my homie bailed in the parking lot. The scene looked strange and it felt like a setup.
Better not be, cause if it is, they get lit up.
I made it about me getting caught selling drugs to an undercover officer. That's how I caught my dope case, but I put a little fiction on it. And I put it together with me and Dre as some drug dealers that ended up getting set up.
Guess what they told me?
We give you 20 G's if you snitch on your homie.
They wanted me to tell on Dre.
Let me think about it. Turn my back and grab my gat, and guess what I told him before I shot him?
But instead of me telling on Dre, me and Dre turned on him and killed the police officer.
Yeah, I'm letting my gat pop, cause it's 187 on an undercover cop.
Yeah.
Deep Cover is a record about killing a cop. I had one too, called Cop Killer. We were all angry about what was going down with the police.
Put your hands on your head. Step to the wall. Step to the wall. Get down on your knees when you get to the wall.
You got the police really working to get us. Crash units, gang units, just with us for nothing.
I used to watch them in L.A. You'd always be riding down the street and you see some guys on their knees with their hands like this. Go for the pat down, check the car, and you can go. Crack brought that on.
The fact is, if the streets seem out of control, so are the police. By the time the Rodney King beating is captured on a video camera, this kind of thing has become a normal occurrence.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty of the crime of assault. Timothy E. Wynn, Theodore J. Not guilty of the crime. Not guilty of the crime.
And them being found innocent, and y'all gonna walk out smiling? You know, you gotta look at all that anger and that frustration. That's years of frustration.
And that's what ignites the riot, when those cops are declared not guilty. After cops make a number of arrests at the corner of Florence and Normandy, an amateur video shot at the scene captures the mounting tension exploding into violence when the police retreat.
It wasn't directly because of crack, but crack was in the shadows. You get this cauldron, these violent shootings and these deaths, and come into these neighborhoods with these armored police cars with battering rams, and you mix it up, and you're gonna get a LA riots.
The riot quickly turns into an orgy of looting.
We was watching on TV when it first jumped off. There's all kind of riots and looting going on in L.A. That's all we needed to see. We went straight to where it was happening at. And every time I was going in these little stores to steal something, I was seeing all kind of people that was my friends. I even seen my hairdresser in one of the stores. It was crazy as hell.
The 6-day uprising causes the deaths of 53 people and $1 billion of damage.
We're burning down our community, yeah. But we're going to broadcast this around the world. This is our cry for help. As sick and as dysfunctional and as twisted as it may be, I bet y'all are paying attention now.
They say the only way to fix a lack of hope is to create opportunity. And for the crack generation, hip-hop may represent the best way out they're ever gonna get.
Hi, mister. How you make your money?
Hustler, word, I pull the trigger long. Grip my teeth, spray to every brother's gone. Got my block sewn on my dope spots. Last thing I sweat, so suck up on cop.
I've always liked to be on the cutting edge, but I never dreamed that in 1991, I'd star in the first major Hollywood movie about the crack trade.
Times like these, people want to get high. Real high and real fast. And this is gonna do it. And make us rich.
It was a moment in time. You know, it was this epoch all in one movie of what crack was all about.
That movie was really like, you really want to make it, you gotta go for it like that. Dudes do have that mentality.
New Jack City is an attempt to bottle all of that hip-hop energy around crack cocaine and a larger-than-life drug lord like Nino Brown.
New Jack City was it was hard. Nino Brown was one of the most loved superheroes in the hood of all time.
New Jack City is the first in a new wave of street movies, like Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society.
Is that dog in there? I want that dog out of my house.
That's my father. What we gonna do?
Don't even trip. I'm gonna handle this.
By the time West Coast gangster rap peaks in 1993, with Snoop Dogg's first solo album, Doggy Style, the music is the movie. The album brings Snoop the kind of instant fame that allows him to close the door on a life where there was no future.
I've been gunned down with an AK-47 and didn't get hit. I've been right next to people who got knocked off. And I really don't want to be selling drugs, shooting, getting shot at for the rest of my life. I'd rather tell stories about how I used to be.
That hit I just dropped, cause you know it don't stop. Mr. 187 on the undercover cop. Tick-tock, never the clock, just some nuts in the cop. Rob you for your ends, then I kill you blood clots.
Snoop Doggy Dogg. His album Doggy Style was the hottest selling album in the country this week, beating out everyone from Pearl Jam to Sinatra.
Doggy Style turns an ex-crack dealer into the biggest star in hip-hop.
Debut album went 4 million, like never done before, top of the charts. And it's my first year as a solo artist. Now I'm in the big leagues now, you know what I'm saying? I'm out there by myself.
Snoop ushers in a new era as kids who hustled crack in the 80s turn their backs on the drug game. On Staten Island, RZA, Raekwon, and 7 other ex-hustlers formed the Wu-Tang Clan.
Every day we would want to talk about either trying to make some money or make a tape to sit in the neighborhood and get some fame.
A young youth, you're rocking the go-to. Low goose, only way I begin to G-York was drug loot. And let's start it like this, son. Rolling with this one and that one. Pulling out gats for fun.
We came with the right music and we all became successful and blew up.
Figured out I went the wrong route, so I got with a sick tight click and went all out.
I left the crack business quick, personally. You know what I mean? I couldn't just do it. You know what I mean? Hip-hop was my salvation.
Handcuffed and back of a bus, 40 of us. Life as a shorty shouldn't be so rough.
We came together as a crew. We brought strength together, and our strength helped us escape.
Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, yo.
He was like, yo, life is about to change. I'm legit now.
In 1993, the group's first hit single, Cream, puts the hustler mentality on wax, setting a blueprint for hardcore hip-hop of the decade. Dominant figures in hip-hop. In Do or Die Bed-Stuy, there's Christopher Wallace, who goes by the name of Biggie Smalls.
Damn, why they wanna stick me for my paper? Damn, why they wanna stick me for my paper?
Biggie, it was the same individual as us. His album, Ready to Die, you know, it was another tale from that side of the world.
And in the Marcy projects of Brooklyn, Sean Carter becomes Jay-Z.
One day rhyme a clip, me and my conglomerate shall remain anonymous. Caught up in the finest clique, live out my dreams until my heart gives out and fall with grave. You know exactly what this is about.
I just started doing interviews this year. I was still selling drugs.
Practically every rapper who's come along from the early 90s going forward either is rapping about crack cocaine or has to make some reference to the crack trade because it's so pervasive in terms of their lives and the lives of the culture.
This is the era where the hustler's story sells millions of albums and connects to a global audience, elevating hip-hop to new levels of creativity and influence. Clocker fashion trends like Timberland boots and baggy jeans go mainstream, and a former gangster hits the runway at a Tommy Hilfiger fashion show.
I wound up becoming cool with Tommy's brother, Andy. And he knew that we was talking about these clothes. Andy was like, yo, Ray, I want you to come through and do the run walk. Can you do it? I'm like, what? You want me to be a model?
The 90s is when the hustler goes corporate. Rappers start their own fashion lines and blow up in business.
What you want, a shirt to be on the beach with? You know what I mean? Just play it right here. Just blow it in the wind. Yo, give me my fisherman. Give me my Gilligan. Come on, man. Everybody got these in your hood. You probably the only cat without them. That's our uniform. Anytime I see people with my stuff on, I got mad love for them. I know they feel exactly where I'm going, man.
Ironically, just as the crack generation is taking over hip-hop, the crack epidemic itself is tailing off.
By the early 1990s, and certainly by 1992, crack had kind of run its course.
What had happened was the crack epidemic had kind of burned itself out. Not because law enforcement had been successful, but because people saw the crackheads and the crackos and stuff on the street, and a new generation said, wait a second.
You look at a person that uses crack and they're like, oh, disgusting. The statement, crack is whack, is still living.
The expression that was intended as an anti-drug message was popularized on the wall of this Harlem playground by a New York artist back in 1986. Now, 7 years later, there's evidence it just might be catching on.
As the crack epidemic winds down, its legacy is inescapable. Many will never see the outside of a prison cell. But even for the few to get out of the game, it isn't easy to move on.
The streets are right there, and they're unkind, unfriendly, unforgiving.
So if you're filthy stacked up, better watch your back and duck, cause these fiends, they got it cracked up.
Now we live in the dream, but yet we still going through that same struggle. Why? Because people are still dying. You watch the video Cream and you see the kid on the bus, 2 Cent. No, 2 Cent is dead now. We already see him in that video. Our life is continually haunted by that era of crack and violence. It's real.
I went to the river.
The living testimony of the crack generation can be found in the stories of those who survive, like the members of the gospel choir of ARC, the oldest rehab in Harlem.
This little light is mine, yes, and I'm gonna let it shine.
These ex-crack addicts have risen from the ashes to reclaim their lives and inspire others.
I went back to school. I got my associate's degree. Then I went and I got my bachelor's degree. Then I went and I got my master's degree. I did all of that through the grace of God.
The choir was something that, I can identify with, because in the same token I was being healed, I was giving a message to people out there just like myself that you can change your life.
I like the choir because it gave me a peace of mind. I know who I am today.
I'm clean. I can survive. I can live with myself.
But these are the lucky ones.
This thing called crack became a destroyer of communities.
You could sit around a room of kids and say, how many of y'all actually got raised by your parents? And they all gonna sit there and go, not me. My daddy went to jail. My daddy got murdered. My mother was on crack.
It got a member of my family. Family member, my sister, my close, I saw what it did to her, you know what I mean? And it was sad, and I hated that time, because it just took so many people down.
Many people in the African American community thought that perhaps something akin to genocide was taking place.
If you talk to certain people, they're going to tell you that the government was the very people putting the crack out on the street.
In 1996, journalist Gary Webb comes out with The Dark Alliance, his newspaper series claiming that the CIA helped distribute the cocaine that was used to make crack in Los Angeles, and that the profits were used to fund the Nicaraguan Contras.
So here they are talking about fighting a war on drugs, but yet they're the ones that are putting the drugs in circulation.
At the center of this controversy is Freeway Rick Ross, who received his cocaine from one of these Nicaraguan connections.
When Gary printed his story, it just started a whirlwind.
On November 16th, CIA Director John Deutsch holds a public meeting in a Watts High School to respond to these charges.
We have no evidence of a conspiracy by the CIA to engage in encouraging drug traffickers in Nicaragua or elsewhere in Latin America.
Many will never be satisfied by these denials.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
The CIA connection to crack is still being debated today. But what's indisputable is that the crack legislation of 1986 has left us with the largest prison population in the world, and that it's disproportionately black.
A lot of the congresspersons who were responsible for this 100-to-1 disparity between crack and powder have come to regret that. They've seen the devastating consequences on families, on communities, and especially on African Americans, and they said that we were wrong.
In the last 25 years, we realized that it was too much of a disparity, and that's one of the reasons why I led the fight to try and change it.
It takes decades of effort and the election of Barack Obama to reform the law and bring the sentencing disparity down from 100-to-1 to 18-to-1.
So yesterday we took an important step forward when Congress passed a fair sentencing bill that I look forward to signing into law, a bipartisan bill to help right a long-standing wrong by narrowing sentencing disparities between those convicted of crack cocaine and powder cocaine. It's the right thing to do.
As for the lasting impact of crack on hip-hop, 25 years later, it's everywhere.
Hear the echo, man, I've seen the best go. Cause seeing how that metal, I'm a hustler, a pusher's pusher. You a buster, a customer. I get to some cooker.
It began to affect what a rapper would talk about. Then it began to affect what an audience expected. It began affecting what the videos would be like.
Yeah, I'm in this bitch with terror. Got a head full of stacks, better grab an umbrella.
I think rappers at some point, with the bling bling era coming in, with Puffy and Bad Boy and Cash Money and all these artists coming about, what they brought visually was something that they were imitating. The art was imitating the gangster's life.
The image of the crack hustler becomes so mythic that dudes start putting on the persona like a dookie chain.
Who you suckers think you're tripping with, yes, I'm the boss. 745, white on white, that's Rick Ross.
Everybody hustle different, man. My homies, we did it because we had to. I like import, export. I'm in the distribution.
I know Pablo Noriega, the real Noriega. He owe me 100 favors.
Well, Rick Ross stole my name and my identity.
I'm the #1 hustler in the streets, Rick Ross.
And one day I was sitting in my cell and some guys ran over to me with a XXL. And he was in the XXL and he was talking about how he got the name. I was like, what? So I got on the phone and I started to find out who he was. He's been living a fraud. He's never sold drugs. He was a correctional officer. He's not me. He's not Rick Ross. They wouldn't give me a job to be a correctional officer, I guarantee you.
These rappers today, they don't really understand what they're doing by sending that energy out to people.
In his autobiography, Game Over, which becomes the movie Paid in Full, AZ Faison urges kids to stay away from drug dealing.
The drug game is a dying world. It's like everybody's just a race to be the boss in the land of the lost, and it's over. It's like you dying to sit in an electric chair.
Freeway Rick Ross ends up serving close to 17 years in prison and is now out and trying to begin a new life. For the crack hustlers who get into hip-hop, what they learn in the crack game helps them get ahead in the rap game.
They took the same entrepreneurial steps that we was using in the drug business and they applied it to the music business.
Look at the Wu-Tang deal. They say, well, RZA made an ingenious deal. He made one deal with a major corporation that gave him the power to put the group out, but then he kept the individual rights to go and make individual deals. You know, that's just like somebody who will have a one crack spot in Brooklyn, but then they'll go get a spot in Staten Island, get a spot in Queens, and you collaborate and making a lot of money. Because we thinking like drug dealers.
Most of us who started our rap businesses, it was modeled behind the crack trade. I literally pictured my cassettes as kilos of cocaine. I was thinking like a drug dealer.
Their role models ultimately were not just a street dealer. They wanted to be the CEO.
It's a classic story of American reinvention that takes these kids from the hard streets of the ghetto to the pinnacle of success. And no one embodies it more than Jay-Z.
A brother who was considered in one generation to be a criminal or an outcast is now a celebrity. I'm saying that's the power of American culture.
Americans love the reformed gangster.
Speech. First of all, I want to thank my connect. The most important person with all due respect. Thanks to the duffel bag, the brown paper bag, the Nike shoe box for holding all this cash. Boys in blue who would grieve before the badge. The first pusher who ever made the stash. The rock boys in the building tonight.
When I think about Jay-Z, here's a kid who in the early 90s was literally on the corner selling drugs. You flash forward to 2009, he has better seats at the inauguration than Jesse Jackson.
Rock boys in the building tonight. Oh, what a feeling I'm feeling like. Even gotta bring your paper out. We the dope boys of the year. Trenches on the house.
In a way, the journey of this crack generation goes full circle, back to the myths of Scarface. Like Tony Montana, these hustlers came from nothing and reached for the only way out they saw.
The world, Chico, with everything in it. You remember that?
Only in this American hip-hop version, Tony survives the game, goes legit, and transforms into something else entirely.
Now we escaped that life. I appreciate it every day, man.
Look at the things that we're doing positive with our lives now. Look at me for an example. I have a football league that I started in Southern California. And in my football league, there are so many different parents that sold drugs, gang bang, that used to shoot at each other. Now, they're all on one page to see their kids do something positive in a football league.
I want people to be inspired to try something different, not to keep dying in those ghettos, going through the same thing, filling up those jail cells for those cops.
If you spend time in the neighborhood slanging dope or gangbanging and you lost 2 or 3 of your best friends. Now you're doing music. You're trying to serve as the example of, hey, there's an alternative. This was our alternative.
Along the way, they create some of the most powerful music and culture of the age. Who could have ever imagined that so much would come from crack, this demon drug that looked like broken pieces of hard rock candy?
Give it up, Ski. Let's have it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, you guys are all right. I think we're going to do a lot of business together.
Go ahead, take it, man.
You better wise up, Junior. Why don't you guys check out these tunes while I go back into the kitchen and whip up another batch?
Oh yeah. You say it's all about drugs. They say we're living in the city of dope.
You got to have cash to make it these days. You can make it illegal 100 different ways. You go to the man and get an 8-track, spend $300, you make $700 back. You can stand in the street and holler at wine, but it's all about the man and the dollar sign. I mean, it's crazy out here, it ain't no more fun. I can't walk down the street without my gun. You see, I know this girl, her name was Little Bo Peep. Started hitting the pipe, had to sell her sheep. And not to mention my freak, her name is Red Riding Hood. She smoked primos cause she thought it tastes good. What about the wolf in this fairy tale? He OD'd on coke, died and went to hell. Old gray hair granny ain't here no more. She OD'd on M4. You think that's bad? Well, that ain't all. We all going down drinking nasty 8-ball. This girl named Sue came to visit you. She bought her pipe and her cocaine too. I said, what's up, Sue? Can you cope? She said, forget that stuff, I just wanna smoke. You go get the pipe and you go get the cane, and I'll just fire it up and think. And everybody get back while I strike the match. Her eyes got bigger and her face turned black. The flames got bigger, then higher. The neighbors walking by thought it was a fire. I can remember when Sue wasn't it. Now she got more money than the government. Riding around in her Mercedes Benz, smoking cocaine with all her friends. Well, she smoked the rock here, she smoked the rock there. She smoked the rock with the mama cause the price was fair. But remember this, you little dope dealer man, you better save some cash while you can. Cause the policeman is having a fit, jacking all cars with bumper kits. To the beat, y'all, you just don't stop. A mixed master spade and I'm ready to rock.
I know of Little Bo Peep and it's true. The girl clucked off her shoe. But when I rock, the police, they all confess and say, yo, T, man, you talk dope the best. He was standing on the corner trying to sell some rocks. A client drove up and said, oh, what you got? He stuck his head in the window and then he said, it's cocaine, not lemon head. She said, I have $10. He said, are you for real? She said, sex for drugs, I'ma work a deal. And just hit him at the drop of the dime. And then he said, my God, I'm messing up her mind. She said she wants a Volvo and then at half a track. She said she didn't like it, so she tried to give it back. And now she wants a quarter, exchange it for her daughter. He said, now if he love her, he might have to hit the border. The girl is only 12, he might end up in jail, serving 20 years because he rocked the bells. Listen, someone's mom, now can you be real? Here come the narcs, baby, please don't squeal. She said, I won't squeal, so he don't choke. And besides, you had the drug that I want to smoke. She was an undercover cop, and I'll tell you the truth, that by the time he made the sale, the narcs, they swooped. But he got arrested for possession of sales, and it's serving 10 years in the county jail. So stay away from drugs, and that's the way to go. Or put your hands in the air and say, no, no, no.
With the biggest dealer on the scene. He was 28, she was 17. Dressed in gold, pretty and gay, and her boyfriend was plucking his life away. One day he offered Judy a hit, and old Judy being funny, the girl took it. And it was just like your mom's favorite recipe book. You find a recipe you like, and then you hook. But now Judy clucked out, walking around. It's a shame the white powder made the girl go down. And every time that Judy leaves the house, she's saying these words without a doubt. The drug bug'll get you if you don't watch out. The drug bug'll get you, it'll make you shout. The drug bug'll get you if you don't watch out. No, Judy, homeboy, the girl's clucked out, out, out. For all you hardhead kids who want to gain fame, selling crack to another's not the name of the game. So hardhead kids, you don't understand. My rock box is in command.
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog.